If you're a fan of brilliant minds in fiction, then you've surely heard of Madarame Baku and Akiyama Shinichi, two titans of intellect, who were once considered as equals. However, Baku's reputation has stood unshaken, bolstered by the rising cult status of Usogui. Meanwhile, Akiyama, once revered as the mastermind of Liar Game, has seen his legend fade, to the point where his genius is often underestimated. But is that fair? Has the Liar King really fallen, or has he simply been forgotten? In this video, we'll pit their greatest mental feats against each other, across key outsmarting categories, to settle the debate once and for all. Who truly stands at the peak of fictional intelligence? To ensure an unbiased verdict, we've developed a set of rigorous metrics, visible on screen, evaluating not just the logic of their feats, but also the layers, the caliber of their opponents, and the context of their triumphs. With everything on the table, only one can claim the crown. Will it be the Lie Eater or the Liar King? Brace yourself for heavy spoilers and the ultimate battle of minds.
あんたの嘘、
俺が食ってやるよ。
残念だったな。お前の負けだ。
Before the final round starts, Akiyama learns from Kaneko and Yokoya that losing the final round means being sold on the black market for human experimentation or military testing. He deduces this is totally possible due to the massive debts incurred by the losers being insurmountable and the declarations of the dealer in the earlier rounds, making the black market the only plausible outcome for those who can't pay their debts. After listening to the rules, he recognizes that, unlike other layer game rounds, only one team can win money, leaving 12 players to face death or worse. Which means Akiyama is under immense mental strain due to the life and death stakes. Not only is the life of every contestant in-game, but also the life of Now, who is the only person Akiyama has a connection with. Not only that, but Akiyama realizes his NPL plan might become unusable due to the strict rules of this game, which, even if he wins, despite using all the prize money, won't be enough to cover the debts of all the players, which means some of them will face hell itself. However, Akiyama quickly finds a loophole he can abuse which aligns with his NPL plan, which is forcing the game into a stalemate, making it impossible to determine a winner. This way he can save all the players, since if there is no winner, there is no loser. The real challenge of his plan is the life point differences between teams that will occur during the game, which makes a stalemate nearly impossible under normal circumstances. However, Akiyama quickly finds a solution that will allow him to control the development of the game. He devises a plan to indirectly manipulate Yokoya into forming a three-way pact with the other kingdoms, Wu and Shu, creating the perfect conditions conducive to a stalemate. He reasons that if he proposes a fake plan that will partially allow players to be saved, Yokoya will have to offer better conditions than his, since in that game building influence is enough to drive one kingdom to their defeat. Yokoya has no option but to provide a more beneficial plan to the other kingdoms in order to assure their cooperation in the main battle. Akiyama predicts the best condition Yokoya can offer at that point is he will allow the two kingdoms to take his kingdom down once the three of them successfully destroy Akiyama's Wu kingdom, which will guarantee the two kingdoms playing a final 1-versus-1 where the winner can take all the prize. Akiyama reasons that Yokoya, in order to make his plan work, would need to prevent any life point differences between the two kingdoms, since if the minimum life point difference arises, his plan might totally collapse. The kingdom in LP inferiority will do anything to revert the situation before the final clash, which means even teaming with Akiyama is an option to revert their situation. This will cause Akiyama's future victory, a thing Yokoya wants to prevent at any cost, since he wants to witness Akiyama and Nao being sold to the black market. However, to achieve this stalemate, both Akiyama and Nao will have to lose, and if by any chance anything goes wrong, it will result in them being sold to the black market or weapon testing, as well as the other players. Despite this ridiculous mental stress and adversity, Akiyama follows this half-suicidal mission, where he needs to take control over every single variable in order to secure the lives of everyone. With the previous reasoning, Akiyama quickly calculates 377 potential combinations the kingdoms of the pack will take to take his kingdom down, while also calculating the combinations he needs to input to misdirect Yokoya with different tactics that will make him certain Akiyama is trying to win the main battle. Shinichi also devises a fake plan to save the players and tells Nao to announce to everyone there is a way to save everyone, and that is by all kingdoms working with Aki and making him the winner so he will share the prize with them, covering most of their debt. However, this method does not generate enough money to save everyone, so they will need to ask someone to borrow them money, which they will start paying back slowly. Here, Akiyama fabricates the existence of a rich player who doesn't exist but will make everyone believe in fact does. This rich player among them, whose identity is unknown to everyone except Nao and Aki, has a rich father who will help pay off everyone's debts if Akiyama's team wins. Akiyama creates a profile of a rich heir who hates his father for treating him as garbage, but he is someone who wants to escape from his father's control, which is the reason he is in the liar game. Akiyama predicts Yokoya will ignore this topic if Nao exploits his father complex, which Nao does, exploiting it by saying this player at least wants to get out of his father's control. This move serves to make Yokoya ignore this topic, not thinking deeply about the situation. Akiyama needs to make sure Yokoya cannot debunk the existence of this player later on. After Yokoya listened to what Nao said, he couldn't even consider this player was a crafted entity, since what Nao said reflects deep emotions and valid reasoning that aligns with his inner struggle as the son of a successful man. This forces Yokoya into proposing a three-way pact. Yokoya, fearing Akiyama's victory by this somehow valid plan, needs to ally with Wu and Shu to prevent it. This also lulls Yokoya into complacency, since even though the plan is somehow valid, Yokoya dismisses the plan as irrelevant, since it is a way of sharing the pain rather than saving everyone. They still will have to carry a debt in the long run, and also because Yokoya found contradictions within Akiyama's plan and the statements Nao made. The contradictions in the proposal, such as the implication that the rich player will lose the game to then reach his father to ask him for 900 million yen to cover his debt and the debt of others, despite ostensibly wanting to win to prove to his father he's good by himself, further diminished the plan's credibility. Also, the rich player spoke about a deep insecurity towards his father, so even if he loses, they can't be sure he will ask his father for the 900 million yen, since the less money he asks him, the less ashamed he would feel. So he might end up asking his father for the necessary money to save himself, not the others. These inconsistencies suggested that the rich player would align with Yokoya's kingdom, as joining Akiyama would guarantee his loss, undermining his own personal goals. These contradictions were not only spotted by Yokoya, but all the players, which discouraged them from trusting Akiyama's plan and made them more receptive to Yokoya's three-way pact. Akiyama also bluffs directly to Yokoya, telling him he will win this game no doubts, a thing he never did before prior to a game, which made Yokoya more sure that Akiyama was going all in this game due to the stakes. Once some rounds of the game passed, Akiyama makes the next step of his plan, misdirecting the Liar Game Corporation. Akiyama publicly frames himself as disadvantaged, claiming Yokoya's alliance is too powerful. He announces, "As I suspected, Yokoya got their cooperation by promising he would make his own team lose." The purpose of this? Divert attention. The Liar Game office perceives Akiyama as struggling, reducing the likelihood of intervention. Protect the stalemate plan. By appearing weak, Akiyama ensures the office doesn't detect his true plan. Even though the Liar Game organizers remain neutral in the previous games, due to the stakes and considering this is the game they can make trillions of yen, Akiyama considers the chance of the corporation disrupting his plan. So he makes sure this doesn't happen by misdirecting them with his declaration, since he is sure the room is bugged. Later, he enacts the next step of his plan. Akiyama directs his team to relentlessly attack one kingdom, specifically Wu, which will make the other team feel safe and lower their guard to save one life point, which will give them the advantage for the final clash. He uses this strategy to exploit rivalries within Yokoya's alliance and distract Yokoya from his true plan, since by this tactic, Akiyama is validly trying to revert his disadvantage within the main game, since the non-targeted team becomes overconfident, increasing their greed for victory. But this has a layer to distract Yokoya, since Akiyama is sure Yokoya will recognize this pattern and will focus on maintaining the status quo of his alliance, which further misdirects him from Akiyama's stalemate plan. Once his kingdom is destroyed, Akiyama acts and plants the idea of a spy within Wu and Shu, claiming the rich player might bribe someone to sabotage their teams. This is made to spread distrust. Wu and Shu become paranoid about internal betrayal, adopting the solution Akiyama will provide them. Here, Aki inserts an anti-spy strategy. He provides Wu and Shu with action tables to make them realize the most logical options they can make. He designs a strategy that guarantees the spy will end up betraying the rich player. By changing the general every round without telling others the action that he's going to input in the control tower, the spy won't know the action, so he can't tell the rich player. Since Akiyama gave them a list with the most logical actions, there is no risk to lose significant life points. However, the general that creates a life point deviation will have to pay all his allies' debt, since it will be assumed he was the spy. With this, Akiyama ensured predictability. By forcing Wu and Shu to follow attack and defense patterns, Akiyama maintains control over the game's progression. He gave each kingdom a different table, which made him certain, due to the psychological stress he created by saying, the one who creates a deviation will carry their whole debt. The players will definitely follow his instruction. Each action he provides in one kingdom could be cancelled with the action he provided to the other kingdom, making the stalemate inevitable. The kingdoms followed this strategy since it not only neutralized the spy, but also will make the spy betray the rich player eventually, and which will guarantee their success. So, in their mind, this was a 100% winning strategy. After the kingdoms do the anti-spy strategy, the game ends up in a stalemate where the two kingdoms have only one remaining life point, which will reduce to 0 by any action they take, resulting in their defeat. After this happens, Yokoya dismisses this outcome as dumb luck, unable to understand this was all crafted meticulously by Akiyama. Akiyama uses this in his favor and reframes the outcome as Nao's victory, exploiting Yokoya's inferiority complex to ensure he accepts the result without interference. He does this by creating emotional closure with him, highlighting Nao's role, minimizing his own genius while positioning Nao as Yokoya's superior. By doing this brilliant psychological manipulation, he neutralizes Yokoya's attempt to break the stalemate since he had enough money to make one team break the stalemate. After this ridiculous planning, Akiyama was able to save every player from facing hell while finally saving Nao and eliminating any debt of prior eliminated contestants, since after Akiyama's stalemate was achieved, the organizers recognized Akiyama defeated the liar game itself and canceled the tournament. A week later, in the third revival round, he reinvented himself as Sakai's representative, absorbing a new while immediately setting to work on an audacious collective plan, plotted a coordinated plan through his majority rule tactic, essentially holding the entire game hostage to his goals. The results? 5 players walked away debt-free through his redistributed winnings, while Harimoto's unexpected act of gratitude, voluntarily paying off Sakai's debt, stood as testament to how thoroughly Akiyama had rewritten the tournament's nature. He secured Nao's permanent elimination by covering her 312 million yen penalty while she was officially eliminated. Through it all, the organizers' ledgers remained empty. Another revival round yielding 0 profit by no losers, another debt harvesting mechanism transformed into an engine of mass liberation. The round's true brilliance lay in its revelation that Akiyama's greatest weapon wasn't the debts he covered nor carried, but what he inspired. A tournament designed to make people manipulate and strategize to destroy the others was transformed by the same philosophy Akiyama amplified, turning Kimura and Harimoto, his previous enemies, into people that recognized the purity of his actions. Days after, Akiyama confronted his cruelest irony yet. Now, the woman he had fought so hard to protect had willingly re-entered the tournament under the guise of saving Fukunaga. The final qualifier unfolded as a perverse marketplace of human suffering, its mechanics a ghost lottery followed by a human auction with 5.7 billion yen in play. Players became both commodities and bidders in this twisted economy, and Akiyama's plan to buy Nao's freedom was interrupted by Yokoya, who seized the moment to outbid him in an act of vengeance for their past clashes. Yet even in apparent defeat, Akiyama's genius found a way. His suicidal strategy identified 3 cash-rich players who could absorb the 200 million yen elimination penalty and manipulated the auction's dynamics to ensure they would be the ones disqualified. It was a ruthless calculus, sacrificing those who could afford it to shield the truly vulnerable. The 990 million yen he secured wasn't just a consolation prize, it was ammunition for the final battle, extracted from a system designed to break its participants. As the auction concluded with Nao still trapped and Yokoya savoring his petty victory, the stage was set for the last and most devastating play. Akiyama would have to destroy the game itself to achieve what even his brilliance couldn't accomplish within its rules. When the final round began with 4.2 billion yen at stake, Akiyama faced his greatest paradox. The very rules that had enabled his financial sabotage now threatened to undo everything. The kingdom game structure eliminated his usual tactics. No wealth redistribution, no debt forgiveness, just a winner-takes-all deathmatch where even past auction winnings would be confiscated from the losers. For the first time, his non-performing loan plan seemed impossible, until he realized the ultimate loophole. If the game couldn't declare a winner, it couldn't enforce any debts. What followed was a masterstroke of game theory. Akiyama engineered a perfect stalemate, manipulating alliances and resource distribution until the adjudicators faced an irresolvable mathematical deadlock. Even when granted extra life tokens to break the impasse, he recalculated the equilibrium to maintain balance. The corporation's entire architecture crumbled in that moment. Without a victor, their contractual mechanisms were pointless. The fallout was catastrophic for the organization. They had no option but to cancel the tournament. 15 players walked away with all debts voided, this including players that lost in several different stages, while also he finally achieved Nao's total and 0 yen, extracted from the players, the antithesis of everything the corporation had designed. In 66 days, Akiyama saved 56 people from financial ruin or worse, and extorted 12 billion yen from the organizers, which nowadays is worth $178.4 million. But the real cost was deeper. He had played the ultimate con, not for money, not for glory, but to ensure no one else would suffer like his mother did. In the end, the greatest liar in the liar game wasn't a cheater or a fraud. He was the man who lied to save those who needed him. The rule says the kings of the three kingdoms after the reset will be picked based on high level, specifically level 80 and above. Baku himself is level 80, as well as Cham and Ryosei, both his allies. So, when the reset is done, Baku and his allies will be selected as the new kings. Champ and Ryosei will surrender to Baku, and this way he will become the Kaiser on the 31st of December, exactly the day the gamble suggests, allowing him to become the winner of the ban. Okay, let's compare the plans in the main categories. For planning versatility, Baku takes it. Protopore's plan demonstrates remarkable versatility, constantly adapting to evolving game dynamics and external disruptions. When Hal unexpectedly sends a cryptic message about rebuilding Roma in one day, Baku instantly decodes it, reinterpreting his win condition and redirecting the entire course of his plan, from personal kingship to manipulating Lalo into becoming a temporary Kaiser. He shifts between micro-level tactics, like manipulating Nero, and macro-level restructuring, like removing high-level players from the island to control post-reset kingship. He even weaponizes public perception, allowing rumors about his desperation to circulate to mislead Lalo. Every step shows Baku responding in real time to unanticipated elements without breaking planning cohesion. In contrast, Akiyama's stalemate plan, while intricate, was rigid. It was highly dependent on a specific win condition, enforcing a stalemate, and couldn't afford significant deviation. Once the path was set, it had to play out perfectly. There was no pivot, no structural flexibility. That being said, his adaptability was great. Anyways, Baku takes it. For planning contingency, Akiyama's plan excels in contingency not because he has backup plans, but because he eliminates the need for them. He anticipates every possible variable that could disrupt his objective, from internal betrayal, spy interference, and player defiance to corporate intervention by the liar game organization, and systematically blocks each path before it can become a threat. He exploits Yokoya's psychological blind spots, weaponizes the fear of the death stakes of the game, and creates a fabricated savior, the rich player, whose even the flaws in his fake plan are calculated, meant to make Yokoya's alternative seem more appealing. Rather than preparing for what-ifs, Akiyama ensures that all potential deviations from his desired outcome collapse back into his framework. That's contingency at its most sophisticated, complete preemption. For planning coverage, Baku takes this. Baku's plan spans an immense strategic field, operating across layers of complexity that include kingdom politics, individual player rankings, public rumors, reset mechanics, alliance manipulation, and even psychological warfare targeting specific personalities like Lalo. He accounts for game mechanics not only in the present, but post-reset, engineering who will be selected as kings, based on future level thresholds. He manipulates player migrations, battle outcomes, leveling opportunities, and leadership succession in multiple kingdoms, all while orchestrating a timeline that aligns with the final condition of the gamble, becoming Kaiser on December 31st. Akiyama's coverage is certainly dense, especially in managing team behaviors, predicting Yokoya's influence path, and controlling life point differentials. But Baku's coverage is wider, not just managing player psychology and strategy within the current game, but also stretching across future states, systemic resets, and institutional rules, giving him a broader and more multifaceted reach. For planning intricacies, the intricacies of Akiyama's plan are staggering. Every element, from the fake player's emotional backstory and the rigged rescue plan to the anti-spy protocol, is layered with dual purposes and hidden implications. Actions aren't just strategically sound, they're psychologically manipulative and logically recursive. The fake plan discredits him in the eyes of the players, pushing them toward Yokoya. The rich player isn't just a lie, but a psychological reflection designed to disarm Yokoya. The anti-spy system both enforces behavioral predictability and weaponizes suspicion. He uses game mechanics, emotional manipulation, misinformation, and strategic losses, all functioning simultaneously, with each piece influencing and reinforcing the others. The elegance lies in how seamlessly deception, psychology, and logic are interwoven into one unified machine. For planning formulation speed, Akiyama takes this. Baku had more time to build his plan gradually as the Protoporus game unfolded, adjusting as needed. Akiyama had to immediately create his plan within minutes, Due to his total game absolute nature, he created the stalemate path under extreme pressure, in minutes even before the game began. For planning aim, Akiyama takes it. His aim was absolute and unthinkable. Save everyone, including himself and Nao, from a literal fate worse than death in a game which was designed to be economically impossible. Rescue everyone. Despite this huge adversity, Akiyama aimed his plan into an invisible loophole, the stalemate. In planning resilience, Baku takes this. Baku's plan demonstrates a superior level of structural endurance. His strategy was not just flexible, it was built to absorb impact. Baku experienced several significant disruptions. The Colosseum lacking bios, Hal's unexpected communication, Kaji's lost. Lalo's psychology and unpredictability made direct manipulation volatile, and the mechanics of the reset introduced a ticking clock constraint. Despite these, Baku never needed to start over. Instead, he fluidly revised the trajectory, sacrificing Tipa willingly, faking defeats, and transitioning power through indirect means. He even turned something like sacrificing his finger into psychological leverage. Every alteration folded seamlessly into his master route, reinforcing rather than weakening the plan. For planning invincibility, it goes to Shinichi. Where Akiyama truly outclasses is in the invincibility of his plan. Akiyama's plan had zero margin for error, but was executed under catastrophic psychological pressure, lives on the line, including his and Nao's. He sustained the plan despite Yokoya's threats, the corporation's potential interference, and players' shifting loyalties. Once the three-way pact is in motion and the anti-spy strategy is followed, no one, not players, not enemies, not even the game's organizers, has the will or the means to alter the outcome. The life point balance traps the kingdoms into inaction. The debt threats trap generals into rigid obedience, and Yokoya, despite seeing through many plans before, is emotionally neutralized by the illusion that now, not Akiyama, is behind the victory. Even with the money to break the stalemate, Yokoya is psychologically blocked from acting. The plan is not just hard to stop, it is designed to reach a point where stopping it becomes impossible. No countermeasure exists that wouldn't trigger total collapse for those involved. That kind of flawless closure, where every escape route self-destructs, is what elevates Akiyama's plan from brilliant to untouchable. Unlike Baku's plan, despite being brilliant, was not invincible, which was showcased by Lalo forcing another gamble to determine the vests for the Kaiser title. Okay, now let's compare the feats with our system. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because his stalemate plan reframed the entire game logic, manipulated every opponent's decision-making path, and created a no-win scenario that neutralized the game system itself using extremely advanced logic. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because his plan used hyper-layered reasoning, psychological projection, deception, manipulated the LGT office, Yokoya, and all the other players. Every move had embedded layers with cascading impact, requiring omnidirectional control over the game's social, emotional, and mechanical structure. For resource management, Akiyama takes it because he operated with no external power, no level advantage, and no internal system mechanics to exploit. Despite massive constraints, he used only psychology, prediction, and logic to save everyone in a situation where it was impossible to save everyone by traditional methods. Despite this, Akiyama only with one lie was able to craft a path to reach his stalemate, showcasing a ridiculous resource management in a total disadvantageous situation. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it because Records of the Four Kingdoms is more rule-restricted than Protoporos. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it because he faced Yokoya, the most cunning manipulator in the game's history, who is definitely smarter than Lalo. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it because failure meant death or, worse for him now and 13 others. The stress, emotional stakes, and complete lack of safety nets made his feat a mental suicide mission, and he still pulled it off, while Baku only had to carry the pressure of his own life. Akiyama carried the weight of 14 human lives plus his own, and worked with this ridiculous mental pressure. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of consistency. Finally, countering. Akiyama takes it because his plan was not just hard to counter, it couldn't even be detected. Yokoya, a top-tier manipulator, thought the stalemate was dumb luck. That level of undetectability and multi-layered depth makes Aki's plan nearly impossible to counter. He created layers and layers of deception. Once he established the narrative of the rich player, he forced Yokoya to offer better conditions. Akiyama weaponized the three-way alliance into creating no life point deviations during the first part of the game, and finally sealed it with his anti-spy strategy. Short said, once Akiyama spoke his lie, his plan couldn't be countered, unlike Baku, who could have been countered by different ways. The most obvious one, Lalo waiting to attack him within the week of the Kaiser race, which would secure no deviations from the Kaiser title instead of playing safe. He was dumb, and regardless it's partially because Baku manipulated him to attack him. Just with Lalo taking this obvious measures, Baku's plan could be countered, so Akiyama takes this. Based on the previous distribution of all the categories, Akiyama takes short-term planning with extreme difficulty over Baku. From the moment Biku Madarame first crossed paths with Hal, a grand design began taking shape in his mind. This wasn't just a gamble, it was a 10-year symphony of deception, patience, and ruthless calculation. Every move, every encounter, every loss and victory were a carefully placed domino, waiting for the perfect moment to fall. Created to make Baku able to experience the greatest gamble of his life, while also achieving the Keikuru leader title. During 1998 to 2001, Baku nudged Commissioner Sasaoka toward a dangerous idea, using Keikuru's power to erase crimes for the elite. This would later become the Labyrinth system, a shadowy network of corruption that Baku intended to exploit. At the same time, he uncovered Hal's greatest weakness, his memory loss. Like a predator studying its prey, Baku filed this knowledge away, knowing it would be his key to victory years later. Even his first defeat in surpassing the leader was part of the plan. By losing, he freed Kiara from Keikuru's chains, turning the legendary referee into his most loyal ally. Every loss was a feint. Every setback was a setup. For years, Baku moved in the shadows, watching and waiting. He purchased the old bookstore where he first met Hal, ensuring fate would bring them back there one day. He let the Labyrinth system grow, its list of powerful clients swelling like a ripe fruit ready to be plucked. In 2008, when the time was right, he struck. The abandoned building gamble wasn't just a test of skill, it was a takeover. He dismantled Kyutaru's empire, claimed Marco as his own, and seized the resources he needed for the final phase. Meanwhile, Tokyo's skyline changed, a new radio tower rising, a tower Baku knew would one day burn. During the events of Labyrinth, Baku decided it was time to collect the fruit of the seeds he planted with Sasaoka. It was time to get his alibi of the first surpassing the leader stolen. This way, his participation in the second surpassing the leader couldn't be interrupted. After his alibi got stolen on purpose, after winning the Labyrinth game, Baku collected the L file, which was crucial for fulfilling the 50 billion yen requirement for surpassing the leader. In December 2008, with everything in place, Baku set his endgame in motion. He hijacked the airwaves, exposing the crimes of the elite on live television thanks to the L file. The shockwaves forced Keikuru into an impossible choice: protect the broadcast or uphold their own rules. In the end, they chose destruction, burning the new radio tower to the ground. But Baku had already rerouted the signal. From the Emperor Tower, he held Japan hostage, demanding the elite accept Keikuru's spies into their ranks. Banks, governments, and global corporations all fell under his influence in a single night. Later, during the events of Tower of Karma, Baku went to the Emperor Tower to have a Keikuru match while the Karamate, the second condition to challenge the leader, was in motion. During this time, the Karamate was built up, which allowed Baku to play the desired game. However, a major disruption happens in Baku's plan. The 50 billion in game during the Blood Dottie game were stolen by Ideal, a powerful criminal organization, and without this money, he couldn't challenge the leader. Also, after these events, Baku is aware Hal will end up losing his memory, and it happens in fact, which allows Baku to set in motion the next step of his plan. Baku aware Hal will seek out the Prince B book, which allows their encounter without Keikuru monitoring him. During the bookstore events, he forces Hal to gamble with him for the book, while also start setting up their second battle. However, again, another disrupt occurs. Ideal organization ruled by Lalo interrupt the fate of the second, surpassing the leader. Lalo speaks out his desire to play the surpassing the leader to win and absorb Keikuru, so Baku has no option but to accept Hal's proposal of Lalo and Baku playing a game in which the winner will be the one playing the surpassing the leader. The ban is set, and Baku is lucky enough to get the time card, which allows him to set the duration of the gamble. With the premise that surpassing the leader will be played as soon as the ban is over, Baku selects the duration of the ban to finish moments before Hal memory loss strikes again, which is casually the same day the leap second phenomenon will occur, which gives him the upper hand if the game they play is time-related. After Baku emerges victoriously from the ban, he plays surpassing the leader against Hal, and wins the game with the memory loss and leap second advantage. With this meticulous planning, Baku was able to fulfill his gambling philosophy and obtain control of Keikuru, which he will use for his greater goal, achieving world peace. For Akiyama's long-term plan, it is obvious he doesn't have any. So Baku no diffs. Wait, production is calling. What did you say? Akiyama has a long-term plan? What? Akiyama Shinichi's life was defined by one brutal lesson. Honesty doesn't always win. His mother, a woman who lived with integrity, was crushed by a predatory financial scheme. When she took her own life to free him from her debts, Akiyama's worldview shattered. He hunted down the organization that ruined her, dismantling it with cold precision. But his war wasn't over. When he met Nao Kanzaki, a naive, trusting woman trapped in the liar game, he saw his mother's reflection. The game wasn't just about money. It was a psychological slaughterhouse designed to break people. Akiyama didn't just want to win. He wanted to burn the entire system to the ground. After saving Nao in the first round, Akiyama assisted to the second round, where he quickly realized the Liar Game Corporation operated like a financial predator, and the Liar Game was a battle royale tournament. The first step is a bait. They offer desperate people massive loans of 100 million to play a simple game where they can win tons of money. The irony is that during this game, the players needed to steal the money from each other, which resulted into many players breaking into houses and legally breaking the law, which was a trap they set to prevent their victims from going to the police, since they will be confessing committing a crime. The winners of the first game advanced and could play more challenging games. This guaranteed the tournament is full of the most capable liars, since all these players are masters of deception, which ensures their goal of finding the Liar King. Then, they will make money with the tournament rules. The winners must pay half of their winnings to leave. The losers? They're buried under debt, and in case they are not able to repay it, they will sell into the black market. Slavery, organs traffic, prostitution, forced labor, military weapon testing. This way the corporation is making billions of yen by exploiting the losers. Akiyama saw the flaw. If the winner of the rounds never pays the withdrawal and uses this money to cover the debts of the losers, the system collapses. Shinichi's plan? Become the ultimate debtor, a financial black hole the LGC can never recover from, while he saves as many players as possible, either in formal rounds or revivals, while he protects his beloved Nao from sharing the same fate as his mother and makes sure the corporation doesn't make a single yen of profit. These are the 4 goals Akiyama needed to accomplish in every single round. Akiyama simultaneously cultivates and amplifies Nao's philosophy of trust and cooperation throughout the tournament, which can benefit his plan by the players adopting their ideology and being willing to save others, or trust him with strategical cooperation. The biggest problem with this plan? He had zero information about the upcoming rounds, so he must plan every future round to align it with his NPL plan. Also, Akiyama's challenge in saving players was made far more difficult by the zero-sum model of the tournament, where one participant's gain always comes at another's loss. In this system, cooperation is nearly impossible, because the rules themselves encourage betrayal, manipulation, and deceit as the most profitable strategies. This meant Akiyama could never rely on others to work with him simply because he is doing the right thing. Instead, he had to anticipate every possible move, maintain strict control over every variable, and constantly protect himself from betrayal. Remaining emotionally sharp throughout the tournament was crucial, as he intended to employ team-based strategies in certain rounds. This required exceptional emotional acuity to foresee betrayals driven by greed, and to know precisely when to anticipate and how to respond before his schemes could collapse. In the second round, for 2 intense days, Akiyama faced off against 21 sharp players in a high-stakes voting game with 2.1 billion yen on the line. His solution was a mathematically flawless 8-person alliance, meticulously designed to ensure at least one member always landed in the money-winning minority. Through precise coordination, he guaranteed each ally to walk away with 40 million yen in profit, enough to settle their debts and leave them in the black. When Nao's naivety threatened to derail the plan, Akiyama adapted effortlessly. Discovering that Fukunaga had replicated his strategy with 2 rival teams, he outmaneuvered them by recruiting player number 15 as a mole, buying their loyalty by covering their debt and offering a 100 million bonus. The final tally was devastating for the Liar Game Committee. 14 players saved from ruin, 2.1 billion yen redistributed to victims, Nao's freedom secured, and 56 million yen in personal debt absorbed. The first step in Akiyama's long-term plan to dismantle the system. Most crucially, the corporation profit stood at 0 yen, as he refused to pay exit fees. This round wasn't just a victory, it was proof that Akiyama could turn a brutal competition into collective salvation while setting the stage for the LGC's inevitable collapse. 10 days later, the Liar Game's resurrection round dragged Nao back in, her trusting nature making her an easy target for elimination. The moment Akiyama saw her floundering in last place, facing a crippling 100 million penalty, he unleashed a ruthless vote-selling scheme that would become his signature move. Through calculated negotiations, he inflated Nao's position to first place, amassing her an absurd 1.1 billion yen windfall. But the true brilliance lay in what followed. Nao forgave 900 million yen in debts from players she'd supposedly extorted, then personally covered the 200 million yen penalty for the actual loser, Miura. Akiyama had subverted the LGC's predatory system, where the game demanded at least one victim. Now's redistribution left 0 players in debt. The corporation's guaranteed payday instead yielded 0 yen profit. The dealer's stunned expression said everything. Their system had no defense against a player who didn't seek victory, but annihilation. The stakes exploded in the contraband round, a 3-day smuggling war with 7.2 billion yen hanging in the balance. This time, Akiyama faced his most adversary yet, Yokoya, a ruthless strategist whose intellect was superb but whose cruelty knew no limits. The game's cruelest twist? Victory meant deeper entrapment, while defeat offered freedom, if players could escape with enough cash. Akiyama's response was a masterpiece of deception. He orchestrated an apparent surrender while executing the greatest financial heist in liar game history. His real smuggling strategy unfolded with surgical precision, ordered his southern team to lose intentionally, ensuring their escape while conspired with northern traders, diverting 4.8 billion yen straight into their ATMs. The result was a brutal irony. While Yokoya's team celebrated their win, they were condemned to keep playing, shackling to the tournament. Meanwhile, Akiyama's losing squad walked away with enough to free 8 players, including Akagi and Fukunaga, who stayed behind but had their debts erased. Akiyama absorbed another 400 million yen in debt. While the corporation walked away profitless, he also outmaneuvering Yokoya's intellect. The genius of the play lay in its inversion. By embracing defeat, Akiyama liberated more players than victory ever could. While even though Yokoya came up with a good amount of money, he did not play the withdrawal, just to destroy Akiyama and Nao in the later rounds. 1 week later, Akiyama returned to the Resurrection Arena, this time facing a high-stakes elimination round between 2 teams with 3 players, in his team, Nao and Fuku. Akiyama crafted 3 distinct strategies for each game, each tailored to exploit his opponent's weaknesses: the 3 bullet straight, the perfect shuffle, and the fake all-in. Winning the revival thanks to his intellect, he won 814 million yen. With this money, he saved the 3 rival players and saved them from the claws of the organizers, while his martyr debt swelled to 556 million yen. 10 days after the pandemic qualifier stripped away financial stakes, reducing the battle to pure survival, with the Yokoya determined to force Nao into elimination as payback for what happened in contraband. Through his circuits maneuver, he shattered the game's ice, which allowed many players to generate vaccines to advance. Finally, with the lock-in strategy, a masterstroke that turned Yokoya's aggression against him. By engineering uncertainty around the Yoko's own position, Akiyama forced Yokoya into an unthinkable choice: save Nao or risk himself. The arrogant strategist folded, allowing Nao's pass. But Akiyama wasn't finished. Extracting 300 million yen from Yokoya's reserves, with a clever anticipation via checks, all without a single yen officially in play. The round's aftermath laid bare Akiyama's dominance. Nao advanced despite Yokoya's vendetta, and 5 players were saved with his methods. Emerging from pandemic, Akiyama immediately plunged into the most grueling challenge yet, a 2-day musical chairs marathon with 2.3 billion yen at stake. The game became a brutal test of physical endurance and mental agility as he ran 30 kilometers on the first day alone, his body pushed to its limits while simultaneously outmaneuvering not just Yokoya, but dangerous new opponents like Haramoto and Kimura. In this crucible of exhaustion, Akiyama performed his most astonishing economic alchemy yet, transforming the game's worthless trash metals into instruments of liberation. Through a meticulously calculated redistribution strategy, he engineered 100 million windfalls for 9 struggling players while securing 1.4 billion yen for his inner circle, enough to free 2 key allies from their debts entirely. Even Nao, relentlessly targeted throughout the competition, walked away with 300 million yen protected. The physical toll was staggering, days spent sprinting between chairs, every moment recalculating odds. Yet, Akiyama's brilliance shone through the fatigue. He weaponized the game's own mechanics. The dealers stared in disbelief at their empty ledgers. Akiyama had ensured 0 profit for the corporation by leaving no valuable metals in Fatso's possession. However, after emerging victorious, the woman Akiyama was representing in the tournament asked him to quit because her constant worries, Akiyama not wanting to make suffer a woman for his actions, repaid the debts, allowing her to not worry about a single yen in debt. And here Akiyama displayed his contingency for his martyr operation. A week later, in the 3rd revival round, he reinvented himself as Sakai's representative, absorbing a new debt while immediately setting to work on an audacious collective plan. Applauded a coordinated plan through his majority rule tactic, essentially holding the entire game hostage to his goals. The results? 5 players walked away debt-free through his redistributed winnings, while Harimoto's unexpected act of gratitude, voluntarily paying off Sakai's debt, stood as testament to how thoroughly Akiyama had rewritten the tournament's nature. He secured Nao's permanent elimination by covering her 312 million yen penalty while she was officially eliminated. Through it all, the organizers' ledgers remained empty. Another revival round yielding zero profit by no losers, another debt harvesting mechanism transformed into an engine of mass liberation. The round's true brilliance lay in its revelation that Akiyama's greatest weapon wasn't the debts he covered nor carried, but what he inspired, a tournament designed to make people deceive, manipulate, and strategize to destroy the others, was transformed by the same philosophy Akiyama amplified, turning Kimura and Harimoto, his previous enemies, into people that recognized the purity of his actions. Days after, Akiyama confronted his cruelest irony yet. Now, the woman he had fought so hard to protect had willingly re-entered the tournament under the guise of saving Fukunaga. The final qualifier unfolded as a perverse marketplace of human suffering, its mechanics a ghost lottery followed by a human auction with 5.7 billion yen in play. Players became both commodities and bidders in this twisted economy, and Akiyama's plan to buy Nao's freedom was interrupted by Yokoya, who seized the moment to outbid him in an act of vengeance for their past clashes. Yet even in apparent defeat, Akiyama's genius found a way. His suicidal strategy identified 3 cash-rich players who could absorb the 200 million yen elimination penalty and manipulated the auction's dynamics to ensure they would be the ones disqualified. It was a ruthless calculus, sacrificing those who could afford it to shield the truly vulnerable. The 990 million yen he secured wasn't just a consolation prize, it was ammunition for the final battle, extracted from a system designed to break its participants. As the auction concluded with Nao still trapped and Yokoya savoring his petty victory, the stage was set for the last and most devastating play. Akiyama would have to destroy the game itself to achieve what even his brilliance couldn't accomplish within its rules. After the qualifier concluded, Akiyama assessed the situation among the other finalists and determined that at least 2 billion yen would be needed to save them, since he was sure of the corporation's connections with the black market. In the worst-case scenario, his contingency was to shoulder everyone's debts himself, making him the sole loser and the only asset the LGT Corporation could exploit. However, Akiyama also went as far as predicting that the organizers, who had remained neutral during the previous rounds, would eventually move to destroy his plan. And indeed, that's what happened. In the final game, the corporation introduced a debt system designed to dismantle his NPL plan, confiscating the money earned during the qualifier while still imposing a 300 million yen debt. On top of that, for the first time, the game was no longer zero-sum but structured so that only the ultimate winner could claim the prize. Even then, the winnings were nowhere near enough to save every participant, completely shattering Akiyama's NPL plan. Also, why would the Liar Game Corporation set up an aggressive debt system to counter Akiyama's plan? The answer is simple. Their goal was to sell as many players as possible in the black market so they would experience the same horrors as the losers of the book, which proves the life and death stakes of the Liar Game were real. For the first time, his non-performing loan plan seemed impossible, until he realized the ultimate loophole. If the game couldn't declare a winner, it couldn't enforce any debts. What followed was a masterstroke of game theory. Akiyama engineered a perfect stalemate, manipulating alliances and resource distribution until the adjudicators faced an irresolvable mathematical deadlock. Even when granted extra life tokens to break the impasse, he recalculated the equilibrium to maintain balance. The corporation's entire architecture crumbled in that moment. Without a victor, their contractual mechanisms were pointless. The fallout was catastrophic for the organization. They had no option but to cancel the tournament. 15 players walked away with all debts voided, this including players that lost in several different stages, while also he finally achieved Nao's total and 0 yen extracted from the players, the antithesis of everything the corporation had designed. In 66 days, Akiyama saved 56 people from financial ruin or worse, and extorted 12 billion yen from the organizers, which nowadays is worth $178.4 million. But the real cost was deeper. He had played the ultimate con, not for money, not for glory, but to ensure no one else would suffer like his mother did. In the end, the greatest liar in the Liar Game wasn't a cheater or a fraud. He was the man who lied to save those who needed him. Now let's compare these two in the main categories of planning. For planning contingency, Baku had excellent contingencies, losing to free Kiara, letting Hal win to trigger his future memory loss, or letting the labyrinth system grow until it was ripe for takeover. Even major disruptions like the Karamite intervention, Leap's second contingency, Ideal stealing the 50 billion, or Lalo hijacking the surpassing the leader spot didn't collapse his plan. They just caused him to pivot and exploit new angles. Akiyama's contingency work is impressive, especially his real-time adaptations, but Baku's ability to integrate setbacks into his long-term structure makes his contingency planning more fundamentally robust and predictive, so Baku takes this. For planning versatility, Baku had excellent versatility because his strategies operated across political manipulation, psychological warfare, organizational infiltration, and long-term social engineering. He could weaponize people, systems, and even mass media, adapting his tactics, whether dealing with Hal, Kakeru, or the ideal organization. Akiyama was incredibly adaptive within the game environment, but his versatility was mostly confined to the Liar Game's rule-based scenarios. Baku's ability to shift gears across vastly different arenas, legal, criminal, psychological, and strategic, gives him the edge in planning versatility. For planning formulation speed, Baku is a master of long-term planning, setting up chain reactions years ahead. He adjusts well but prefers premeditation. Akiyama's planning speed is borderline superhuman. He quickly created the model of his non-performing loan plan and had to plan and strategize for every game without previous information, which means he had to strategize every round he faced to go along with his non-performing loan plan, which makes his formulation speed ridiculous, so he takes this. For planning coverage, Baku's plan covered massive ground. From Kakeru, manipulating media, altering elite institutions, Akiyama's plan had slightly narrower structural coverage, but emotionally and ethically, it was broader. He protected individuals, disrupted an entire profit machine, took into account the debts of the players, the best method to save as most people in the tournament, etc. This one is close because both covered as much as they could given their goals, but I would say Baku's coverage is slightly superior. For planning intricacies, Baku's decade-long scheme was deeply intricate. He layered psychological traps, political manipulations, and multi-step deceptions across a timeline that spanned a decade. Freeing Kiara by losing a game, planting ideas into Sasaoka, and even rerouting national broadcasts were all woven into one master arc. However, I think Akiyama's planning is more intricate. We are talking that every single manipulation tactic, every strategy, every scheme, every layer he designed within the tournament was made up for his plan. The complexity of Akiyama's tactics are in another level. For that reason, taking into account everything he did in every single round, aligned with his NPL plan. The intricacies of his plan are superb, so Akiyama takes this. For planning aim, Baku's aim is abstract due to his philosophy of life being a gamble. We can say the aim of his plan was to have the greatest gamble of his life, the most amusing event, but also achieve Kakeru's control for his greater goal. Despite these interpretations, what's clear is that Baku had the next main objectives: get his alibi from the first surpassing the leader stolen, fulfill the conditions to play surpassing the leader, and win against Hal exploiting his memory loss, to this way become the leader of Kakeru. On the other hand, Akiyama had the next objectives: protect Nao Kanzaki from the Liar Game, extort as much money during the rounds to cover the debts of others, accumulate a personal martyr debt, and make sure the winner of the rounds doesn't withdraw. So the corporation makes no profit, all of this to achieve the Liar Game's destruction. The aim Akiyama used the destruction of the Liar Game are more impressive than Baku's. We are talking that in a tournament of deception and constant betrayals, Akiyama had to save as many as he could. He had to protect Nao, while she continuously assisted the rounds even after being saved by Akiyama, which means Akiyama had to adapt and create a way to protect her, had to calculate when was the best time to lose or win a game based on the potential benefits for his NPL plan, while securing the corporation made no profit. In a tournament of deception, Akiyama had to strategize every round to accomplish these ridiculous objectives to secure his goal, so Akiyama takes this. For planning resilience, Baku's plans proved to be highly resilient. Even when major disruptions hit, like the theft of the 50 billion or the ban by Ideal, he stayed the course and realigned his plan around these new obstacles. He absorbed blows without collapsing. Still, Akiyama's resilience is on another level. For 66 straight days, he endured tons of betrayals, physical exhaustion, massive financial debt, unpredictable games, Yokoya's constant vendettas against Nao, and the immense intellectual adversity he faced in every game yet never abandoned his moral or strategic compass. And even when the rules were designed so he could not save everyone nor destroy the Liar Corporation, he still found a way, which shows how ridiculous his planning resilience is. For planning invincibility. Before deciding who takes this, there is something worth mentioning. These two plans prove to be invincible. constantly adapting, shielding, resisting, and succeeding. Both allowed Baku and Aki to achieve their goal. Baku, despite planning for a decade marked with constant and unpredictable changes, was able to manage the invincibility of his plan. As the top planner he is, he emerged as the victorious in every phase of his plan. Despite the interferences and loopholes created by these, he managed to quickly recover and adapt. However, a factor I want to point out: if Baku had years to plan with advance, Akiyama's invincibility, on the other hand, seems more mind-blowing, as he had zero time, no prep, no resources, no internal knowledge of the corporation, zero information about the games, no information about the participants. And yet, despite this huge adversity, he created a scheme to win round by round, weakening the corporation. And even when they decided to stop Akiyama's plan in the last game, Akiyama created a miraculous method to achieve his non-performing loan and the destruction of both the Liar Game and the Liar Game Corporation. The more time you have to do planification, the highest chances to assure the invincibility of your plan. The less time you must plan, the more likely your plan will collapse. For that simple reason, Akiyama takes planning invincibility. Now let's compare it using our own metrics. For logical tier, I think Baku takes it because he not only operated his decade plan with pure systematic logic, but also abstract logic, which makes it slightly harder to conceive. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat has more layers and incorporates every tactic he used through the Liar Game. For resources management, both Baku and Akiyama had zero resources to execute their plan. They started with zero, however, Baku had a resource. Aki didn't had time. Years to sit and think about everything involved his plan. For that reason, Aki takes it because he had no resources, only debt, stress, and time constraints, yet still dismantled a trillionaire-backed death game using intellect alone. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it because he was bound by rigid game rules, limited time, and was constantly under surveillance, yet altered every outcome to favor collective salvation. For adversity force, both faced great intellectual adversity, Akiyama facing Fukunaga, Harimoto, Kimura, and Yokoya, while Baku faced Amaki, Sutaguma, Lalo, and Hal. I will give the edge to intellectual adversity to Baku, although it is close. For situation hostility, Baku takes it because his plan consisted in losing the first, surpassing the leader, which means he also lost his right to be alive, and later on he had to put his life on the line actively to achieve his future goals. Akiyama also put his life in the line with his plan, but the consequences were not as brutal or hostile as Baku's. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. While it is true the plans of both Baku and Aki were tried to be counter, Akiyama's plan suffered more attempts to be countered. This was because his enemies, both players and the corporation, knew about his planning scheme. Yokoya actively tried to make Now lose, actively sought to defeat Akiyama's plans to save everyone, and even the Liar Game Corporation put in track a final game that would not allow Akiyama to use his NPL plan to achieve his goals. Yet despite this tremendous countering, he ended up victorious every single time. Baku, on the other hand, faced adversity but was not as active as Akiyama. This is because of a simple reason: nobody had any idea about his planning, which caused others to not actively try to destroy his plan, but rather disrupt small steps on it. That being said, I think Baku's plan is hardest to counter, simply because of the time he counted with, the planification and influence building he built across, plus the time he had to make his plan slightly harder to counter. So Baku takes this. After this, I think it's obvious these two plans are extremely on par, and the result can go either way. However, Baku takes long-term planning with extreme difficulty over Akiyama. Akiyama took short-term planning with extreme diff, and Baku took long-term planning with extreme difficulty. So planning could go either way between these two, but we must decide a winner, and I think the winner is Baku, just because his decade plan coverage. So Baku takes overall planning against Akiyama with extreme difficulty. Baku's goal with his strategy was simple: become the dropper at 8:59 a.m., which would result in using the extra second to trick Hal. To use the leap second effectively, he had to accumulate Hal's lethal drug throughout the game to ensure Hal dies after falling for the leap second. In the first half of the game, Baku intentionally fails his check to understand the game's pacing. This is a calculated risk to gather information about how much time the injection, revival, and resumption of the game will take, crucial to calculating the time precisely to be the dropper at the desired minute. Before taking the drug, Baku removed his coat, preparing for his next turn as D. This action is part of his tactic to create ambiguity for Hal. In the second half, as D, Baku starts a mind game by positioning himself in front of Hal, revealing only part of his necktie and his left hand. By removing his coat earlier, he creates uncertainty about whether he is holding the handkerchief or the necktie. This forces Hal to waste time analyzing the situation. Baku starts accumulating Hal's lethal drug, setting the foundation for the leap second's efficacy, achieving 24 seconds worth of lethal drug. During the second round, Baku adopts a cautious approach, believing Hal won't drop the handkerchief early. Hal, anticipating Baku's caution, drops the handkerchief at the 35th second to test Baku's response. Baku does not check until the end, reinforcing Hal's belief that he is playing it safe. In the second half, as D, Baku holds the handkerchief, but Hal checks after 5 seconds, which results in a failed check and prevents Baku from accumulating more of his time. In the first half of the third round, Baku devises a 3 near-death strategy to manage his time and stay within survivable limits. He decides to play it safe, accumulating only 4 seconds of near-death time when Hal drops the handkerchief at the 56th second. During the second half, as D, Baku drops the handkerchief at the 24th second to conceal his leap second strategy from Hal. Hal plays it safe, accumulating 36 seconds of near-death time. In the first half of the fourth round, Baku aims to fail his check to enter the leap second route, but does not want Hal to suspect his plan. He checks at 10 seconds, but Hal drops the handkerchief at 7 seconds, which prevents Baku from entering the leap second route. In the second half, as D, Baku instantly drops the handkerchief to accumulate Hal's lethal drug. Hal checks at the 34th second, which results in a worthy accumulation of the drug. In the fifth round, Baku checks instantly to enter the leap second route, but Hal blocks him again. As D, Baku drops the handkerchief instantly, and Hal checks at 15 seconds, which, even though it is only a few seconds, is valid for accumulating his drug. In the sixth round's first half, Baku checks instantly, and Hal does not drop the handkerchief, which results in Baku being ejected. After all this procedure, Baku is now in the leap second route. In the second half, Baku drops the handkerchief instantly to accumulate more of the drug. However, Hal uses echolocation and checks 8 seconds after, which blocks a long time accumulation. During the seventh round, Baku realizes he can increase Hal's TTD by making Hal die for over 2 minutes. Hal drops the handkerchief instantly. Baku checks at 59 seconds, so he accumulates 60 seconds of near-death time. In the second half, Baku deduces that Hal is using echolocation and adjusts his strategy accordingly by flattening the handkerchief and sitting on it, which prevents Hal from using echolocation effectively. However, Hal sees through this and checks instantly, accumulating only 1 second, which again blocks Baku's second goal. In the eighth round, Hal drops the handkerchief at 5 seconds. Baku plays it safe and checks at the end, accumulating 55 seconds. Baku's total accumulation now exceeds the 5-minute threshold, which means secure death. In the second half, Hal checks immediately and fails, which results in a total near-death time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds, emptying his cylinder accumulation. Finally, in the ninth round, Hal drops the handkerchief instantly. Baku does a safe check and accumulates 60 seconds, bringing his total accumulation to 5 minutes and 28 seconds. In the second half, which is played at 8:59 a.m., Baku is the dropper, achieving his strategic goal. Baku waits for Hal to turn around at the 60th second and finally drops the handkerchief, exploiting the extra 1 second of the leap second. With this, Baku is able to become the winner of the game. Akiyama's goals in musical chairs aligned with his NPL plan, which means Akiyama needed to create a global economic profit so the players can pay their debts while protecting Now and preventing the winner of the game from paying the money withdrawal to the Liar Game Corporation. At the beginning of the game, he had to build a strong alliance to control the game, manipulate other factions, specifically Harimoto and Yokoya, into weakening each other, create a faction made with the Gaias so he could manipulate the game in specific moments, and generate a global economic profit so players could repay the game debt of 100 million yen. Akiyama compares the game to Japan's fragmented history, where alliances and power dynamics determine success. He recognizes that controlling chairs, votes, and alliances is key to winning. He predicts that factions will form and wage war, similar to historical nations. To create his faction, Akiyama establishes a system where each team member shares 3 medals with others, fostering unity and ensuring shared victory or defeat. Akiyama identifies Baldi as a potential ally due to his lack of a team and the fact that he stole Four Eye's chair. He manipulates Baldi by threatening to eliminate his chair if he doesn't join, while offering the benefits of shared medals and guaranteed chairs. This way, he builds a team of 5 people, giving him numerical superiority. However, Akiyama realizes in the later rounds that Harimoto's faction has gained an extra vote, which means Harimoto has a secret member, a fact that will be crucial for his upcoming strategy. Later in the game, Harimoto and Yokoya form an alliance to destroy Akiyama, who was the biggest threat at that moment. Akiyama observes how this alliance works. They deliver a paper with 3 numbers each, which they will have to discard or agree on to eliminate in the upcoming election. At this point, the game is under the total control of the Yokoya and Harimoto faction. However, Akiyama decides that combating them directly is not the best approach since he can destroy this alliance indirectly by simply boycotting elections. Akiyama decides his faction will stop voting, removing the greater evil and causing Harimoto and Yokoya's alliance to break. Now that Akiyama has decided not to control the game via elections, the best Harimoto and Yokoya can do is start a war between themselves, since they possess crucial information on each other's possible chair numbers. It's only a matter of time before the first faction to strike gains the upper hand, and it happens, creating a conflict between Harimoto and Yokoya. While abstaining from the elections, Akiyama contacts Shima, a regular Gaia, and proposes a deal. Akiyama uses 2 medals from each member of his team to buy Shima's cooperation. However, he will only give these medals to him after he completes specific tasks. Akiyama tells Shima to reunite the Gaias and convince them to work together to maximize their profit in the game. The Gaias are essential because their votes are valid in the presidential elections. They possess the power to decide who wins or loses. Additionally, the Gaias can identify which medals are worthless and which are valuable by comparing the different types they've acquired so far, allowing them to deduce each faction's intended last man sitting. This knowledge enables them to sell their votes for the most valuable medals. Akiyama instructs Shima to tell the Gaias that he will collect the trash medals they've accumulated, but they should each keep 1 trash medal of each type. This results in Shima acquiring all the trash medals in the game, while the Gaias retain 1 trash medal of each type. Later, when Shima and Akiyama meet again, Shima gives Akiyama all the trash medals he collected, and in exchange for his work, Akiyama gives Shima the promised medals. The purpose of this action was simple. Akiyama recognized that musical chairs, by its nature, would strip nearly all medals from the winner, resulting in minimal economic profit. Instead of striving to win, Akiyama speculated that if he could make the owner of the most trash medals the finalist, he and most players could maximize their earnings. After the events of Day 1, the final election resulted in one of Akiyama's chairs being eliminated, meaning one of his teammates would have to become a Gaia the next day. Akiyama then sends Nao to negotiate with the other factions. However, he is certain Nao won't reach any agreement. His secret was to keep the leaders of the 2 enemy factions, Yokoya and Harimoto, awake all night, watching for any potential agreements. All players had run more than 30 kilometers that first day, but Akiyama wants to ensure Yokoya and Harimoto are completely exhausted for the final day, particularly Yokoya, whom he is targeting as the finalist. The reason for this will be explained later. His team has a tense discussion about who will become the Gaia. During this conversation, Baldi voices his refusal to be eliminated, threatening to leak valuable information to their enemies if he is forced out. This leads Akiyama to theorize a possible betrayal scenario. He anticipates that if Baldi defects to Yokoya and provides crucial information, the game will develop in a way that aligns with his strategic goals. At this point, Akiyama's objective is to make one of Yokoya's teammates the finalist. Why Yokoya's team specifically? During the first day, Yokoya and Harimoto's factions delivered the most trash medals. However, Harimoto had 4 allies, meaning fewer trash medals were used per person compared to Yokoya, who only had 2 teammates. Yokoya's faction spent nearly all their trash medals buying Gaia support. This means Akiyama possessed the most trash medals belonging to Yokoya's teammates, Fatso and Bangs. 9 of their medals had been distributed among the Gaias by Shima, as Akiyama had instructed. Therefore, Akiyama needed to ensure one of these players reached the final stage and won. Akiyama appeared to agree with Baldi not becoming an extra, but in reality, he was already preparing to disrupt his strategy. He pretended to agree to prevent Baldi from betraying them first and stealing 2 chairs. To mitigate this risk, Akiyama planned to verify the chair location Baldi provided the next day. Once confirmed as legitimate, he would feed Baldi a fake chair location, minimizing future damage. With Baldi's betrayal in mind, Akiyama predicts Baldi will leak chair numbers to Yokoya. He is certain Baldi will choose Yokoya because Yokoya's faction has fewer members and would gladly exchange medals for such valuable information. Additionally, Baldi has witnessed Yokoya's intellect in previous games and trusts him to use the information effectively. Akiyama predicts Yokoya will use this intel to destabilize Harimoto and take control of the game. He is certain Yokoya will dominate afterward due to the NG game, having abductively reasoned a loophole to minimize risk. By using a number that isn't theirs, they could deceive the other side. Akiyama is confident both Harimoto and Yokoya have hidden some of their real numbers. After Baldi's leak, Yokoya will realize Harimoto lied about his numbers, proving he planned to betray him. Combined with their existing grudge from previous betrayals, Yokoya will no longer need Harimoto and will instead aim to eliminate him entirely, especially since Akiyama is no longer a threat due to his absence from elections and his leaked numbers. Akiyama is sure Yokoya will take control of the NG game with Harimoto to strike first, winning the elections and eliminating Harimoto's chair. After this, Yokoya will have 2 options: declare war on Harimoto or attempt to reconcile, claiming the chair elimination was a miscommunication. Knowing Yokoya's deceptive nature, Akiyama is certain he will choose the latter. This will result in one of Harimoto's faction becoming a Gaia, proving that abstaining from elections is not a viable way to earn medals. Consequently, the Gaias might disobey Shima and rejoin the elections. Akiyama must prevent this at all costs, as his next goal is to push Yokoya to near collapse, forcing him to buy Gaia support to secure 2 finalist spots, which is crucial for Akiyama's strategy. To avoid this, Akiyama instructs Shima to lie, telling the Gaias that Harimoto's member became a Gaia because Yokoya eliminated one of Akiyama's chairs, and Akiyama quickly stole one of Harimoto's in retaliation. This explanation will placate the Gaias and allow him to proceed with his plan, Yokoya's near collapse. Based on Yokoya's history of betrayal, Akiyama predicts Harimoto will anticipate deception after Yokoya wins the NG game again. Harimoto will command his allies to vote for one of them, causing a tie between Nao and one of Harimoto's crew, both with 5 votes. This will expose Shima's lie to the Gaias and jeopardize his leadership. Akiyama predicts a re-election will occur, conducted with the same voters, meaning the Gaias cannot participate, preventing any disruption to his goal. He considers that Yokoya and Harimoto might attempt to negotiate again to win the re-elections, but is certain their cooperation will fail. Both prioritize becoming the final winner over finding a mutually profitable solution, and their history of betrayals makes renegotiation unlikely. This will force Harimoto and Yokoya to rely on Akiyama's votes, offering support in exchange for eliminating a specific chair. Akiyama foresees that eliminating Yokoya's chair is more beneficial, even if it sacrifices one of Yokoya's teammates, as it will force Yokoya to take drastic action to regain control and defeat Harimoto, securing 2 finalist spots and exactly what Akiyama wants. After this, he predicts Yokoya will attempt to buy Gaia votes or locate the Gaia leader to avoid defeat. Akiyama anticipates Yokoya bribing Shima, who would accept due to the inconveniences Akiyama caused him. If Yokoya gains Gaia support, he will easily deduce Harimoto's secret ally, Sakai, and exploit this weakness. Akiyama knew from the beginning that Harimoto had a hidden ally, and identified Sakai once he accessed the trash metals. With Gaia support, Yokoya could bribe Sakai, obtaining his vote and information about Harimoto's next chair number, allowing him to win the next election and eliminate Harimoto's seat, securing total victory. If all unfolds as predicted, the remaining players will be Akiyama, Nao, Sakai, Yokoya, and one of his allies. Yokoya will then eliminate the remaining non-allied chairs, cornering Akiyama's faction. Before Yokoya can fully eliminate them, Akiyama makes his move. He approaches the Gaias, explaining that 9 of them hold the medals of the remaining finalists. To prevent Yokoya from sitting, they must form a human wall, blocking him while his ally sits to avoid Akiyama's re-entry. Akiyama is certain the Gaias will cooperate. However, there's a chance Yokoya escapes the wall, so Akiyama reduces this possibility to 0. After processing all this information overnight, Akiyama knows exactly how the game will unfold the next day. With his winning strategy formulated, he proceeds to betray Baldi. Everything Akiyama calculated happens exactly as predicted. Once Yokoya, Fatso, and Nao are the finalists, Akiyama mobilizes the Gaias to execute the human wall, blocking Yokoya and ensuring Fatso's victory. Also, during the human wall, why did Akiyama stay outside the circle? Normally, the more people, the harder it is to break. But Akiyama stayed out to prevent any bribery attempts by Yokoya. With the Fatso medals outside the circle with him, he could outmatch any medal Yokoya could offer. Since Akiyama already knew Yokoya's bribing tactics from the pandemic game, he was prepared. If Yokoya tried to use his checks, he'd have to write them down, giving Akiyama the chance to slip in from behind and take his pen. In short, Akiyama stayed outside to block any out-bribing attempts, something Yokoya ultimately avoided, recognizing the strength of Akiyama's outside position. A common misconception is that Yokoya made a mistake by telling Fatso not to sit. With 2 chairs remaining, both Yokoya's, he could have sat alone and won. However, the situation was more complex. With 3 players and 2 chairs, leaving one unused allows the third player, Nao, to steal it. Yokoya knew Akiyama's team could bribe Gaias to track and steal a chair. Since chairs detect players, a Gaia sitting on one would not register, making it stealable. Thus, Yokoya's best option was to eliminate Nao by having both himself and Fatso sit, then win the final election. Akiyama accounted for this, knowing Fatso would sit regardless. By blocking Yokoya, Fatso automatically wins, converting 23 worthless medals into 2.3 billion yen. The Gaias earned 900 million, while Akiyama's faction secured 1.4 billion. With this strategy, Akiyama flawlessly dominated the most chaotic game in the liar game, saving 9 players from debt, protecting Nao, and ensuring the official winner couldn't pay the withdrawal. Now let's discuss who takes the main strategic categories. For strategy, complexity, and depth, Baku's strategy relies on precise temporal manipulation and psychological misdirection, centering on a single decisive maneuver, the leap second. While sophisticated in execution, its scope remains confined to binary interactions between 2 players. Akiyama's framework operates at a systemic level, integrating alliance dynamics, their formation, manipulation, and controlled dissolution, economic warfare through metal conversion, debt payment, and trash metal exploitation, and metagame control like fatigue inducement, electoral sabotage, and information asymmetry. Akiyama's strategic depth lies in its multi-layered game theory, modeling multiple factions, thinking laterally to find a winning method that aligns with his NPL plan, predicting cascading betrayals, inducing tiredness in his opponents, and manipulating the development of the game with few actions. Compared to chess, this isn't just chess. It's playing 3 chess games at once, where every move in one affects the others. Baku manipulated one person's perception. Akiyama engineered group psychology, brokered alliances, induced exhaustion, manufactured distrust. Managing these many cognitive variables is exponentially harder than managing the leap second route. Baku played within the rules. Akiyama rewrote them without breaking them, turned abstention into a weapon, exploited chair mechanics, hijacked the economy of the game. In conclusion, Baku's strategy was a flawless cut. Akiyama's was a self-sustaining engine of chaos, where every component fed into an unstoppable endgame. That's why Akiyama takes complexity with very high difficulty. He wasn't just playing the game, he was redesigning it from the inside. For strategic foresight, foresight in strategy isn't just about predicting the next move, it's about orchestrating events so far in advance that opponents unknowingly work for you. Baku sometimes anticipated Hal's reactions, but Akiyama engineered an entire self-fulfilling prophecy. His foresight operated on a higher level. Baku studied Hal's behavior to time his leap second. Akiyama didn't just predict actions, he designed the triggers that guaranteed them. He was pre-writing the script for others to follow. Baku's foresight spanned minutes. Akiyama's spanned the 2 days of the game, with each phase setting up the next. Baku's brilliance was in precision timing. Akiyama's foresight was dominance. If opponents zigged, he'd already planned for it. If they zagged, their counterplay was part of his blueprint. Even their successes were traps. Baku saw the path to victory. Akiyama designed the terrain so victory was the only possible outcome. So, he takes this with very high difficulty. For strategy shielding. Strategic shielding refers to a plan's ability to protect itself from disruption, whether through counterplays, unexpected variables, or opponent interference. Baku, in his strategy, faced several moments where his strategy lacked the shielding to secure Hal's drug accumulation and was not allowed to secure entering his leap second route. In fact, whether you believe Hal noticed the leap second or not, it was Hal's failed check that allowed Baku to enter the route, not Baku's own ability to shield his route spot. While Akiyama's shielding was flawless, he mainly shielded his strategy via 3 spots. Boycotted the elections, which prevented his early elimination and secured his spot as a player for the next day, which was crucial to secure, with his own power, that Yokoya's ally ended up as a finalist. Later, he shielded the possibility of Yokoya escaping the human wall by sending Nao, which caused him sleep deprivation and induced severe tiredness. And in the endgame, he shielded his strategy from Gaia interference, ensuring they were not present for the 18th round, and therefore the election, which gave him enough power to be the one deciding the winner of the round. This pushed Yokoya to a critical situation where he had to buy Gaia votes, which shielded any disruption of Yokoya not securing his top 2 spots. So yeah, Akiyama shielded his strategy way better than Baku, so he takes this with high diff. For strategy control, Baku controlled time and some of Hal's actions. Akiyama controlled the game's foundational systems: economic control, political control, informational control. This isn't just influencing players, he was hijacking the game's operating system. Baku tricked Hal into predictable reactions. Akiyama removed free will entirely. Yokoya chose to use his resources on Gaia votes because Akiyama made it the only option, and Yokoya was unaware this move was crafted by Akiyama. Harimoto chose to betray Yokoya because Akiyama stoked his paranoia. Yokoya decided to strike back on Harimoto because Akiyama fed him information. Baldi chose to betray Akiyama because Akiyama built up this betrayal. Shima brings the trash metals to Akiyama because he gave him false pretexts to do so. Sakai decided to betray Harimoto because Akiyama pushed Yokoya into contacting him. Yokoya chose to stay awake the whole night because Akiyama made him do so. Literally everything that happened during this game was under Akiyama's total control. But his control was not only during the game, it was also post-game, since it made the Liar Game Corporation's victory hollow by the winner not withdrawing due to lack of resources. Secured Now could repay her total debt, and the Gaias could pay the debt of the game itself. This surpasses Baku's control. Baku mastered a single moment. Akiyama mastered the entire continuum of play. That's control as total strategic sovereignty. Not just strategizing to win, but designing a scenario where winning is inevitable. For strategy effectiveness, effectiveness in strategy isn't just about winning. It's about maximizing outcomes while minimizing vulnerabilities. Baku's strategy was efficient, achieving victory with precision. Akiyama's was optimally effective, ensuring total success across every possible metric. Baku had one objective: kill Hal at 8:59 a.m. Success was binary, either he timed it right or failed. Akiyama had to secure effectiveness in 5 different scenarios. Financial, by turning the trash metals into 2.3 billion. Political, by controlling the election's outcomes, securing his target as the winner. Structural, by breaking the Liar Game Corporation's payout system, part of his NPL plan. Psychological, making Yokoya think he was winning until the final move. Social, ensuring 9 players escape debt. That's effectiveness as total strategic overmatch. Not just doing things right, but doing the right things so perfectly that defeat becomes impossible. So, Akiyama takes this with high difficulty. For strategy building and alignment, Baku constructed a single brilliant trick, the leap second, and built the entering route for it, although with a lot of inconveniences. Akiyama, on the other hand, built an entire strategic ecosystem. Built alliances designed to prevail and self-destruct when needed. Built economy by weaponizing trash metals. Built enemies' psychology by breaking them via fatigue and paranoia. Built rules mechanics, turned abstention, Gaia votes, and blocking into weapons. It's a self-sustaining engine of control, where every piece exists to serve multiple purposes. So he takes this with high diff. For strategy length, this goes to Akiyama, mid diff, no doubts. Akiyama designed a strategy with enough length to control the game over 2 whole days, while Baku designed one to control a few rounds till the leap second. Finally, strategy adaptability. Both showed great adaptability. Baku adjusted tactics to accumulate Hal's drug or enter the leap second. Akiyama adjusted tactics to dismantle his enemies, adapted tactics to win political control of the game via the Gaia Alliance, adjusted the events of day 2, making Baldi betray him, etc. Now for the other categories, Akiyama takes logical, tier no doubts. I don't think I need to give explanations why, after the previous analysis. Akiyama before takes strategy complexity, so he obviously takes complexity tier again. For resource management, Baku had the huge advantage of choosing the day the game would be played, so he had enough resources to create the leap second as a viable option. Akiyama was in a game where the winner would have to give many of his medals to secure votes, in an environment of betrayals, where he had to build up the resources to make everyone take a piece of the cake, but he couldn't allow anyone to know how. With 2 medals from each member of his team, he hijacked all the trash medals of the game, turned disadvantageous situations into resources for him to win, so he takes resource management. Complexity of the situation goes to Baku. He played a more rule-restricted game. Adversary force, Akiyama faced Yokoya, Kimura, and Harimoto, extremely sharp individuals. Hal is individually smarter than them, but combined? Akiyama faced an alliance where these 3 work together, so I think he takes adversary force via quantity, because not only are they 3, but they are also ridiculously smart. For situation hostility, it goes to Baku because Drop the Handkerchief is a lethal game. You can pause your screen to read the consistency results. Finally, we have countering. Baku's leap second strategy was countered many times by Hal. However, the lack of control Baku had with his strategy makes it a strategy that is easy to disrupt. By a miscalculation or perfect play by someone, it is totally possible to deny Baku access to the leap second route. A strategy that can be prevented from happening via mistakes of the enemy makes it a counterable strategy. Now let's not even consider if someone knows about the leap second and plays to counter its entrance or the total drug accumulation. Baku's strategy is not perfect. It can be countered in several ways, in several moments. Akiyama's strategy is bulletproof. There is no way to directly counter it. He designed the game to be in total control. Some of you will say, if Yokoya told Fatso not to sit, then what? But I already debunked this myth. Fatso had to sit that round to prevent Akiyama's reinsertion in the game, so Akiyama takes countering. Based on the previous distribution, Akiyama's strategy is clearly superior. Redesigned the whole game, anticipated several variables, aligned his gameplay with his NPL plan, and read the minds of all the players of this game. And not simply mind reading, he read the minds of genius people like Yokoya, Kimura, and Haramoto, read their thoughts and the reasoning process of their future decision making. He is the true mind reader. So the Liar King takes strategy with very high difficulty over the Lie Eater. After the first round ended, Baku considered the possibility that Sudaguma might be bluffing about his password attempt. Sudaguma had enough information to input the correct number, yet Baku quickly noticed a subtle detail. Sudaguma put on his coat but didn't button it. This small act suggested that Sudaguma knew the game wasn't over, and he'd have to play another round. Buttoning up would be pointless, since he'd just have to remove the coat later to reattach the arm injector. This observation made Baku almost certain the number Sudaguma gave Hugo was a bluff, designed to mislead him in later rounds. But Baku needed absolute confirmation. He followed Sudaguma upstairs, where no rules applied, thinking if he survived this encounter, the password was definitely a trap. When Sudaguma saw him, he attacked, stabbing Baku in the eye but deliberately letting him live. This confirmed Baku's suspicion. Sudaguma still needed more information to narrow down the correct number. While following Sudaguma, Baku noticed another clue. A noise came from behind them, yet Sudaguma looked up instead of turning around. Baku later checked what was ahead, a building. He deduced Sudaguma expected snipers to be watching from there, so he avoided looking back to hide his awareness. Later, Sudaguma chose the opposite stairs to return to the first floor. Why? To avoid being shot by the snipers. Finally, before the attack, Baku realized Sudaguma had been leading him toward a large hole in the wall. When Sudaguma struck, it wasn't just an assault. He was preventing Baku from exposing himself to the snipers in a vulnerable position. This entire chain of reasoning confirmed two things. The password was a bluff, and Sudaguma still needed more rounds to uncover the real number. Through this process, Baku pieced together Sudaguma's intentions, emotions, and external pressures, leaving no doubt that the password was a trap. During his university years, Akiyama is given the task to profile the author of a mysterious card. Akiyama is able to perceive the sender as a 19-year-old male with a dark and negative personality. Akiyama is able to deduce it for some reasons. This is a balloon card, a practice Japanese young people do, with the idea of sending a letter through a balloon to a stranger. With this fact, the sender would still be a young person to have a childish idea to write this card. Based on this, if you were about to write a letter to someone you've never met before, you would start off with a greeting and then an introduction about yourself. However, the letter contains no introduction. Why did he not say anything about himself? Did he not want to? If he didn't want to, Akiyama says the expressions he used in the card, such as hope and courage, must have come as a result of wanting to shake off the difficult conditions that surrounded him. Akiyama says that is all he could deduce, since from this point on he contacted someone to know the identity of this person, but I quote, "It's not going to be a deduction from here on out." Which means all these previous things he deduced were achieved on his own, requiring great emotional perception to tell personality and age, despite not knowing the individual at that point. However, how could Akiyama deduce correctly the age of the sender? I talked with a Japanese friend of mine in order to help me understand the original letter, which is in Japanese, and see if the sentence structure or syntax could give details that could narrow the age gap of the writer for Akiyama. And in fact, here is how Akiyama deduced the age. Haru to yuno wa tabedachi to aratana deai no kisetsu desu, which means spring is a season of farewells and new encounters. Haru to yuno wa kibo no kisetsu desu translates as spring is a season of hope. These kinds of reflections are typical of someone going through major life transitions, such as finishing high school, starting college, or entering the workforce, which usually happen around age 18 to 22. Nugaku, kurasuge, shushoku, starting school, changing classes, getting a job. These are very specific to late teenage years and early adulthood. An older adult who's long past these stages is unlikely to list them like this, especially in such a central way, unless they're writing about the past. The writer uses polite Japanese form, but with simple sentence structure and vocabulary. This suggests someone who has completed basic education, but doesn't yet have the linguistic complexity or professional tone typical of older adults. Teens and young adults who just finished school or are entering society are taught to use this polite form, especially in letters. The writer sounds polite but not overly refined, which fits a young person still learning social norms like an 18 to 19-year-old. Finally, the ending line. Kono tegami o yonde kureta koto o boku ni oshiete kudasai. Please let me know if you read this letter. This shows a desire to be acknowledged or responded to, which may suggest some emotional vulnerability or uncertainty, common in people who are still forming their identity and confidence, like a 19-year-old. With this analysis, we can understand how Akiyama was able to deduce the age of the sender, since all the evidence we just pointed out and the previous personality analysis Akiyama did pointed to a young individual between 18 to 22. However, given some lines, Akiyama could narrow the gap to just 18 or 19, which he ultimately went for the 19-year-old intuition, and it resulted in being correct. Making this a great emotional perception feat, since Akiyama was able to tell personality traits of the sender, beliefs, and even guessed correctly the age of someone he never met or saw before, perceiving emotions through words, which is insane. For logical tier, Baku takes it. His feat involves strategic thinker traits, using paradoxes, testing Sudaguma's bluff by provoking him, risk manipulation, such following him into a hostile area, and reframing the situation, linking multiple observations to confirm the bluff. Akiyama's feat is more situational problem solver deductive, but limited to profiling without layered contingencies. For complexity tier, in raw emotional perception, Akiyama's feat is more complex. He's able to perceive emotions via words, which is objectively more difficult than perceiving emotions from someone you have in front of you. His profiling based on the balloon card tradition and the words the sender used was exceptional, to the point he could determine his personality, the state of his life while writing the card, and his age to perfection. For resource management, Baku takes it. He pulled off this feat with no resources in his favor, while Akiyama was in a more favorable position. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it, no doubts. He was playing Bloody Dotty. For adversity force, Baku takes it due to facing Sudaguma. For situation hostility, Baku takes it. Life or death stress. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of consistency. For countering, both feats can be counterable in a way, but to counter Baku's feat, you would need more effort and awareness of his active emotional perception. For this simple reason, Baku takes it. So, Baku took almost all the categories here, which doesn't make Akiyama's feat bad by any means. But this feat from Baku is objectively better, so I think it's fair to say Baku takes emotional perception with high difficulty over Akiyama. During the one-shot, Baku is trying to understand how the gamble Yaku is telling him about finished. At some point, he wants to get into the shoes of Marukobashi, one of the players of this gamble. When a round of this game is over, based on certain actions, Marukobashi's neck will be pulled up by the same amount of money he has collected during that same round. This obviously, as a punishment. Baku gets so deep into that gamble, that Baku's mind starts experiencing the sensations Marukobashi went through during that game. Since during that game the bills were different than the ones used currently, Baku asks Yaku what the weight of the old bill at that time was. Yaku says it shouldn't be above a gram. With this information, Baku is able to understand the weight Marukobashi's neck was holding, and what he was experiencing exactly at that moment, causing Baku severe pain. Baku's emotional understanding gets so deep that he almost passes out while Yaku was telling him the development of the story, which shows how receptive he was at the sensations Marukobashi was dealing with at that time. Before the final game started, Akiyama needed to create a fake entity that he would later exploit to force the game into a stalemate. However, this entity had to possess some power to make its presence dangerous in the long run. Yokoya is the wealthiest person Akiyama knows. He understands that Yokoya is emotionally driven to prove he is his father's equal, because his father is an extremely successful man. Yokoya often feels inferior to him. However, Yokoya seeks an idea of domination. Akiyama recognizes this stems from his upbringing as a child. He understands that a rich person feels different than a regular one, and in the liar game, they are mostly driven by personal motives rather than greed. In Yokoya's case, it's about seeking validation from his father. Yokoya often feels he's in a position he doesn't deserve, since it's because of his father he's there, not his own achievements. To cope with the idea that he deserves his position, he is in the liar game to prove that his status in life is irrelevant, because he is a man who dominates others. After this profiling and emotional understanding, Akiyama creates an entity with the same feelings and emotions as Yokoya, but with a different ideology. He tells Nao there is a plan to save everyone, but she needs to mention very specific things. Alongside Yokoya, there is a player who is absurdly rich, thanks to his father, a very wealthy man. However, this player is in the liar game to escape his father's control, since his father always looks down on him, like he's good for nothing. He wants to leave the game with millions so his father will never interfere again, But if his team loses, he'll have to ask his father to cover their debts. After hearing this, Yokoya immediately questions the plan and defends himself, demanding now avoid mentioning him alongside this good-for-nothing. He insists the player's father is right about his son being useless, just as Akiyama predicted. Akiyama told now that Yokoya would act defensive, so after his outburst, she should say, "At least this guy wants to escape his father's control," which makes him more valuable than Yokoya, who blindly follows the ideals his father taught him. This serves different purposes. First, to make Yokoya reflect on his emotions, crucial for the final step of Akiyama's plan. Second, to embarrass Yokoya, which will result into him avoiding asking further questions about this rich player. But Akiyama's emotional manipulation doesn't stop there. His fake plan to save everyone, via the rich player asking his father for money, includes deliberate contradictions to ensure its collapse. First, Now said the rich player would have to lose, but this contradicts his goal of independence. Emotionally, it doesn't align. Second, even if he loses, his father sees him as worthless. So, why would he ask for 1.3 billion when he could just ask for the 450 million needed to cover his debts? The less he asks, the less ashamed he'd be. Logically, he'd abandon the others to avoid further humiliation. Akiyama crafted these flaws on purpose, ensuring players would give up on his plan and join Yokoya's side, while making Yokoya believe this was Akiyama's only strategy. After being eliminated, with only 2 kingdoms remaining, Akiyama approaches them and asks if they've identified the rich player. When they say no, he warns them that's a problem. He explains that a rich person is different. The others are driven by fear, terrified of losing and facing ruin. But a rich heir doesn't care about money. Some millions won't change their life. Even if they lose, their father will save them. Winning or losing means nothing to them. Without fear, they can think clearly. Their principles are entirely different from an average person's. Akiyama points to Yokoya, who chose to forfeit the prize just to make Now and him lose. But the fake rich heir is different. He wants to cut ties with his father by leaving the liar game debt-free, so he never has to beg for help again. That means he's not after money, just freedom. This makes him willing to waste money to win. The best use of his wealth? Bribing a spy in the opposing team to leak their moves, ensuring his victory. Since neither kingdom has identified the rich heir, paranoia sets in. They assume he's on the other team because if he had a winning strategy, why hide? Akiyama claims the spy will feed the rich player their team's moves, allowing him to counter them. If he wins, he'll pay the spy's debts. Hearing this, the players panic. Akiyama then offers a strategy to prevent this outcome, but in reality, it's designed to push both teams into an unwinnable stalemate. Through deep emotional understanding, Akiyama successfully created 2 fake entities among the players, which was the key to his victory. So, for a logical tier, Akiyama takes this because his feats revolve around emotional logic. He analyzes the results of childhood upbringing under dominance, the paternal relationship, and its psychological effects. He understands how these emotions drive someone in the liar game, and how a rich heir would logically act based on personal goals. His deductions aren't just cold reasoning, they're rooted in deep emotional intelligence. For complexity tier, Akiyama dominates here, because his emotional understanding is extraordinarily complex. He profiles Yokoya, a super genius, and deciphers his inferiority complex, his need for domination, and the ideology of control. Then, he creates a fake entity with the same emotions as Yokoya, but a different mentality, sparking an emotional conflict. He even uses the rich heir's fabricated emotions to justify an alliance with a spy, manipulating the entire game's dynamics. This level of psychological manipulation is unmatched in complexity. For resource management, Akiyama wins this outright. He had no resources, no allies, no leverage. Yet, he pulled off an incredible feat purely through emotional insight. By understanding Yokoya, he fabricated 2 entities out of thin air, turning desperation into victory. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes this because he executed his plan while playing the Record of the 4 Kingdoms game. Meanwhile, Baku was just talking to Yaku, with no active stakes or layered strategy. Akiyama's feat required multitasking, deception, and psychological warfare in real time. For adversary force, Akiyama wins again. Yokoya was a highly intelligent, emotionally complex opponent. Outsmarting him wasn't just about strategy, it required breaking his psyche, emotional dismantling. For situation hostility, Akiyama's stakes were life and death. Losing meant being sold for weapon testing or human experiments. The pressure was unimaginable, and he still outmaneuvered everyone. Baku's scenario, while intense, didn't carry the same immediate existential threat. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of consistency. Finally, for countering. Akiyama's feat is nearly uncounterable. His emotional understanding was so refined, and his tactics so layered, that even Yokoya, a top-tier strategist, fell for it completely. Meanwhile, Baku's feat wasn't even executed against an opponent, making it incomparable in terms of resistance. Akiyama's mastery of psychology wasn't just smart, it was inescapable. Based in the previous distribution, Akiyama took more categories. However, I think Baku's feat is great in emotional understanding, but in a different aspect, such sensitiveness, not reason enough to underrate his feat. So I think Akiyama takes emotional understanding with very high difficulty over Baku. From the very beginning, Akiyama saw his mother's reflection in Nao. This profound connection became the driving force behind his singular mission to destroy the Liar Game tournament. By psychologically reframing the Liar Game Corporation as the same multi-level marketing scheme that destroyed his mother, and now as his mother's spiritual successor, he transformed personal trauma into unstoppable strategic fuel. This wasn't just motivation, it was complete emotional alchemy. Consider the staggering implications of his non-performing loan plan. He planned to win the tournament while deliberately accumulating catastrophic debt, which could result in the organizers of the Liar Game taking his life due to frustrating their plans. Committed to saving the very people he despised, greedy, selfish participants, embodying everything his honorable mother stood against. Willingly embraced the irony that these were the same types of people whose actions led to his mother's suicide. This went beyond forgiveness. It required Akiyama to fundamentally rewire his core beliefs in real time. The cognitive dissonance alone would break most people, yet he operationalized it into flawless strategy. His emotional engineering reached terrifying heights. Such weaponized nostalgia channeled past trauma into multi-layered game theory. Also, calculated self-destruction, accepted black market enslavement as probable outcome, yet did not care at all for himself, just about Neo and the other participants, was willing to sacrificial logic, designed Neo's safety into every plan, despite her being a liability, and ridiculous emotional precision, since he used controlled rage to psychologically profile and manipulate opponents just to win and achieve his plan. The final layer reveals true mastery. Akiyama maintained this emotional superstructure while planning perfect Liar Game strategies, managing Nao's moral crises, countering Yokoya's genius, bearing the knowledge that success meant his probable death. This wasn't just emotional intelligence, it was emotional engineering. Where others would crumble under such psychological weight, Akiyama forged it into an unstoppable weapon system. His goal of sacrificing himself by being the final winner, yet the only one with tremendous debt, which is an incredible dangerous move since he acknowledged the possible connections of the organizers with the underworld. And even with that, Akiyama continuously played the Liar Game with this objective, woke up every day knowing that his life could end by the moment he crushed the goal of the Liar Game organizers. And even with that hopeless resolution he wanted to achieve, he never gave up while playing the tournament, continuously strategizing and saving as many players he could, fighting for what he believed is correct, which reflects the purity and absolute depth of his emotional engagement. Baku has an endless goal, an impossible goal you might think. He wants to achieve world peace, which is why he desires to become the leader of Kekiru. This organization will grant him the power to change the world. However, Baku is a deeply complex character. Even if you disregard his emotional engagement, he constantly gambles with his life out of pure madness, simply because he enjoys the thrill, the gameplay. Baku pursues an impossible goal because if his ambition is endless, then the fun is endless as well. He continuously gambles his life despite the risks, always striving to win, driven by his desire to keep living so he can keep gambling. Despite being wounded severely time and again, despite risking the lives of those he cares about, and despite losing some of his closest companions, the emotional resilience required to overcome it all is tremendous. Now, comparing these two feats based on the previous rules we established feels almost ridiculous. Regardless of their other emotional intelligence feats, these two engagement feats are their most personal, the ones that define who they are as characters, the reasons they fight, and what they believe in. So, I want to briefly share my personal opinion on which feat is stronger as a pure display of emotional engagement. Akiyama's emotional engagement is deeply personal, sacrificial, and methodical. His connection to Nao isn't just a motivator, it's the core driver of his entire plan. He doesn't just feel, he weaponizes his emotions to reframe the liar game tournament as the same evil that destroyed his mother, channeling his hatred into a structured plan to save people he despises, overcoming his own trauma to uphold his mother's ideology, while also risks total ruin, financial, societal, enslavement, becoming a subject of weapon testing, all with full awareness of the consequences. And even if at the end of the manga it was never clarified what would have happened to losers, it does not debunk any of Akiyama's feat, since he worked with the mental pressure of this catastrophic outcome. His emotional engagement is controlled, precise, and self-destructive in pursuit of a moral goal. It's not just about passion, it's about emotional engineering, using his feelings as a tactical tool. On the other hand, Baku's emotional engagement is raw, boundless, and self-contradictory. His pursuit of world peace is less about morality and more about the infinite thrill of the gamble. Unlike Akiyama, Baku doesn't need a personal connection to fuel his actions. His engagement comes from the sheer ecstasy of risk. He gambles his life repeatedly, not for a cause, but because the act itself is his purpose. Loses loved ones, suffers brutal wounds, and faces death constantly, yet never wavers because his emotional engagement is self-sustaining madness. So if best means depth, sacrifice, and emotional precision, Akiyama wins. His engagement is structured, tragic, and morally charged, making it more narratively compelling in a traditional sense. If best means sheer intensity, relentless drive, and existential purity, Baku wins. His engagement is limitless, self-destructive, and almost inhuman in its persistence, making it more viscerally gripping. So, based on this, the choice is difficult. However, if I had to pick, I'd choose Akiyama's feat. He ultimately aims to sacrifice himself for people he despises, channeling all his hatred into destroying the liar game while protecting the only one he truly cares about, Kanzaki now. To me, that feat feels more human than Baku's. It's a convergence of hatred, tragedy, trauma, hope, and even love. Yokoya's advanced knowledge of the game, particularly during bid poker and human auction, exposed its grim reality. Losers would be sold on the black market for human experimentation or military weapon testing, leading to death or permanent incapacitation. Akiyama learned of this first through Kaneko and later likely from Nao, who was informed by Yokoya about his deep understanding of the tournament's true nature, based on a book detailing its horrors. These claims were corroborated by the insurmountable debts most players carried, making it plausible that the organizers would resort to inhumane methods to recover their losses. Despite his strategic brilliance, Akiyama couldn't dismiss the overwhelming evidence supporting Yokoya's warnings and also the words of the dealer during Minority Rule. We will recur to any method to collect your debt. The records of the Four Kingdoms game escalated the stakes further. Only one team could win financial resources, leaving 12 players as losers with no recourse and facing certain doom. Given the liar game's prolonged duration and the participants' inability to repay even 1% of their debts, it was logical that the organizers would detain the losers to prevent an escape since this was the final day of the tournament, therefore the last day to pay their debts. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Akiyama understood the life-threatening danger confronting every player, fueling his urgency to outmaneuver both Yokoya and the game's architects. Akiyama quickly realized that saving everyone under the game's rules was nearly impossible, and for a moment his worry became visible. Yet he mastered his emotions almost instantly, because he had to find a way. While securing his own victory would have been the rational choice, his extraordinary self-control drove him to pursue an altruistic plan with only a 1% chance of success. His strategy hinged on forcing a stalemate, rendering it impossible to declare a winner, a near impossible feat due to LP disparities. To achieve this, Akiyama manipulated Yokoya into forming a three-way pact, creating the narrow conditions for a partial stalemate. This fleeting opportunity demanded flawless execution, underscoring the sheer complexity and desperation of his plan. This moment exemplifies Akiyama's unparalleled emotional management. Faced with a scenario where everyone's lives, including Nao's, whom he cherished deeply, were at stake, he didn't default to self-preservation. Instead of creating a strategy to win the game and pay his Nao's debt to she be safe, he willingly gambled every life on a plan to engineer a stalemate. To remain so clear-headed and calculative, even under the threat of being sold into black market horrors, speaks volumes about his emotional fortitude. But his brilliance didn't stop there. Amid the chaos, Akiyama also managed the emotions of his teammates, all of whom were paralyzed by anxiety over the game's stakes. He convinced them that even if they lost the main battle, he would save them no matter what. Imagine the sheer audacity of that promise, convincing desperate people facing a fate worse than death to place their trust in him. That's how transcendent Akiyama's intellect and charisma were. He could stabilize others' emotions even in the face of existential terror. Some might argue that the liar game was ultimately fake, but the series never clarified the fate of the loser's head if Akiyama failed. However, this doesn't negate the fact that he operated under the mental pressure of believing failure meant enslavement, mutilation, or death. For him, for Neo, and for everyone. Despite that, he devised a plan where he had to lose first, only to later force the stalemate that saved everyone. After listening to the rules of the game, Baku devised a strategy to position himself as the dropper during the leap's second minute, a plan that meant literally gambling with his own life. First, he had to take the lethal drug to understand the game's pacing and measure how long revival would take. This was no simple risk. Baku willingly stopped his own heart, accepting that even a slight miscalculation could mean permanent death. But his gamble didn't end there. Once he understood the rhythm, Baku realized he would need to die again later to force entry into the leap's second route. This second death was even more dangerous, with accumulated toxins in his system making revival slower and more uncertain. All while knowing his sick heart made survival even less likely. What makes this beyond extraordinary is Baku's complete mastery over fear itself. Facing not just possible death, but repeated calculated self-termination, he showed zero hesitation. No flicker of doubt crossed his face as he calmly executed a plan that treated his own survival as just another variable in the equation. While others would freeze at the mere thought of such risk, Baku's focus never wavered, his emotions perfectly controlled even when staring down the barrel of his own mortality. This wasn't just gambling, it was the ultimate demonstration of Baku's philosophy. Where normal people see an unacceptable risk, he sees only the thrill of the challenge. His weak heart meant nothing against his indomitable will to win, proving once again that for Baku, the greater the risk, the sweeter the victory. The game demanded everything, and without hesitation, Baku bet it all, not once but twice, and won. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because emotional management solidifies stronger logic, reframing the entire game to force a stalemate, manipulating Yokoya into a three-way pact, and predicting multiple layers of consequences under life or death stakes, while Baku's feat is a constant time calculation, considering he needs to be the dropper in the leap's second route, which is strong in logic, but Akiyama's emotional management is simply superior in this category for complexity tier. Baku takes it. His emotional management is more complex in terms of decisions and consequences. He actively puts in risks his life in real time through the whole game, which I think makes it more complex to follow. For resource management, Akiyama takes it because he had zero advantages. No insider knowledge of the game, unlike his enemy, and he still orchestrated a near impossible stalemate. Baku had prior knowledge of the game they would play if Yaku ended up as the referee, and he was totally aware of the leap second about to occur, which gave him enough resources to manage and calm down his emotions, while Akiyama had no prior advantages and had to quickly control his emotions and generate a plan in order to save everyone. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it because the rules of drop the handkerchief were mechanically stricter. For adversity force, Baku takes it because he was facing Hal. For situation hostility, both faced extreme life or death stress, but in different ways. Akiyama faced psychological horror, knowing losers would be sold into torture, death plus emotional weight of risking Nao's life. Baku faced psychological horror and physical consequences, repeatedly dying and risking permanent death due to his heart condition. So Baku takes it because his emotional management required the difficult decision of taking the drug with the risk of never waking up again, which is slightly superior to me. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of consistency. Finally, for countering. Both of this feat are really hard to counter due to the exceptional emotional management of the characters. For this detail, it will be the only time we make it a tie. So after this distribution, we can say that Baku takes emotional management with very high to extreme difficulty over Akiyama. Having this on mind, after the subcategories distribution, Baku takes overall emotional intelligence with very high difficulty against Akiyama. Oh, and by the way, both Akiyama and Baku destroy Takuchi in emotional intelligence. Once the Minotaur Labyrinth game starts, Baku needs to find the exit of the labyrinth. P1. The first hint Katakura gave was literally, "This is how it is created. There is one cross-shaped fork in the road. It's made so that one can pass through the rooms using the shortest route." P2. The hints Katakura gave were, each player shares an entrance and an exit. This labyrinth game is made in a way players can encounter each other easily. It will be set up so that all rooms will be passed based on the shortest route possible. Conclusion: the labyrinth is created using a certain algorithm. P3. Baku and Amako started in the same room. However, Amako told Baku to open between two rooms, pretending Baku fooled him into thinking he was Minoa. But Baku saw through this lie and deduced these two doors he told him to open were probably walls. Hereinafter, P4. Baku started in either A6 or F1. This is because he opened the left door in that first round, which makes the location impossible to be A1 or F6. P5. Once Baku reaches F3, the room where he hid his phone among the pipes, he listens to the Morse code between Amako and Minoa. There he confirms he started in A6. P6. Baku is also able to know the current state of the game thanks to the Morse code of Amako, which contained the locations of the players and their total MP. P7. After reading Kaji's message, which was completely off topic, where he used the expression stepped off and the current routes of the players, Baku is able to see resemblances of this game with the Black Path game. P8. The Black Path game has some similarities, especially in the routes. There are three kinds of routes used in Black. T1 tile, which connects top and left, bottom and right. T2, which connects top and right, and bottom and left. Finally, T3, which connects the opposite sides, which means top and bottom, and left and right. P10. The entrance in Black is designed with a cross inside. Conclusion: based on P1 and P10, this means the T3 is not available in this game, so the labyrinths could have been made using either T1 or T2. P12. In Black, the win condition is to connect the path to the exit in their round, or the opponent shall draw a path that can no longer advance, which means the one who steps off the path will lose. Conclusion: based on the last conclusion and P5, Baku, using T1 and T2, draws his route using these last ones. Baku deduces the total doors you must open are 43, no matter where the exit is, which means you can farm a maximum of 43 MP in this game. P13, using the fact he started in A6 and the shortest route clue, Baku is able to reduce the exit points to B6, A1, D6, A3, F6, and A5. P14, based on his route so far, where he currently reached F3, crossing 18 doors, hereinafter. Conclusion: to arrive at the exit from the point he is considering, this must be done via the shortest path. Baku has reduced the exit rooms to Option 1, a 1 option, 2, a 5P15. Option 1 will be confirmed if in C3 he can open the right door. P16. Option 2 will be confirmed if he can open the right direction door or the left direction door. P17. When Baku met Katakura, he asked him to open the left direction door on C3. The door opened. Final conclusion: the game was done using Black Path as a foundation. Based on the fact there is only one cross, Baku can deduce the paths were made using T1 and T2. Thanks to the only cross clue, and the fact that rooms will be passed based on the shortest route possible, the exit room is either A5 or A1. When the door on the left in C3 is opened, Baku can be sure that Option 2, a 5, is the exit of the labyrinth. Once the rehearsal game started, players followed a strategy to make everyone normal. The condition was simple. The two infected players must be identified so the others can have contact and generate vaccines to finally save them. However, after this operation, players checked their status, and 10 of them claimed to be infected. A player then came up openly as infected after this catastrophe. Moments later, their statuses were shown on a monitor, which said there were actually 9 infected players and 3 normal players. Immediately after the results are shown, Akiyama quickly reasoned what happened and states that he already knows the truth behind it all, the scheme used that led to this outcome, and the identity of the culprit. P1. If only one infected starts in a 10-player round-robin contact chain, they can at most infect one other person. The result: 2 infected players maximum. P2. The screen showed 9 infected. This is impossible under the methodology. C1. Something disrupted the plan. The result can't be achieved under normal round-robin contact. P3. If 2 infected starts in a 10-player round-robin contact chain, the virus rises to 4 infected. C2. Considering P2, with this scheme the results of the monitor are far from being real. P4. Therefore, Nao's plan was sabotaged. P5. Minutes ago, after they checked their statuses, a player claimed to be in reality an infected, but didn't say anything because the others started to make contact before he could talk. Admitting this in such a stage was pointless, since he'd only be winning the grudge of the others. P6. Now, what if we have 2 infected during the round-robin contact chain, but one of them is doubtful and shy, yet not closed to having contact with others, and the other one is an active first contact seeker. This based on his exposed intentions during P4, so what the results will be. C3. With this contact seeker scheme, the result is all the players turning into infected. Therefore, the saboteur had to be an original infected who deliberately rushed to contact many players before anyone else. And the player who claimed before being infected after the contacts was telling the truth. P7. However, P2 stated 9 are infected and 3 are normal. The last scheme ended up with 10 infected and 2 normal. Considering C3 where the culprit did this intentionally, after the virus spread, he must have done something to turn into normal. P8. The only players who couldn't end up as infected were the ones outside the round-robin chain, which were the 2 players who claimed to be infected, but they, logically speaking, were the ones who couldn't turn infected by the round of contacts, since all the 10 players in the rotation turned infected as a fact. C4. These 2 supposedly infected had contact, while the rest were in the round-robin chain. Making one vaccine later after the contact seeker did his mission, he had contact with both, which resulted in the 3 of them reaching a normal status. Now that Akiyama knows the process that led to these results, he can ask the players involved in the round-robin chain to write down in a paper the name of the person they had contact with first. With this, the culprit ends up being exposed, which was Yokoya. So, for logical tier, Akiyama takes it because his deduction is superior in logic, ruling out possibilities step by step to reach a singular valid conclusion with no ambiguity. Baku's feat, while brilliant, mixes pattern recognition, structural deduction, and conditional logic. Complexity. Tier. Akiyama takes it because he handles a massively tangled social deception situation with uncertainty, fake claims, psychological manipulation, and multiple moving parts, all resolved into a singular consistent explanation. Resources management. Akiyama takes it because he's working with 0 tools, just straight confusion, and operates entirely off social dynamics, reasoning, and quick adaptation. Baku uses previous knowledge, Morse code intel, and the clues. Complexity of the situation. Baku takes it because he was in a more restricted game environment. Adversity force. Akiyama takes it because Yokoya is a master manipulator who orchestrated an entire covert sabotage with deception and misdirection. Baku is up against Amako and Minowa, who are not operating at the same intellectual level. Situation hostility. Baku takes it by the game being lethal. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For reasoning, we are not going to use the countering metric since it seems off. You can counter a character's reasoning besides reading it. For that reason, we will not use it. Based on the previous distribution, Akiyama takes deductive reasoning with high difficulty against Baku. During air poker, referees speak about a law linked to the cards. However, this law is a mystery. During round 2, Baku observes Kaji's hand through the glass and uses reasoning to interpret the situation. P1. Kaji sent a message to Baku at a critical moment when Baku was unsure whether to bet in the current round. P2. Kaji's hand symbolizes something, while his facial expression remains confident. P3. Baku interprets Kaji's expression as a signal to bet, deducing that Kaji's confidence stems from his hand. P4. In poker, a set of 5 cards is called a hand. P5. The values on the metal cards are a mystery. P6. The thickness of each metal card resembles the thickness of 5 standard playing cards. Conclusion: the values on the metal cards likely represent the sum of a 5-card poker hand. P7. There are 10 metal cards, 5 given to each player. P8. There are 5 rounds in the game. P9. The smallest number seen so far is 8. P10. The largest number seen so far is 45. P11. The sum of Baku's 5 metal cards is 171. P12. A standard poker deck has 52 cards, and the sum of all card values is 364. Conclusion: 171 is very close to 182, which is half the total sum of the deck. This supports the idea that each player's metal cards represent a poker hand derived from a split 52-card deck. P13. Adding the numbers of the 10 metal cards known so far gives a total of 194, still near the half-deck value of 182. P14. Given P8, P12, and P13, Baku concludes the 10 metal cards are collectively derived from a full poker deck. Conclusion: since each hand consists of 5 cards and there are 10 metal cards, that totals 50 cards. This explains why the game only has 5 rounds, 2 cards less of a full 52-card deck, making a 6th round unfeasible. P15. If each metal card corresponds to the sum of a poker hand, the theoretical range must be considered. P16. The smallest possible hand sum is 6, example 4 aces and a 2. P17. The largest possible hand sum is 64, example 4 kings and a queen. Conclusion: if any metal card had a number below 6 or above 64, the theory would be disproved. However, all observed numbers 8 to 45 fall within this range, reinforcing the validity of Baku's hypothesis. Final conclusion: through this reasoning, Baku concludes the following. Metal cards represent poker hands. The numbers on the metal cards correspond to the sum of 5-card poker hands drawn from a standard 52-card deck. The game uses 50 cards in total, 10 metal cards times 5 cards each, leaving out 2 cards and thereby limiting the game to 5 rounds. The metal card values observed between 8 and 45 fall comfortably within the theoretical bounds of poker hand sums 6 to 64, further validating the hypothesis. Kaji's confident expression and symbolic hand gesture indicate that Baku should bet, as the underlying poker-based value system justifies a strong position based on the current round's cards. Therefore, this must be the law of the game. At this point, Akiyama spotted incongruences with Kikuchi's actions in the rehearsal of 17 poker. Later, he spots unusual behavior and the fact he is constantly getting the joker. Here is the reasoning process. P1. 17 poker is a game where the 4 face cards are used. P2. The only exception to these 4 face cards is the joker, which can shift into any card. P3. 17 cards are used in total per round. P4. The player who wins the previous round cuts the deck first, while the loser cuts it last. P5. Each player is dealt 5 cards. P6. 7 cards remain in the deck to be exchanged. Conclusion: in the worst case scenario, a player will always end up with at least a pair after the initial deal. P8. Each round the cards used are removed, and a new package of cards is opened. Each package has a unique back design. Conclusion: it is impossible to mark cards or memorize the back pattern to gain an advantage. P9. In the rehearsal round, Kikuchi exchanged 4 cards. P10. Given that players always end up with at least a pair after the deal, a logical strategy would be to discard the 3 cards that don't match. P11. To confuse an opponent, a player might save 2 cards and discard 1. Conclusion: Kikuchi's actions, exchanging 4 cards, don't follow this logic, suggesting he has a unique trick to win the game. P12. Since players are guaranteed at least 1 pair after the deal, obtaining the joker maximizes the chances of winning. With the joker, a player can form at least 3 of a kind. Conclusion: the joker is a game-controlling card in 17 poker. First round, P13. Akiyama cut the deck first as the winner of the previous round, making Kikuchi the last cutter. P14. Akiyama got the joker in the first round, won the round, and also won the second round. Third round, P15. Akiyama cut first again, making Kikuchi the last cutter. P16. Kikuchi exchanged 2 cards. P17. Kikuchi got the joker in this round, confirmed after the hand reveal. Conclusion: based on P9 and P14, Akiyama concluded that Kikuchi was mastering his trick during the rehearsal and first 2 rounds. This trick is not easily executed. Additionally, considering P8, Akiyama realized Kikuchi's ability to execute this trick relies on an extraordinary visual ability. Fourth round, P18. Akiyama cut the deck last, as the loser of the previous round. P19. Kikuchi exchanged 5 cards. P20. After the exchange, Kikuchi had the joker in his hand, confirmed post-reveal. Fifth round, P21. Kikuchi cut first, Akiyama cut last. P22. Akiyama got the joker in this round, but Kikuchi automatically folded. Conclusion: Kikuchi knows the joker's location, as evidenced by his massive exchanges and his automatic fold when Akiyama got the joker in the 5th round. 6th round, P23. Akiyama cut first, since Kikuchi folded in the previous round, and Kikuchi cut last. P24. Kikuchi exchanged 1 card. P25. Kikuchi got the joker in this round, confirmed post-reveal. Final conclusion: based on P18, P19, P21, and P22, Akiyama concluded the following. Kikuchi's trick: Kikuchi knows the joker's location thanks to his extraordinary visual ability. He manipulates the deck through cuts and exchanges to secure the joker. Cutting order matters. Kikuchi's trick works 100% of the time when he is the last cutter. However, when he is the first cutter, the chances of getting the joker decrease based on the number of cuts Akiyama makes as the last cutter. Evidence: in the 4th round, Kikuchi was the last cutter but did not get the joker initially, which is why he exchanged 5 cards to secure it. In the 5th round, Akiyama was the last cutter and got the joker, prompting Kikuchi to fold immediately. In the 6th round, Kikuchi was the last cutter again and successfully secured the joker. Key takeaways. Kikuchi's ability to track the joker relies on his visual skills, but it is ultimately determined by the cutting order and card exchanges. His trick is most effective when he is the last cutter, as this allows him to manipulate the deck more effectively. Akiyama deduced that Kikuchi's strategy is not foolproof, since it has a loophole by focusing in one card, which he can exploit by tracking all 17 cards simultaneously, resulting in the creation of his perfect shuffle strategy. For logical tier, Baku takes it. He starts with only ambiguous stimuli, a hand sign, a confident face, and unexplained numbers, yet constructs a fully abductive rule system that deciphers the game's foundation. Complexity tier. Baku takes it. The law demands not only deduction of numeric meaning, but cross-verifying deck distributions, game length, theoretical limits, and behavior cues. Akiyama's feat is intelligent, but linear compared to Baku's layered abstraction. Resource management. Akiyama takes it. He did this abduction totally by himself, while Baku had an ally who told him the rule. Despite being a single-hand gesture, Kaji at that point already deciphered the law, and was confident with his gesture Baku would as well. Complexity of the situation. Baku takes it for playing a more restricted game. Adversity force. Baku takes it. He was facing Lalo, who is superior to Kikuchi. Situation. Hostility. Close because Aki was playing a revival round with Now, which means if they lose, they will be sold into the black market, so Akiyama's mental pressure was insane. Baku, on the other hand, was facing more immediate life-threatening circumstances, so this goes to him. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Both these feats are amazing. Many would argue Baku takes it because he was underwater with limited oxygen, yet he pulled off this feat. That is true, but he was heavily helped by Kaji into this reasoning process, so that makes the feat a bit less impressive to me. That being said, I think it is still better than Akiyama's abduction, but the margin is close, so Baku takes abductive reasoning with extreme difficulty against Akiyama. P1. The sound of the speaker clock has been reduced. P2. This happened right after Hal whispered something into his ear in the 2nd round. Conclusion. Hal willingly whispered into his ear to indirectly make the referees lower the volume of the speaking clock so they couldn't hear what he was saying. P3. Years ago, Baku saw Hal's mom using echolocation in a tape. P4. Echolocation works better with no other sound interferences around. P5. Hal has been making certain sounds throughout the game. Although they seem like random sounds of either boredom or disgust, this is the sound necessary to make the echoes bounce and return. Conclusion. Hal learned echolocation from his mother. That is the reason he wanted to decrease the sound of the speaking clock, since it would interfere less with his ability. P6. Echolocation works with the echoes coming from the surrounding objects. P7. These sound waves travel and return to the executor when they hit an object. Conclusion. If an object, in this case the handkerchief, is completely flat, and Baku uses his own body to suppress that object, i.e. by sitting on it, echolocation won't detect anything on the ground, just his body. Hereinafter, P8. If Baku does this based on Hal's behavior, Hal will use his echolocation 10 seconds after the round starts to check for an instant drop. P10. Once he sees nothing on the ground, he will execute echolocation one more time around 30 seconds. P11. After not noticing anything, in order to avoid Baku realizing his ability, he won't use echolocation again and will instead wait to do the safe check. Conclusion. If Baku flattens the handkerchief and sits on it, Hal won't detect anything. Therefore, he will accumulate Hal's drug for a good amount of time. During bid poker, first Akiyama started reasoning what the foundation of the game is based on, while also reasoning what will the enemy do in this game according to the prize rules. P1. Bid poker is a game of trading, where the main idea is purchasing cards that work well together for a cheap price in order to strengthen your hand and achieve a good position. P2. The ideal in a scenario where you sell in order to discard a useless card and get resources to later buy a better one is to make as much profit when you sell your own cards. C1. With this in mind, the surface of bid poker seems like a buy low and sell high system. C2. While this seems like the game's nature, Akiyama recognizes this in practice fails, because bidding few coins for a card means someone else can easily outbid your offer, which makes getting cards for a cheap price impossible. And if you discard a card, it doesn't automatically mean this card will be sold for a high price. P3. Akiyama thinks in a scenario where 4 players with each 200 coins and cards that work for the others team up, rotating full resources and cards unconditionally, leading to 800 coins in total disposition. With this, they prevent third parties from interfering with their trading, consecutively moving coins and cards between them, which makes them able to secure victory. C3. Bid poker, instead of being a classic bidding system, is in reality a majority rule 1, since this strategy of rotation will secure victory to its executors rather than those who play it with the mindset of buy low, sell high. Players that can't make a deck will be eliminated and known as pigs. P5. The first place will get a 100 million reward per pig. P6. The second place will get a 40 million reward per pig. P7. The third place will get a 10 million reward per pig. C4. The more pigs there are, the bigger the prize for the top 3 players. P8. Harimoto will aim to get first place since he is the leader of the cult. P9. The other members of the group will try to place second and third. P10. Considering C4, they will try to increase the number of pigs to make more money. Bid poker developed so far with Akiyama and Harimoto getting 1 additional deck while 2 players remained cardless. Akiyama, at this point, knows the majority rule can secure his victory. However, when Nao asks them to discard their extra decks to give them to the deck list, Akiyama quickly reasons the deck, discarding repercussions. From this point forward, all of premises and conclusions are predictions from Akiyama, anticipating a scenario where Harimoto and him discard their extra cards and how the game will develop afterwards. P11. Based on C4, Harimoto won't accept this deal since it's not good for him if 2 players get a deck. P12. Even if Harimoto accepts and keeps his word, the deckless players can at best qualify for the next round, being unable to repay all their debts, same as the other players. P13. Considering C4, the most convenient strategy for Akiyama, based on his NPL plan, is to achieve first place, while making tons of money either via pigs or coins. This way, plus Nao's coins at his disposal, he will be able to pay every player's debt. P14. Harimoto will appeal to distrust towards Akiyama, rather than telling his true intentions of making them lose, because his followers consider him a saint. P15. If Akiyama agrees and exchanges tablets with Nao, while he goes to the billiard room, then neither Nao nor him can steal the deck since the tablet only works via owner fingerprint. P16. Harimoto will say the other 3 players can try to steal his deck. P17. Bally and Muscles, the 2 deckless players in question, have 300 coins. P18. The wealthiest of the 3 players Harimoto accused has 230 coins. C5. If Bally and Muscles bid 231 coins, they can secure their cards without others' interruptions. C6. After debunking Harimoto, he will have no other choice but to accept, since he is ethically obligated to help them in front of his followers. P19. Akiyama and Harimoto will discard their weakest cards. P20. Harimoto will acknowledge the possible hand Akiyama will discard, the 5 of clubs, 3 of spades, Q and 4 of hearts, and 8 of clubs. C7. If Harimoto adds Akiyama's 3 of spades to his hand, he will get a straight flush and steal first place. C8. Based on P13, Akiyama needs to create a situation where he forces Harimoto to steal his lot, with the excuse of being betrayed, which will cause a negative reaction from him, making him state he and his team will no longer help anyone in the game. In the long run, this means Akiyama will win cooperation for his majority rule plan. P21. Akiyama will tell Harimoto he will discard first. This will make Harimoto suspicious and rather say he will go first. This way he can steal Akiyama's deck at the end. P22. After both Akiyama and Harimoto discard, Akiyama has to go immediately to the billiard room. P23. Bally and Muscles will have to decide which lot they'll bid on. P24. Akiyama knows both Bally and Muscles, especially Bally, since he knows he is somewhat cunning. C9. Bally will most likely say he wants Harimoto's lot, since it is slightly better than Akiyama's, and knowing Muscles' chill personality, he won't oppose, leaving Bally as the bidder for Harimoto's lot and Muscles as Akiyama's lot bidder. P25. Akiyama needs to create distrust in this operation. This way, Harimoto steals his deck from Muscles with a valid excuse that doesn't expose him to his followers. C10. Akiyama will approach Bally before going to the billiard room and tell him to bid 2 extra coins. C11. Once Bally gets the lot with 2 extra coins, Harimoto can use this as the perfect excuse to steal Akiyama's lot, since it means Bally did not trust him to begin with. P26. Muscles will notice the 2 extra coins in Bally's offer. C12. He will get nervous thinking Bally's 2 extra coins meant an act of anticipation for a deck steal. Thus, he will bid all his 300 coins to secure Akiyama's lot. P27. Haramoto's team will anticipate Muscle's all in action. The only one in Haramoto's group who can surpass Muscle's bid is Mikamoto, who owns 322 coins. C13. Mikamoto will bid 301 coins for Akiyama's lot, stealing it from Muscles. Thus, Akiyama will end up with 301 extra coins, which he will use as the foundation for his majority rule plan. Akiyama also reasons what the enemy will do after stealing his lot to achieve top positions. P28. The enemy will work knowing Akiyama's coins are 596. P29. Haramoto will discard his K of clubs in order to increase his coins by selling it. P30. Once he confirms he discarded the card successfully, Mikamoto will discard the 3 of spades, with the goal that Haramoto gets it. P31. Since Haramoto discarded first and verified earlier than Mikamoto, Lot A will contain his K of clubs. P32. Since Mikamoto discarded after Haramoto verified, Lot B will contain her 3 of spades. P33. Abe will bid all her 299 coins for Lot A, since the K of clubs will upgrade her hand while giving enough coins to Haramoto to dry out Akiyama in case of a long-term battle. P34. It makes no sense for Akiyama to bid here to prevent Abe from getting the card, since he will ultimately give 300 coins to Haramoto. P35. Haramoto, with now 532 coins thanks to Abe, bids for Mika's 3 of spades. C14. Haramoto, thanks to the 3 of spades, upgrades from flush to straight flush, taking first place. C15. However, considering Akiyama's 596 coins, he still can outbid Haramoto with 533 coins and steal the card to keep his top position. If Akiyama gets the 3 of spades, it doesn't improve his hand, but it allows him to keep first position. Which means this operation is not flawless, since, in their point of view, it's all dependent if Akiyama acts or not. However, considering their decks, there's a contingency they can apply in case Akiyama steals the 3 of spades. Option A, if Akiyama bids 533 coins. P36, Akiyama will have 63 coins left. P37, Mikamoto gets 533 coins from Akiyama, adding money to the capital of the enemy team. P38. Abe, among her deck, has an 8 of spades, and Mikamoto has a 6 of spades too. P39. If Haramoto later adds these cards to his deck, he will be able to create a straight flush as well. This is a backup plan. C16. Haramoto can still make a royal flush without the 3 of spades, and Akiyama won't be able to outbid him this time. Option B, if Akiyama doesn't bid. P40. Haramoto gets Lot B, making his deck a straight flush and therefore achieving first place. P41. Mikamoto gets the coins, so his team is not losing their capital, just moving it. C17. No matter what action Akiyama does, Haramoto will get a straight flush in both cases. C18. Haramoto's group will execute these 2 plans as main and contingency, since by doing this they will achieve first place. Based on C13, hereinafter. P42. Muscles will end up as a pig. P43. If Akiyama can get to work with Muscles, orchestrating an act where Muscles will act disappointed in Akiyama for not doing anything when Haramoto executes the 3 of spades plan, Haramoto's team will be sure he's no longer working with Akiyama. P44. Muscles will go and search for Kimura, begging her to give him a deck, while offering her valuable information on the movements of the other players. P45. Any normal person will distrust Muscles' approach. However, Akiyama knows Kimura's quick analytical mind won't see any danger in this, since working with Muscles can actually benefit her team. P46. To achieve Kimura integrating Muscles into the group, Akiyama will tell Muscles all the information he provides to Kimura must be undeniably true. P47. Kimura will see with good eyes the idea of using Muscles, also because she has a secret plan with him. It is stated Akiyama could effortlessly predict any strategy Kimura could come up with, which means he also knew Kimura's strategies in order to make out the most pigs. P48. With Muscles' help, Kimura can use him to disrupt player trades, so that neither of them could get ranked, increasing their cash in the long run. P49. Kimura will manipulate all of them into thinking someone else might discard so they don't have to. This in order to secure they end up as pigs. P50. Kimura will notice her jack can level up Tananaka's deck, which will result in Kimura extorting as many coins as possible from him. P51. Kimura can trick Kawaii by making Mikamoto discard her 4 worst cards, Queen and 4 of hearts, 2 of diamonds, and 10 of spades. Muscles will buy this lot for 290 coins. P52. Abe has a 4 of clubs that will make Muscles' hand sufficient. P53. Muscles, with 10 coins left, will bid all of this on Abe's card. However, Kimura, counting with Tananaka's coins, can easily steal the card from Muscles. C19, Kimura will agree to work with Muscles as a spy since the information he brings is legit, and he will help Kimura in disrupting players' trading, turning most of them into pigs. In the end, the group can steal most of Muscles' coins to finally turn him into a pig and making him owe them 110 million yen. With this masterful prediction on the enemy's strategy, Akiyama is certain Kimura will use Muscles as her spy. P54, based on C8, where Harimoto stated he will no longer cooperate with anyone else, and the fact that they were the ones that stole Muscles' Ment deck. Muscles won't betray Akiyama during the time he is with Kimura. P55. The last section of the 6-card discard from the group will occur in the last round of the game to exploit the anxiety from Kawai and Tananaka and secure the plan's success. P56. After the players have been boycotted by Muscles and Kimura, they will get anxious since they are losing the game. P57. Akiyama will reach them to offer a solution, where he states that if they work with him and help him secure first place, he will pay the debts of everyone. Akiyama foresees the deck he can build up using the cards of the players to steal first place. P58. Tananaka has a 5 of diamonds. P59. Seki has a 3 and a 6 of diamonds. P60. Akiyama with 596 coins can be interrupted by Harimoto's group, boycotting the purchase of these 2 lots since they have enough coins to secure their first place. C20. If Akiyama discards a useless card as Lot A and gets tons of coins from it, the group will no longer be able to interrupt his purchase of the 2 lots. Hereinafter, conclusion. 21. If Akiyama discards his A of diamonds, and then Tananaka and Saiki discard their cards, and then Tananaka, who is the wealthiest player, bids all his 332 coins, Akiyama will have 928 coins, which is enough to buy the 2 lots without any interruption from the enemy, making him able to secure first place and saving all the players. Akiyama predicted and formulated all of this immediately by the moment he agreed to the deck discarding pact. Since that early stage of the game, he knew this path would lead to his victory. Okay, so logical tier. Akiyama takes it because he uses deep multi-branch logic, anticipating specific actions from multiple players in chains of economic exchanges, while Baku's feat is more basic in logic. Complexity tier. Akiyama takes it his reasoning spans multiple rounds and layers of manipulation, including long-term coin economy, psychology, betrayal setups, and hand construction. Baku's logic is surgical but confined to a single interaction with one opponent. Resources management. Baku had the previous information of Hal's mom using echolocation, which heavily carried his reasoning. While Akiyama had the extra deck as a resource, he achieved these deck by his own intellect, and allowed him to formulate a reasoning to control the whole development of the game with just 5 extra cards, so he takes this. Complexity of the situation. Baku takes it for playing a more rule-restricted game. Adversity force. Baku takes it for facing Hal. Situation. Hostility. Baku was playing a lethal game, but Akiyama was in a revival where he worked with the mental pressure. Those who lose it might end up in the black market, so he was facing a really dangerous situation. Close here, but Baku takes it due to the immediate life-threatened stakes. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Now the verdict. I think both are great feats, but Akiyama's feat demolishes in logic and complexity. He takes it undisputable, while the categories Baku took were with maximal effort. Because of that, Akiyama takes inductive reasoning with high difficulty over Baku. After this analysis of the main reasoning categories, Akiyama takes reasoning with high difficulty over Baku. Akiyama at this point is just faced with the fact that Fujisawa is hiding the money in the bank. However, Akiyama wants to be totally sure of the money's location, so Akiyama abstractly thinks of ways that will lead Fujisawa to indirectly confirm the money's location and finally commit a mistake in the money extraction process. So he sends Now to declare war on Fujisawa. That simple action will make Fujisawa more cautious, since Now is declaring she'll take the money from him. This is the first step Akiyama has taken in mind to put Fujisawa into an abnormal state of mind that will eventually lead to his defeat. The next day, Akiyama is in front of Fujisawa's house and declares he will be helping Now in stealing the 200 million, and he is totally confident in this because he has a great plan. The difference between this action and the declaration Now made before is simple. Fujisawa knows Now. Even if he is a bit more cautious with her, he knows Now isn't clever enough to steal the money. However, Akiyama presenting himself, just his presence, is intimidating to Fujisawa, since he has no clue who Akiyama is. Also, the fact that Now searched for him for help allows Fujisawa to conclude he is a very capable individual. Akiyama has now started the war to steal the 200 million from Fujisawa. At this point, Fujisawa declared the money was in the bank, so He abstractly thinks that if he can make Fujisawa feel observed 24/7, this will lead him to immense paranoia and eventually to a mistake. This vigilance journey is executed every day, non-stop. Akiyama even goes as far as renting an apartment in front of Fujisawa's house to make this paranoid drive explode. During Akiyama's constant vigilance, Fujisawa cooped up at his house, covering windows and doors, making his house unseeable. These actions, as the result of a paranoid state of mind, confirmed to Akiyama that the money was never in the bank, but in his house. Days have passed, and Akiyama knows Fujisawa is exhausted. So now he wants to force him to commit a mistake and reveal the money's location, which Akiyama will exploit with a psychological tactic. Akiyama sets up a smoke machine outside the vents of the house and uses a speaker to create the sound of a fire. This leads Fujisawa to use the phone in his room and call his friend to come to his house to help him find the fire. However, Akiyama interrupts this by telling him the truth about the fake fire. Akiyama here reasons the money is in the room since Fujisawa refused to leave it even in the face of the fire. Akiyama finally tells him he knows he is hiding the money in his room. This leads Fujisawa to confess Akiyama is right and shows him the safe where the money is, a move Fujisawa made to crush Akiyama's plan of stealing the money, since without the password it is impossible. But Akiyama's reaction is the total opposite. He declares with confidence that he can open the safe easily. With this, Akiyama influences Fujisawa's mind again. Since with his revelation he expected Akiyama to react with dismay, Akiyama's unexpected reaction finally shifts Fujisawa's mind to believe Akiyama has a trump card. This ultimately catalyzes into Fujisawa losing his mind via cognitive dissonance, then stress-induced cognitive decline exploit. Now Akiyama has everything he needs, Fujisawa in an abnormal state of mind and the location of the money. Akiyama thinks about how to get the money out of the safe and concludes Fujisawa will be the one who delivers him the money. But how to do it if he is under insane paranoia? Akiyama concludes that he needs to create a trigger to liberate all the tension and stress Fujisawa has been through all this time. Since when a person faces severe stress and is suddenly relieved, they are most likely to commit mistakes or think less about their actions. This is known as a stress-induced cognitive decline exploit. With this in mind, Akiyama creates a scenario where he fabricates a fake card that contains a fake deadline hour for the game. He gives it to both Nao and Fujisawa. This way, when the time comes, Nao will go in tears to Fujisawa, begging him to give back her money. Fujisawa will obviously refuse, and when the clock marks the deadline hour, all his frustrations, anxiety, and stress will disappear suddenly. Akiyama will exploit this vulnerability by disguising himself as the money collector and making Fujisawa open the safe with the excuse of counting the money, thus obtaining the money. Through this process, Akiyama not only understands complex psychological tactics, but creates situations that lead Fujisawa to suffer from a paranoia disorder, cognitive dissonance, and stress-induced cognitive decline. Basically, he drove a man to insanity with just psychology. Baku is given the task to choose the first number inside the Dottie room. However, this is not as simple as it looks, since any number he inputs can give critical information on his number of beads. Baku wants to prevent this at all costs, so he abstractly thinks of a number that can shift the game to his favor, at least for the beginning. Baku abstractly thinks out the number with the most probable sum when combining numbers from 2 to 20. As a result, this leads Baku to the number 11, which can be achieved 10 times by summing the beads of the two players. Baku quickly thinks of the pros and cons if he chooses 11. Even though 11 is the most achievable repeated number, he needs to be totally sure this pick is the correct one. If he is right, he can obviously win the game. However, if he inputs 11 and is wrong, this will give Sudaguma the chance of eliminating both 11 and the other number that completes his number of beads to make the sum 11. So, if this pick is wrong, Sudaguma can eliminate two numbers. Baku, with this process, can eliminate two numbers as well as the total sum. This approach highlights the thinking value of choosing 11 as a first guess, balancing probability with controlled info disclosure. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because he doesn't just use structured logic, but orchestrates a multi-stage psychological breakdown, manipulating behavior across time, introducing stressors, misdirection, and cognitive traps. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because his feat involves long-term psychological destabilization, use of multiple tools, surveillance, fake emergencies, fake game data, and timing. Baku's feat, while efficient, is single-layered in nature, focusing on probability distribution and inference over time. Abstract concepts, but not as complex as Akiyama's for resource management. Akiyama takes it the resources he used are inherent to his raw knowledge on humans psychologically, using solely this abstract concepts to drive a man insane. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it due playing a more rule-restricted game. For adversity force, Baku takes it by executing this feat against Tsutaguma. For situation hostility, Baku takes it due the gaming being lethal. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Same as reasoning, we are not going to use the countering metric since it is a bit off for this category. That being said, and after the distribution, Akiyama takes abstract thinking with very high difficulty against Baku. Akiyama states that when he heard the game would be a 24-shot Russian roulette, he immediately and intuitively knew he could abuse it. This is because the odds of shooting a blank on the first try and the fifth try are totally different, which makes Russian roulette a game of probabilities rather than luck. This might seem like an obvious point. However, when Akiyama says he intuitively thought about it, it means he quickly foresaw that the game would use far fewer bullets than the revolver's full capacity. To exploit the probability gap, it would take less than half of the revolver's bullet capacity to make the trick work. At this point, we can be sure Akiyama had an early intuition about abusing bullet placement, a tactic he ultimately applies through his double-straight bullet strategy. Right after Baku regains consciousness, he quickly looks at the last 3 cards he has. He is able to rapidly form the most probable hands from these cards, and also identifies card number 25 as his strongest, his ace, since it can complete a straight flush of clover. Thanks to his rapid thinking, Baku, who is in a situation where his mental capacity is nerfed by being underwater with limited oxygen, is still able to analyze the strength of his cards and save the 25 for later. This decision ultimately becomes the foundation of the 25 card tactic. Again, no need to compare these feats. While both are brutally fast, Baku's feat is superior in this metric. As well as complexity, good feats, but I think Baku takes quick thinking with very high difficulty. Akiyama at this point is certain of how Kikuchi's Joker trap works, so he laterally thinks of a solution to win the game even with such a disadvantage. Akiyama realizes that Kikuchi's overwhelming advantage stems solely from knowing the Joker's location. If Akiyama can determine the positions of the other cards, he can counter the trap. Observing the dealer's meticulous shuffling, Akiyama requests a change in the shuffling method to a riffle shuffle, as it makes it harder to track the cards since they're barely lifted. Kikuchi agrees, believing it doesn't disadvantage him, as he can still follow the cards more easily. However, Akiyama's true goal is to learn the initial order of the cards. If he exchanges 5 cards after the riffle shuffle, he gains knowledge of 10 out of 17 cards. Using these 10 cards and the dealer's perfect shuffle, he reconstructs the positions of the remaining 7. With the card order now known, Akiyama can mentally shuffle the deck to determine the best post-shuffle combination. This ensures that Akiyama will always counter Kikuchi's Joker. No matter what hand Kikuchi ends up with, Akiyama can predict it and exchange cards accordingly to neutralize Kikuchi's hand. However, if the post-shuffle pattern isn't the strongest, Akiyama can ask the dealer to shuffle the deck additional times, claiming Kikuchi might have seen the cards. This excuse allows Akiyama to ensure he can secure the strongest possible combination when needed. Akiyama's approach is a textbook example of lateral thinking. Instead of tackling the problem head-on, he redefines the situation, devises a creative strategy, and leverages indirect methods to overcome Kikuchi's seemingly insurmountable advantage. After the 4th round of air poker, Baku is at a total disadvantage. He knows Lalo can fold and survive thanks to his air bios reserve, so he needs to get Lalo to play the last round in order to have a chance of winning. Baku acknowledges something. If Lalo is cautious, which he is, he will bid 1 bios to observe Usogi's reaction. Baku can abuse this by bidding 6 air bios, which will make Lalo reevaluate the situation. Lalo will speculate that if Baku wins the last round by any chance, Baku will be ahead by just 2 air bios. Such a small difference won't be enough to secure his survival. Baku is sure Lalo will follow this reasoning process. It is at this point that Lalo will notice Usogi's broken glass and needle, and this will completely turn around the gameplay. Baku is confident that once Lalo realizes this, he will assume Usogi has been camouflaging his air bios. Linking this with Usogi's bios bet, Lalo can assume Usogi was baiting Lalo to fold, since Baku has the upper hand thanks to the camouflage. With this thinking, and with the simple action of raising his bios, Baku creates a situation where he forces Lalo to play the last round. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat is built entirely on logical reconstruction, card tracking, and deductive game manipulation. It's system-based, not person-based, and he predicts every hand possibility based on a perfect mental model. For complexity tier, close, but Baku takes it. His lateral thinking is slightly more complex to grasp. For resource management, Baku takes it. He uses nothing but body language, psychology, and a broken glass, No structural rules or systemic tools, yet successfully flips the situation against Lalo, one of the strongest foes in the series. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it by playing air poker. For adversity force, Baku takes it, he's fighting Lalo, a top-level manipulator. For situation hostility, both were facing terrifying stakes. However, the tension in Baku's game was higher due to the underwater pressure. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Based in this, Baku takes lateral thinking from Akiyama with extreme difficulty. After Baldi announces he will betray Akiyama if he turns him a Gaia, Akiyama sees an opportunity in this. He organizes the information chronologically, predicting what would happen in the upcoming rounds if he turns Baldi into a Gaia. After Akiyama deceives Baldi at the last moment of this round, Baldi becomes a Gaia. This allows round 16 to proceed as usual, with Harimoto and Yokoya dominating the elections and eliminating one of Akiyama's chairs. Baldi, in response to the betrayal, would reach out to Yokoya by the end of the round. In round 17, Yokoya uses Baldi's information to destabilize Harimoto, taking control of the NG game and eliminating one of Harimoto's chairs. In round 18, Akiyama manipulates the Gaias to prevent them from entering the elections after they discover Yokoya eliminated Harimoto's chair. Harimoto, realizing this, will not remain passive and will revolt against Yokoya, leading to a tie between Now and Harimoto's candidate, which triggers re-elections. In the re-elections, Yokoya might attempt to secure the 100% winning method by cooperating with Harimoto, since he knows giving Akiyama even slight power is dangerous. However, Akiyama dismisses the possibility of such cooperation, knowing that both Yokoya and Harimoto want to be the final winner. This disagreement causes both parties to approach Akiyama, asking him to eliminate the other's chair. Akiyama exploits this situation by eliminating Yokoya's chair, which forces Yokoya to retaliate against Harimoto. In round 19, Yokoya seeks out the Gaia leader and allies with him, successfully reintegrating the Gaias into the elections. As a result, Harimoto's chair is eliminated. In round 20, the game reaches a collapse point. Harimoto starts giving away his winning medals to ensure cooperation. Meanwhile, Yokoya, now armed with the Gaia medal information, approaches Harimoto's secret ally, Sakai, and reveals Harimoto's misuse of Sakai's medals. Yokoya convinces Sakai to join him, leading to Yokoya winning the round and eliminating Harimoto from the game. All of this results in Yokoya and one of Akiyama's crew members becoming the finalists of the game, which is exactly what Akiyama intended. Through this use of vertical thinking, Akiyama processed and organized future information to not only act accordingly, but also shield his strategy and make this chain of events inevitable. Baku is aware that something feels off in the Hangman game, so he organizes the events that happened to gain a better understanding. It started when Kaji accidentally triggered the gun. Nothing strange at that point. However, during the rock, paper, scissors match, Baku noticed there was some lag in Sadakuni's reactions. In this round, Baku dropped his card on purpose to observe Sadakuni's response. He noticed Sadakuni didn't pick it up immediately. Once again, he reacted with a delay, almost like he had lag. Baku finally understood this lag was connected to the cameras. The reason was simple. The events Baku recalled as lag were not visible to the camera at that time. Only after the camera switched angles did Sadakuni react. From this, Baku deduced that more than one camera was being used in the game. Baku messed up some of his cards on purpose during this round. The goal was simple: buy time while the referees replaced the cards so he could count the time interval between the camera switches. Eventually, he understood the camera mechanism in depth. The cameras switched from the left at regular intervals. However, Baku discovered something even more astonishing. When Kaji shot the machine gun before the game began, he broke one of Sadakuni's cameras. Baku realized that although this camera was completely broken, it was still part of the camera rotation for Sadakuni, which meant he had 10 seconds of total darkness during each cycle. During the third game, Baku pretended to be indecisive about which card to pick. This forced the referees to set a 1-minute time limit, which was perfect for Baku. It guaranteed he could exploit Sadakuni's blind spot. Using vertical thinking, Baku connected the dots between each event, deduced the camera switch tempo, and used this insight to create his winning strategy. Now, I don't think it's worth comparing these two feats. One of them is clearly superior. Akiyama's feat employs vertical thinking while predicting future actions that will happen. Baku's vertical thinking was made based in past events. That being said, both are great feats. So Akiyama takes this with high difficulty over Baku. Akiyama thinks about what is best to do in the contraband game. He is able to understand the surface mechanics of the game. However, there's something that isn't that visible, but is ultimately important. the internal account of the players. Ultimately, the team that has the most money in their external accounts will be the winner, but the money left in their internal account will later be distributed equally to the enemy team. And this money that is distributed will be added as a debt to the winning team, which means winning by the external account balance seems attractive, but just focusing on it without caring about the internal account means they will have to pay a debt if they lose in total balance. Akiyama is able to conclude that winning by the external account is pointless if the internal account money ends up going to the other team and they acquire a debt. Winning by external guarantees the ticket for the next liar game stage, but at that point, everyone wanted to escape from the malicious game, while winning by internal account leads to escaping from the game free of debts. Akiyama theorizes about multiple scenarios with different values for both teams, where he can confirm winning by internal account is more beneficial to the team. Finally, he analyzes the current situation of the game. After 16 rounds, the balance of the game was as follows. External accounts. North has around 1.3 billion yen. South has around 1.6 billion yen, which means currently the winning team is the South. In internal accounts, the North has 1.9 billion, while the South has 2.3 billion. If the game ends now, even if they win, they would need to pay the debt of 40 million yen even if they win, plus the 400 million each player has to return. The next day of the game, Akiyama explores mechanics he can abuse to win the game. Players were told they can use their card to withdraw money, but Akiyama thinks, what about depositing money? He goes and tries it, and in fact, he could deposit money in the ATM using his card. He also explores the idea of withdrawing more money. They were told they can carry a maximum of 100 million to the inspection room, but that doesn't mean they can't withdraw more. So Akiyama tests his hypothesis and can in fact withdraw more than the 100 million. You can withdraw all your money as long as it is in your account. Also, what if you use someone else's card? Akiyama borrowed Nao's card and had no problem withdrawing her money. Also, what would happen if the card is damaged, like split in two? Akiyama wanted to know the answer, so he went to a liar game employee and asked what to do with it. The employee replied that as long as they can verify the card is inoperable, they will give the owner a new one immediately. After this, Akiyama broke Nao's card and asked for a new card, which they tendered as a replacement. After the previous explorations, Akiyama is able to conclude there is a way to win the internal account battle by exploiting the mechanics he just discovered. In short, one of them will take the cards of everyone and will withdraw all the money, while an ally, they need to convince from the other team, will take the 2.3 billion and deposit all this money with his card into his account. This will ultimately boost the internal account of the South team, which will guarantee they can escape the game. Through this divergent process, Akiyama is able to explore the rules of this game, scenarios, secret mechanics, and outcomes that allows him to take the best decision. Once Baku gets to know the number Sudaguma sent Hugo to put was 8, he immediately starts thinking of a bluff to trick Sudaguma. After hearing that, Baku quickly thinks he needs to fool Sudaguma in order to make him believe he fell for his fake number bluff. If Baku pretends to be fooled, that means Sudaguma's total beads can be 4, 5, 6, or 7. This is the conclusion Sudaguma wants Baku to reach. Also, numbers lower than 4 are impossible because Sudaguma guessed 14 in round 2. Numbers higher than 7 are impossible because Sudaguma told Hyogu to guess 8. It is in this moment when Baku reaches a conclusion. Based on the previous information, if Baku tells Marco to input 13 in the ATM, the creation of the 13, which is nothing but a bluff over a bluff, helps Baku to trick Sudaguma into thinking Baku has either 6 or 7 beads. With the following thinking, Baku thinks divergently, acknowledging Sudaguma's point of view. Baku is sure the 8 number was a real attempt. Based on the 13th order Baku gave Marco, Baku can have either 6, 7, 8, or 9 beads. If Baku has 9 beads, he thinks the results will be displayed on screen. In round 2, they found out the answer is not 14. So, if Baku has 9 beads, he can't be sure if the answer is 13, 15, or 16, which doesn't match the confidence he displayed before. If Baku has 8 beads, he thinks the results could be. In round 2, we found that the answer is neither 12 nor 14. So, if Baku has 8 beads, he can't be sure if the answer is 13 or 15. If Baku has 7 beads, he thinks the results could be. In round 1, we found that the answer is not 11. In round 2, we found that the answer is neither 12 nor 14. So, if Baku has 7 beads, he will think the answer is 100% going to be 13. If Baku has 6 beads, he thinks the results could be. In round 1, we found that the answer is neither 10 nor 11. In round 2, we found that the answer is neither 10 nor 11, answer is not 12. So if Baku has 6 beads, he will think the answer is 100% going to be 13. With this thinking, Baku creates the 13 beads bluff. By thinking from Tsutoguma's point of view, Baku can be totally sure Tsutoguma will reduce his beads to 6 or 7. Baku ultimately makes his bluff even stronger by deciding to input 13 in the Dottie room as well, which makes Tsutoguma totally sure Baku has either 6 or 7 beads. For logical tier, Baku takes it because the 13th bluff feat involves a logic maze of recursive deduction, bluffing based on what the opponent believes you believe he believes, which is classic game theoretic deception. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because he uncovers hidden mechanics, simulates financial outcomes, and builds a macro-scale escape plan using multi-step rule abuse, ally coordination, and technical system manipulation. For resource management, Akiyama takes it, he tests, breaks, and re-engineers the entire card system using nothing but observation and experimentation, ultimately turning the rules themselves into his toolset. Baku plays cleanly within the rules, but doesn't transform the infrastructure. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it by playing contraband. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it by facing Yokoya, a genius. For situation hostility, Baku takes it due to the lethal stakes. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. So, Akiyama takes divergent thinking with extreme difficulty against Baku. Baku quickly calculates the hand probabilities he can achieve in the hand chopper game to see if there is a winning method. However, he quickly assimilates that, if played perfectly, this game is destined to be deadlocked. Considering Nero is an expert in this game, there must be no loopholes he can abuse. Baku here is risking his stay on Protoporus Island. If he loses here, he will automatically lose the BAN match, which equals death. So Baku needs to win here no matter what, which means he needs to do something risky. There is a loophole he can exploit. The rules say a hand is destroyed when all the fingers are pointing up, so if Baku's hand gets wasted, he can cut his own finger to continue using it. By doing this, the patterns of the game will change and will end with his victory, if Nero doesn't give up first due to the shock of what Baku will do. By using convergent thinking, Baku created the only solution to win the hand chopper game. When the rules of the final games were announced, Akiyama quickly thought about solutions on how to save everyone in that game, focusing on winning. So, creating a winning strategy seemed like the right answer. However, even in this scenario, after paying his debt, he would have a profit of 1.7 billion, which would be nowhere near enough to save everyone, since the money required for this is slightly more than 4.6 billion. The other option Akiyama considers is convincing his team members to put their prize money into saving everyone, but even then, it would amount to slightly more than 3.7 billion. Again, not enough. Akiyama is deeply concerned about the outcome of the game, since the losers will face a terrible fate in the black market, so he wants to save everyone from this. However, the options he has are not enough to save everyone. Akiyama has one idea. Losers are ultimately defined by the winner, and the winner is defined by the outcome. So, what if, by any means, this game can't determine a winner? With this idea in mind, Akiyama realizes there is in fact a way to prevent the game from choosing a winner, and it's by setting a final round where the last kingdoms face each other with 1 life point. If he is able to create this scenario, the 2 kingdoms will refuse to input any action at the end, since any action consumes 1 life point. 1 extra action would make them lose. This will set the game into a stalemate. Forcing the game into a stalemate won't solve everything. If Akiyama is able to create this situation using weak methods, the liar game team can simply give extra life points to the last kingdoms so they can continue and determine a winner. But what if Akiyama is able to manipulate the actions of the last standing kingdoms using logic? If he creates an unbreakable strategy that makes them perform round after round of actions that cause a deviation, then the extra life points won't matter. This is when the idea of the action table comes in, since even if they are given extra life points, the actions Akiyama will provide them, which are indeed flawless and cost no life points, will still create an unbreakable loop. Akiyama at this point knows the liar game is based on a book. If this is the final game and the stalemate is unbreakable, what else can the liar game organizers do? They have no more games, and they also can't determine a winner if Akiyama logically manipulates the actions of the final kingdoms. Here, Akiyama reaches the conclusion that they will have no choice but to cancel the tournament, since they have no backup games and no way to disrupt the stalemate. Thanks to this convergent process, Akiyama is able to find the only right solution in his situation. With this idea, he creates the stalemate plan, an unbreakable pact that ensures this outcome. Akiyama finally decides that aiming for a stalemate is the best decision he can make, even if it means losing on purpose. Akiyama knows that if everything is set correctly, The stalemate will be unbreakable and will end up saving everyone's life. In the end, Akiyama is able to execute the stalemate, and the liar game tournament is finally cancelled since they had no other option. Even if they gave the last two kingdoms extra life points, the actions Akiyama provided beforehand were still followed because of their perfect internal logic. At this point, continuing the game became useless, since the trap Akiyama set was designed to persist even with extra life points. With this brilliant decision, Akiyama saved everyone in a game that excelled in stakes and pressure. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because he doesn't just solve the game, he solves metagame conditions, understanding that if no winner exists, the tournament collapses. His solution bypasses gameplay and targets game architecture itself. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because his plan involves choreographing endgame actions, building a loop-proof action table, and hijack game's control. Resource management, Baku takes it. He sacrifices one finger to win the king position, turning something as precious as the ultimate resource. Complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it by playing records of the four kingdoms' adversity force. Akiyama takes it by facing Yokoya. Situation hostility, Akiyama takes it. The hostility of this game is lethal, considering the lives of all the players in game. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. After this analysis, Akiyama takes convergent thinking with high difficulty over Baku. During the first day of musical chairs, Akiyama faced an open war with Haramoto and Yokoya. The situation in musical chairs was so unstable and volatile that Akiyama could foresee the game spiraling out of control for all three main teams, including his own. If the game continued at this pace, the most likely outcome would be the teams giving away their winning medals to the Gaia in exchange for votes. Here, Akiyama acknowledges the importance of the Gaias in the long run, but also considers one key factor. So far in the game, the teams have been delivering their trash medals to the Gaia to gain votes. This ultimately means that the Gaias individually possess medals from almost every player in the game. However, these medals are currently worthless, since the teams have already designated their final candidates, making the value of those medals effectively zero. With this in mind, and considering a possible endgame scenario where Akiyama might be forced to give away his medals to secure victory, he comes up with a plan. What if he could collect all the Gaia's trash medals? By this point in the game, several rounds have passed, and Akiyama can safely assume most trash medals have already been distributed. If he can somehow gather these medals and then engineer a situation where the player who gave away the most trash medals becomes the last one sitting, their value would instantly change, turning trash into gold. With this premise, Akiyama creates the Gaia Alliance and instructs Young Jump to collect all the trash medals and hand them over in exchange for medals from Akiyama's team. He also assigns Young Jump the task of distributing one trash medal of each type back to the Gaia, with the specific purpose of ensuring their cooperation in the final round, when they will realize that these trash medals can be transformed into gold. Baku is in a bad situation during the final round of the paper labyrinth. Since Yukiri broke the mechanical pencil Baku previously used as his ace in the first round, Baku has no option left but to use the pen. At this point, Baku fully understands how the copying mechanism of the labyrinth works. If he uses the pen, his route will be copied onto Yuki's paper. Baku had kept part of the eraser from the mechanical pencil. Now he has an idea. If the pen's ink is transferred to Yuki's paper, then dried ink will not be transferred. However, he doesn't have enough time to let the ink dry naturally. So, what if he uses the eraser to dry the ink himself? This idea could work, but Baku thinks of an even more clever way to exploit this trick. Instead of erasing large portions of the maze, Baku decides to draw the entire labyrinth normally, but then, right at the end, he erases one of the walls surrounding the exit. This way, Yuki will receive an exact copy of Baku's labyrinth, except for the erased wall, which will not appear on his copy. At this point, Baku has an ace up his sleeve. But even if Yuki doesn't notice the erased wall, that still doesn't guarantee Baku's victory. So Baku decides to go a step further by abusing the ink transfer mechanism again. On the backside of his paper, right behind one of the exit walls, Baku draws a fake wall. His intention is simple. The ink from the backside will be transferred to Yuki's paper. When Yuki sees this, he will avoid the real walls around the exit, including the fake one, since it appears like a real wall. As a result, Yuki will try to escape through the erased wall, which doesn't exist in his version, causing him to crash and ultimately lose the game. With this multi-layered thinking, Baku is able to create an invisible wall and a fake wall, leading to a brilliant psychological trap that ultimately secured his victory. For these feats, I don't think is worth comparing. While I think Akiyama's feat is superior considering the game he rivals he faced, and his ability to control the whole game. As a creative thinking feat, I feel Baku's Paper Labyrinth feat is more creative. I have always find this feat top-notch in creativeness. Don't get me wrong, Akiyama's feat is too. But the creativity Baku displayed here is more brilliant to me. So Baku takes this with very high difficulty. Akiyama noticed that Yokoya's predictions were extremely accurate. Later, when Nao set a teddy bear as a test, Yokoya claimed there was nothing in the suitcase, failing to detect the hidden item. This contradicted his claim of clairvoyance. Based on this, Akiyama recognized that Yokoya's clairvoyance might not be supernatural, but instead rooted in something else. Akiyama observed that Kikuzawa's ability to detect smuggling, though not the exact amount, could be related to Yokoya's flawless predictions, but through a different method. He also noticed a strange disruption. The enemy team was smuggling 40 million. Until that point, they were either smuggling 100 million or nothing. The amount seemed completely off. Later, the next smuggler carried 50 million, which led Akiyama to question how much money Kikuzawa had amassed. He realized it was a total of 290 million in 4 rounds, the same amount Yokoya had gained earlier. This led Akiyama to deduce that the matching profits suggested a mutual conspiracy. Yokoya and Kikuzawa were likely trading information about their respective teams' smuggling activities to profit together. Akiyama noticed that Yokoya stopped receiving money from the southern team at the same time Kikuzawa claimed to have stomach issues and sent someone else in his place. This timing suggested that the information flow between them had been disrupted. Akiyama realized that Yokoya and Kikuzawa's strategies were interdependent. Yokoya relied on Kikuzawa's signals to predict smuggling amounts. Akiyama predicted that Kikuzawa would attempt to resume the scheme by signaling Yokoya with a specific amount, 91.11 million. He anticipated that Kikuzawa would use a smuggler to carry out the plan. Akiyama understood that breaking their alliance required disrupting the signaling system. Akiyama fabricated a story about Yokoya's reliance on body language to approach the next smuggler without raising Kikuzawa's suspicions. He gave the smuggler a paper supposedly containing 50 pointers on reading people. The paper instructed the smuggler to bring 91.12 million instead of 91.11 million. By altering the smuggled amount slightly, Akiyama ensured that Yokoya would miss the prediction, breaking the alliance between Yokoya and Kikuzawa. Akiyama's use of critical thinking successfully exposed and disrupted the conspiracy, proving that Yokoya's clairvoyance was nothing more than information sharing. By identifying the key events and connections, Akiyama was able to create an effective countermeasure and prevent the deception from continuing. Baku needs to figure out the pacing of the game to exploit his leap. Second plan. As soon as the game begins, Baku needs to take the risk of dying first in order to understand how the timing of the game works in the event of a death, the recovery time, and the resume interval. This decision is ultimately a use of critical thinking, as Baku concludes this is the best moment to die, considering that the leap second is still far from happening, and the chances of dying here are extremely low if he manages to receive only the penalty of a failed check. Baku noticed that Yaku took exactly 1 minute while preparing the needle and injecting the drug into him, which means the time required for this action is fixed and consistent. Baku experienced 1 minute of near death, which was the time he remained unconscious. After the 1 minute penalty passed, a revival process began. Baku revived at 8:15 a.m., meaning the resurrection took 1 minute. Yaku then announced the next round would begin in 2 minutes at 8:17 a.m. So the total time for revival and resuming the game was 3 minutes. Baku concludes that this is the pacing the game will follow, where the only variable element is the death duration, which will increase in later rounds as players begin accumulating the drug. With this understanding, Baku now has the necessary knowledge to align his turn to be D during the minute of the leap second, ensuring he can fully exploit his leap second plan. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because his feat involves identifying invisible cooperation, predicting their next collusion attempt, and engineering a subtle derailment through information. Baku's feat uses good logic, but is more focused in pacing, which is easier to calculate. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it due to the multivariable deduction, analyzing team money flow, timing of player substitution, message signaling via cache values, and precise manipulation of message distortion. Baku's feat is tight and calculated, but operates within a single layer system. For resource management, Baku takes it because he voluntarily dies just to collect intangible system data, managing risk to gain future advantage, all without access to any human allies or concrete tools. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it for the game being slightly more restricted. For adversity force, Baku takes it for executing this against Hal. For situation hostility, Baku takes it because his action literally involves voluntary clinical death and involves executing the same action later, which can cause his death. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. With this, Baku takes critical thinking with extreme difficulty against Akiyama. First, the bags. During the rehearsal, Akiyama immediately realizes that the bags used to carry money can give away the amount inside, based on the sound they make while the smuggler walks. With this insight, Akiyama is able to intercept the money on his first try, relying solely on auditory cues. Then he analyzes socio-political dominance. After observing Yokoya's methods, Akiyama concludes that his extreme control stems from two key psychological levers: greed and fear. For example, greed drives Japanese salarymen to dedicate their lives to corporate loyalty. Fear preserved the Nazi regime's grip on power. Akiyama applies this logic and concludes that Yokoya's regime of fear will collapse once his team members are given the means to rebel. From this socio-political evaluation, Akiyama becomes certain that Yokoya is controlling the team rotations, the money flow, and ATM card usage. Next, the ATMs. Akiyama understands that winning through external account balance is meaningless. Even if a team advances, they can still end up with crippling debt. In contrast, winning by internal balance, which ensures no leftover money goes to the enemy team, means the players can escape the game debt-free. Then the cards players were initially told they could withdraw money using their cards. But Akiyama considers a different angle: depositing money. He tests it and confirms ATMs allow deposits. Next, he questions the withdrawal limit. Players are told they can carry only 100 million yen to the inspection room. But Akiyama realizes this doesn't restrict total withdrawals. He tests this and successfully withdraws his full balance, confirming there is no withdrawal cap. Then he wonders, what happens if he uses someone else's card? Borrowing Nao's card, he withdraws her money without any issues. Finally, he explores what happens if a card is damaged. He asks a liar game employee, who explains that as long as the card is verified as inoperable, they'll issue a replacement. To confirm this, Akiyama breaks Nao's card and receives a new one with no trouble. Through these careful experiments, Akiyama uncovers several hidden mechanics overlooked by the other players, critical elements he will use in his final plan. Next, the elements of the scene. Akiyama examines the physical layout of the environment to see if any part can be exploited. He identifies that the hallways between both countries and the customs office are completely inaccessible to everyone except the smuggler, the inspector, and the liar game staff. This zone is a complete blind spot. Whatever happens there is invisible to the rest. Akiyama uses this as the foundation for his final bluff and endgame strategy. He also examines the southern country's room, finding a speaker, thus deducing it contains a magnet. This magnet can demagnetize ATM cards, corrupting them without visible damage. Akiyama integrates this into his plan to clone and sabotage an enemy team's card. And finally, the tape recorders. After gaining intel on Yokoya's point system, Akiyama identifies the tape recorders as potential weapons against him. He uses one to record and expose Yokoya's plans, persuading Hasegawa to betray Yokoya. The rebel trio also uses these tape recorders as a covert communication system within their own country, bypassing Yokoya's surveillance. Throughout the contraband game, Akiyama takes every element into account, from bag sounds to ATM functions, political psychology to spatial layout. With methodical observation and experimentation, he creates a strategy that is flawless in its depth and rooted in both human psychology and mechanical systems. Baku makes a bold gamble, guessing the winner of a deadly game he wasn't even present for. To succeed, he must analyze all elements holistically, using logic, deduction, and psychology to arrive at the correct answer. Baku first grasps the physical setup of the room, an eccentric space belonging to a toy maker, filled with unique and bizarre props, an ornate room decked in golden jewelry, a fish tank, 2 seats, a neck plushie, which is the weighted collar, a net, a set of knives, cash, and a spinning platform in the center controlled remotely. These components, while seemingly decorative, are all part of the game's mechanism. Next, Baku evaluates the psyche of the two gamblers. The host is an absurdly rich and sadistic man who created a lethal game purely for entertainment. The challenger is a young, bold gambler, driven by greed and with the guts to participate in such a dangerous contest. Understanding their psychological profiles helps Baku predict behavior under pressure. Baku recalls a seemingly minor event. Murukabashi dropped a diamond ring under the fish tank and asked Yaku for help moving it. This moment, though easily dismissed, turns out to be crucial. Baku carefully analyzes the rules and structure of the game. He even asks Yaku for the weight of the currency bills, allowing him to estimate the level of pain and risk the gamblers faced in each round. He listens closely to Yaku's detailed breakdown of the rounds, internalizing the physical and mechanical elements of the match. After just hearing about the first round, Baku is already confident enough to write down his prediction: Marukobashi will win. His reasoning is not blind faith, but a precise deduction of psychology, physical mechanics, and intent. Later, Yaku tells Baku that in the third round, Marukobashi had 100 kilograms suspended around his neck. Surprisingly, Baku responds that it doesn't seem like 100 kilograms, reinforcing his confidence in Marukobashi's survival. Baku then explains, when Marukobashi dropped the ring and asked for help moving the fish tank, he deliberately repositioned it near the spinning mechanism in the room. During the second game, when Hiraguchi used the remote to spin the room, Marukobashi subtly stopped the rotation at just the right point, preventing the fish tank from passing behind him. This allowed him to survive the apparent 100 kilogram weight, because in truth, the cash was inside the water-filled tank, making it buoyant and drastically reducing the effective weight. Through his holistic thinking, Baku, without ever witnessing the game, Baku accurately predicted the winner, proving the power of observational logic, foresight, and deduction. For logical tier, Baku takes it predicting the winner of a multi-phase death game without witnessing it, based on causal reconstruction, is a monumental logical feat. It involves advanced abductive reasoning. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat spans psychology, hardware, mechanics, spatial layout, team dynamics, and micro-observation. The sheer number of independent yet interconnected systems he reverse engineers is staggering. For resource management, Akiyama takes it. He converts literally everything: cards, magnets, speakers, walking sounds, recorders, into tools for control, despite no direct leverage or initial resources. Akiyama understands that bid poker is inherently deceptive. While it appears the goal is simply to buy cards at low prices and sell yours at high, in practice, this is unreliable. There's always the risk of someone outbidding you and stealing your target card. Rather than focusing on individual card acquisition, Akiyama sees the game for what it truly is: a majority rule-based economy. If winning card by card is too volatile, what's the alternative? Akiyama identifies the foundation of bid poker as a majority rule mechanism, meaning players who control the majority of resources, cards or coins, can dominate the market. He realizes that even if a player is short on cards, as long as they possess a significant amount of coins, they can still win by forming an alliance that controls the flow of transactions. Akiyama proposes a system. If two players hold more coins combined than the rest, they can agree to exchange cards and coins exclusively between themselves. This prevents outsiders from interrupting their transactions and guarantees that the alliance gets the necessary cards without wasting resources. Akiyama envisions a plan that allows him to save all players by building a team with coin dominance, preventing hostile third parties from interfering with controlled trading. However, the plan isn't flawless. Akiyama faces two key problems. He currently doesn't have enough coins to form a controlling alliance. More critically, the lack of trust among players undermines the strategy. In a game where one person can hoard capital after gaining the upper hand, others may refuse to cooperate, knowing there's no guarantee of mutual benefit. This makes implementing the majority rule strategy nearly impossible under current conditions. Akiyama shifts his thinking. If he can't force majority rule yet, he must understand what the enemy plans to do. He recognizes that finishing first is disproportionately rewarded. Losers must pay 100 million yen to the first place player, 60 million more than second place receives. This heavily incentivizes the enemy team to steal first place and push others into cardless status, ensuring maximum penalties. At the end of the deal session, Akiyama sits in first place with 295 coins, which makes him the primary target of the enemy's aggression. Akiyama sees an opportunity. He and Harimoto each have 5 extra cards. 2 other players are completely cardless. If they can distribute these cards lots strategically, they can simulate a fair redistribution. Akiyama plans to discard his lot in a way that Harimoto intercepts it, achieving 2 things. Harimoto becomes seen as an enemy for stealing from weaker players, and Mikimoto, who has the most coins, will be forced to respond. Based on their cards, Akiyama anticipates that Harimoto will use Mika's 6 of spades and Abe's 8 of spades to take first place, regardless of Akiyama's involvement. That's what he wants. If Harimoto naturally takes first, the enemy will believe Akiyama can't do anything to stop it. and will shift their focus to turning the remaining players into pigs, cardless losers. This creates psychological pressure, the exact condition Akiyama needs to set the majority rule in motion. Now, Muscles, a cardless player, can act as a spy for Akiyama. Because Harimoto just robbed him of a card lot, Muscles has no incentive to betray Akiyama. Akiyama analyzes the other decks and finds potential optimizations. He sends Muscles to deliver this information to Kimura, who will instinctively act to sabotage the enemy team's chances once Harimoto takes first place. This chaos further disrupts player plans, pushing them toward Akiyama's solution. Akiyama knows that if players are systematically interrupted by Kimura and Kawai, they will begin to lose hope. Then, Akiyama can offer them a solution. A majority rule pact, where they will all technically lose, but Akiyama in first place will pay off their debts. He runs the math and concludes that if he discards a useless card and sells it at a high enough price to block interference, and acquires Tananaka's 5 of diamonds and Seiki's diamonds of 3 and 6, he can upgrade his hand from a 3-card diamond straight flush to a 7-card straight flush, guaranteeing first place. With the coin dominance and the card control secured, the majority rule becomes executable, saving the other players while ensuring Akiyama's win. Through layered analysis, enemy manipulation, and a carefully timed psychological trap, Akiyama turns an impossible social and mathematical problem into a winnable strategy. He transforms the selfish, chaotic nature of bid poker into a structured majority-based operation, saving lives while securing victory. In the labyrinth, when Baku reaches F3, he overhears key details. His starting point was a 6, and he learns both his own current position and the other player's starting points. This gives Baku a vital anchor for reconstructing the route he's taken through the labyrinth. The players are given several important hints by Katakura. There is only one cross-shaped fork in the labyrinth. The maze is constructed so that each player will pass through all rooms using the shortest route. It is designed for easy encounters between players. With this in mind, Baku retraces his path from A6 to F3 and notices that the structure of the maze strongly resembles the Black Path game routes. In the Black Path game, there are 3 types of forks: T1, T2, and T3, with T3 being the cross-shaped fork. However, Baku rules out T3 for 2 reasons. Katakura emphasized there's one cross-shaped fork, implying a singular instance, not the entry point in forks. None of the observed rooms resemble T3, which was heavily featured in the Black Path game. This deduction narrows down the route possibilities to only using T1 and T2 fork types. Using the knowledge of his start at A6 and the shortest path rule, Baku narrows the possible exit points to B6, A1, D6, A3, F6, and A5. Considering he is at F3 after traversing 18 rooms, only A1 and A5 could logically be reached in that number of steps while obeying the shortest path rule. From A6 to F3, Baku identifies his movement through the following room types on screen. This allows Baku to begin modeling the possible remaining path to an exit. If the exit is A5, the correct combination of rooms from this point would be. However, during the route, specifically at C3, there's a possibility of turning right, which would open a different path entirely. If turning right at C3 is possible, then A1 becomes a viable exit instead. Baku mentally reconstructs this alternate route as well, ready to adapt depending on how the path unfolds. Baku analytically determines both his route and the possible exit scenarios. This shows his capacity for high-level analytical thinking. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it. While Baku reconstructs movement using known patterns, Akiyama redefines the entire structure of bid poker from a card acquisition game to an economy driven by majority control. He predicts outcomes not only through logic, but through manipulating enemy expectations, layered incentives, and macro strategy. His reasoning blends game theory, trust dynamics, and long-term forecasting. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His plan operates across multiple dimensions: economic systems, psychological leverage, coin flow control, betrayal management, alliance building, and false flag tactics. It's not just about playing cards well, it's about rewiring how the entire game functions. Baku's labyrinth analysis is detailed but occurs in a single confined system with no social interference. For resource management, Baku had clues, information given by the enemy which helped him to analyze the game. Akiyama had nothing. His resources were purely mental and had to analyze the game entirely by himself. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it for playing Labyrinth. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it because he faced Harimoto and Kimura, top-tier strategists. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it. Losers of bid poker will get out of the safe zone of the tournament, which will end up with them being sold to the black market. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. So Akiyama takes analytical thinking with high difficulty over Baku. After these vast analyses in their thinking feats and distribution, Akiyama takes thinking with very high difficulty over Baku. For fluid reasoning, we are going to analyze their best feat in the respective subcategories showed on screen, starting with learning ability and adaptability. For this feat, we are going to explore the rules Akiyama had to memorize and master in order to find loopholes and secret mechanics through the liar game tournament during the time lapse. The liar game took place in, on screen, the rules of minority rule. Now let's see the loopholes Akiyama found using his learning ability. Akiyama discovered that by forming a team of 8 players and dividing the votes, one of them would end up as the last minority, thereby winning the game. It was never stated in the rules that votes couldn't be revealed. Akiyama revealed his vote in the final round to create confusion and force the game into a deadlock. The diamond pin was never stated to be required to redeem the prize. Akiyama used this ambiguity to convince a player to team up with him by giving him his diamond. For downsizing game, by using the M tickets and exploiting the agreed payment time, which was never stated to be immediate, Akiyama set the deadline just before the end of the final round. This gave Now enough time to gather the money. By taking advantage of the revival round mechanic, he instructed Now to bluff. Other revival rounds were taking place at the same time, and one of the participants had dropped out. Therefore, by receiving the most votes from the losers, she would advance to the next round. In Fukunaga's game, he exploited the loophole that cards couldn't be seen inside the bag, which allowed Now to scratch the card and win. Contraband game rules. Now the loopholes and secret mechanics he found. The remaining balance becomes the player's personal prize money. He noticed the balance difference between the external ATM and the internal account. He used the sound of the cash inside the bag to determine whether there was money in it. It was never stated that you couldn't deposit money into your own ATM. He figured out that you could. It was never stated that objects couldn't be brought into the inspector's room. He used this to bring in Nao's teddy bear and a speaker. Withdrawing more than 100 million yen is possible. You can damage your own card and it will be replaced. He exploited the other team's tape recorders to communicate covertly. He abused the loophole in the money deposit system and instead claimed he had hidden the money. It was never stated that inspectors couldn't carry money. He exploited this to determine whether the smuggler was holding cash or not. He discovered the upcoming revival round, which allowed him to continue playing despite being in debt. Russian roulette. He placed the bullets with a 2x2 spacing to avoid being shot twice. He discovered an inconsistency between the spinning of the cylinder and the position of the gun, which caused the revolver's center of gravity to shift. He identified that the cylinder spun counterclockwise by observing the placement of his previously loaded bullets. Using the excuse that setting the 3 bullets straight would guarantee not firing your own bullets, he indirectly manipulated the other team to set 3 consecutive bullets twice, which allowed him to control the cylinder's position. 17 poker. Since the game uses only 17 cards, it will always result in at least a pair. He exploited the game's specific shuffling mechanism to his advantage. He uncovered the Joker card trick, which was based on a loophole in the game. By exchanging 3 cards in the first round, despite already having a straight, he aimed to draw a better hand and bait Kikuchi, exploiting the loophole involving the use of 7 cards. Stationary roulette rules. He found that it was never stated in the rules that the betting numbers must include the winning number. By betting on non-winning numbers, the opponent is lured into doing the same, ultimately leading to their loss. Pandemic game rules. He abused the watch mechanism by creating a fake circuit scheme. It was never stated that checked rooms had to be abandoned afterward. Akiyama used this to lock himself inside a room, forcing Yokoya into direct contact. Musical chairs game rules. He figured out the loophole in the map that spoiled the direction Harimoto took to his chair. It was never stated that participating in the elections was mandatory. By exploiting this, Akiyama tore apart the enemy alliance. Akiyama was the first to realize the importance of the Gaia. By participating in the elections, they became the driving force of musical chairs, rather than mere decoration. He formed the Gaia Alliance to gain partial control over the game, both in medals and elections, by utilizing players who were otherwise seen as useless. With the Gaia working together, they could collect trash medals and identify which players were intended to win. From a simple description, he noticed the mechanism Harimoto and Yokoya used to choose their numbers. He uncovered a loophole in this game that allowed players to hide their own numbers. He abused the alliance system to exhaust his enemies during the night phase. He realized that metals previously seen as trash could be converted into winning metals if the player originally meant to lose became the winner. He orchestrated the victory of the player with the most trash metals in order to maximize profit. Bid poker rules. He discovered that the discard then confirm mechanic ensures the card will be placed at the top of the list, making it the first to be sold. This was a key part of his majority rule scheme. It was never stated that players couldn't use the location of the facility to their advantage. Akiyama exploited this by sending Harimoto to another room and then locking himself in, pressuring his enemies to accept the deck trade pact. Ghost Leg Lottery rules. This is the only game Akiyama did not abuse of any loopholes or secret game mechanics. Human auction rules. By bidding on an unwanted player, Akiyama forced others to outbid him, since at that stage of the game, his bid succeeding would risk everyone's defeat. This strategy allowed him to force two teams to form before it was his turn. He abused the tablet mechanic by exchanging tablets with Kaneko, ensuring that her team couldn't place a bid for him. Records of the Four Kingdoms rules. For his anti-spy strategy, Akiyama exploited the fact that the rules did not specify the general's position couldn't be revoked. He used this loophole to continuously rotate the general of the last two kingdoms each round, following a pre-planned script with the optimal actions. He exploited the stalemate loophole by manipulating the game so that the last two kingdoms each ended up with only one LP. Due to the high cost of actions, this forced both kingdoms into inaction. Since the game couldn't determine a winner in that situation, and losers are ineligible to win, all players' debts were cancelled. Across a total of 12 games composed of 130 rules, Akiyama mastered their systems, uncovering 45 loopholes and hidden game mechanics, demonstrating his exceptional ability to learn, adapt, and dominate. For this feat, we are going to take the month where Baku played Tower of Karma, The Ban, and STL. The rules of Chaplain Dottie on screen. In this game, Baku abused the probabilistic loophole of the numbers, picking up the numbers that reveal the less information. Protoporous rules. In this game, Baku exploited the reset mechanic. 1 week after the Kaiser raises, the game's progress is reset. The system automatically selects the 3 highest level players as kings. By forcing Lalo to become the Kaiser and ensuring he held 3 high-level vests, Baku secured his position as Kaiser for the final day of the gamble. The encirclement of the 4 gods. Baku discovered that by exploiting the betting mechanic, specifically by identifying who was betting the most bios, he could place a slightly smaller bet. This allowed him to earn bios while staying under the radar, as the banker would target the top bettor instead. He conspired with the highest bidder, allowing that player to stand on top in exchange for revealing the number of bios he would bet and the direction he would point in the first round, thereby increasing Baku's chances of winning. He exploited a loophole in the rules, pointing out that it was never stated the banker was required to point. He also took advantage of the banker switching mechanic. By declaring he wouldn't attack, the role of banker was forcibly passed to another player, reducing Baku's losses in bios. Hand chopper rules. Here he exploited the loophole that cutting off his own finger would allow him to reuse his hand. Air poker rules. Exploited the mechanism of the regulator by shattering to camouflage his oxygen and communicated with Hal via Morse code. Drop the handkerchief rules. Baku exploited the loophole of D position, since it wasn't stated D must be behind C to perform his action. Exploited the mechanism of the safe checks at 60 seconds. Over the course of the month in which the culmination of his decade-long plan took place, Baku had to adapt to 6 different games composed of 55 rules. He demonstrated his exceptional learning ability by mastering these games and exploiting 11 loopholes and hidden mechanisms. Now, it's obvious who takes learning ability. Akiyama not only showcased better learning ability by mastering the 130 rules of the tournament, but also was able to use these same rules into his favor way more times than Baku. Not only that, but his loopholes exploits and secret mechanics are way harder to identify or come across with, which showcases his genius in adaptability and learning ability, so he takes this with high difficulty. For reasoning, in the reasoning segment, it went to Akiyama with high difficulty. Same here. For abstract reasoning, we are going to use the feat we used for abstract thinking, since both characters judge and analyze abstract concepts to apply. It went to Akiyama with very high difficulty, same here. for novel complex problem solving, which involves addressing unique, multifaceted challenges that lack predefined solutions, requiring innovative thinking, adaptability, and interdisciplinary approaches. For this, we are going to use the feat featured in short-term planning, since it showcases their best achievement as pure novel complex problem solving. It went to Akiyama with extreme diff, same here. Based in this, Akiyama takes fluid reasoning index with very high diff. In Tower of Karma, both players are asked to grab between 1 to 10 beads. They must guess the total number of beads by combining their beads plus the beads of their rival. This leads to 100 choices, depending on the number of beads Usogi and Tsutaguma each select. Baku has to narrow down Tsudaguma's number of beads. During round 1, Usogi picked 11 because he calculated it was the least revealing number. 11 was incorrect. This made him certain Tsutaguma wasn't holding 2 beads. When Tsutaguma picked 10, the chances that he had 1 or 10 beads also disappeared. Usogi pressed 12, which was the second least revealing number. Again, it was an incorrect number that made the chance of Tsutaguma having 3 beads vanish. Tsutaguma later picked 14. This made Baku certain Tsutaguma did not have 5 beads. Here, Baku gets to know Hugo pressed 8 on the last floor. However, at this point, Baku was sure the first number Tsutaguma input was nothing but a bluff. He saw through this, understanding Tsutaguma's intention. Yet, to make Tsutaguma believe he was still convinced that 8 was a worthy attempt, Baku pressed 13. That indirectly made Tsutaguma reduce the bead gap of Baku. Also, when 13 is shown to be incorrect, Baku can eliminate the odds of Tsutaguma holding 4 beads. When Tsutaguma picked 15 and failed, Baku could also discard 6 as Tsutaguma's total number of beads. In the end, Baku can be sure the number is 18. In total, we can confirm that Baku processed 100 bead combinations in his head, 19 combinations that gave the least information about his own bead count, while eliminating 56 combinations, making a total of 175 mental processes Baku performed throughout the game. After the virus spreads among the players and the current statuses of the players are revealed, Akiyama starts calculating in his head how the virus spread that much. He calculates different situations in his mind. Akiyama calculates how much the virus would spread if only one person was infected among them. Akiyama calculates in his head the order in which the players will have contact, the number of vaccines they generate after the contact, while keeping track of the virus's development. Akiyama is able to conclude that even with one infected person, the virus will spread to a maximum of 2 individuals. After the result of this hypothesis doesn't match the result of the game, Akiyama calculates the contact sequence now with 2 infected people. Again, Akiyama processes the order in which the players will have contact, the number of vaccines they generate after contact, while keeping track of the virus's development. The result is 4 players contaminated. Finally, Akiyama processes the result of how the virus will spread, with a contact seeker infected and a non-active infected. Akiyama here reaches the conclusion that the virus will spread after a round of contact made by the contact seeker infected and a round-robin session. In total, Akiyama calculated in his mind 58 contacts, 52 vaccines, 63 fluctuating infected, 16 permanently infected, 158 normal statuses, and 120 post-contact results, making a total of 467 objects Akiyama manipulated in his mind throughout this process. This was done in a short amount of time. In the document Diffusion I made, we elaborated different time possibilities, taking into consideration the syllables per dialogue and the average speed of the average Japanese speaker. Since after the results were revealed, a small dialogue occurred between the players before Akiyama's claim. I know the process that made this result, as well as the guilty. The most likely time was calculated to be 45 seconds. This means Akiyama executed 10.19 operations in his head per second, calculating 3 scenarios and manipulating 467 total objects in just 45 seconds. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because he's not just calculating, it's dynamic system simulation. He predicts emergent outcomes from chain interactions, virus propagation, vaccine interaction, role variation. It requires simultaneous logical consistency and future state projection. Baku's feat is based on smart elimination logic and bluff control, but it is discrete logic for complexity tier. Akiyama takes it because he handles 467 interrelated variables in recursive feedback systems under a 45-second constraint. That's mastermind level thinking. Baku, while highly logical, works within a closed probability space with predefined input-output 100 bead combinations, making it advanced but not hyper-layered. For resources management, Akiyama takes it. Despite the confirmation of 9 infected and 3 normal, people before were claiming there were 10 infected and a supposed infected come out too, making this situation beyond confusion. Yet he was able to simulate the rotation within his mind. tracking down the virus spread mechanism. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it by playing Pandemic, more rule-restricted and complex game. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it for executing this against Yokoya. For situation hostility, Baku takes it if, within his mental operation he fails, he might reveal the enemy important information, which could cause him to be injected with another blood type. Pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. Both of these are mental processes that can't be countered directly, but by Baku's feat requiring Tsutoguma's actions to be performed, makes the feat somehow more easily to be disrupted, so Akiyama takes this. Based on this, Akiyama takes Working Memory Index with high difficulty against Baku. Once Akiyama exchanges 5 cards in the 8th round of bid poker, he has the information needed to construct the original positions of the cards. He backshuffles 17 cards to their original positions in a matter of seconds. Once Akiyama knows the original order of the cards, he shuffles them in his head 9 times. That means Akiyama mentally shuffled 138 cards, and adding the memorization of the original pattern, he manipulated a total of 153 cards in his mind during this process. We don't know exactly how long this took him, but if we take into account his statement that he reconstructed the original positions at the end of the 8th round, and the fact that in the 9th round he executed the winning pattern, we can be sure Akiyama completed this process before the cards were dealt in the 9th round. Considering the time it takes to transition from one round to another, including the winner taking the chips, the dealer removing the cards, opening a new pack, and starting the shuffle, the estimated time is around 40 seconds to 1 minute, which makes this an impressive feat. When Baku learned the law near the end of the 2nd round, he immediately starts forming the hands based on the possible strongest combinations. He builds both the previously used and current cards from both himself and Lalo. For example, the 36, whose strongest form is a 4 of a kind, the 15 of Lalo, which was a straight flush, Baku's current 39, which can also be made into a 4 of a kind, and Lalo's current 8 formation, which is a full house. This means that in a matter of seconds, Baku was able to mentally construct 20 cards. After experiencing the first symptoms of drowning, Baku regains consciousness and immediately begins forming the decks for his 3 remaining cards, 45, 25, and 26. Since he doesn't yet know the remaining cards of Lalo at this point, he needs to form his hands with the current numbers in order to determine his weakest and strongest cards. Baku figures out that the strongest combination for his 45 card is a 4 of a kind of jacks. The 26 could possibly be a full house of 6s, and the 25 a straight flush. So this means that Baku, between the end of the 2nd round and the beginning of the 3rd round, formed 7 decks, which required 35 cards to be mentally constructed. Later on, he had to formulate new decks based on Lalo's cards and reformulate his own cards considering the overlapping effect. I think that regardless of the exact moment Baku executed his feat, it showcases incredible processing speed, especially when you consider that it was performed underwater, meaning less oxygen was reaching his brain. Despite briefly drowning, he was able to quickly regain composure and analyze the hands of his cards. While Akiyama's feat involved more variables and objects, Baku's feat feels noticeably snappier due to the brutal conditions he was facing. For that reason, Baku takes processing speed index with very high difficulty. Before the hand chopper game started, Baku quickly processed the possible combinations the game might have. Baku processed a total of 3 rounds, with 96 moves and 196 hands. Baku realizes that if this game is played perfectly by both players, it will always deadlock forever. So, he has no other option but to make a risky move to break all these combinations, and that is to simply cut his own finger. With this single move, he can checkmate Naro. Akiyama knows the only way to save everyone in this game is by forcing the game to not determine a winner. This can be achieved by making the last 2 kingdoms end with 1 life point in the final round, so they will refuse to input any further actions. Akiyama must construct how the game will develop and what actions he needs to manipulate in order to achieve the desired 1 versus 1 LP outcome. Akiyama is certain that Yokoya will have no other option but to cooperate with the kingdoms of Wu and Shu after his fake plan bluff. This allows Akiyama to predict the future actions of Wu and Shu, assuming their equilibrium will persist until Wei and Wo are eliminated. Furthermore, Akiyama accounts for Yokoya's willingness to be eliminated, predicting that Yokoya will deliberately reduce his own LP by executing unnecessary moves throughout the game. This enables Akiyama to integrate Yokoya's behavior into his calculations. Akiyama also narrows down the possible actions the pack kingdoms will take. By analyzing the game dynamics, he excludes unlikely scenarios, like a kingdom repeatedly taking no action during critical rounds, and calculates scenarios based on double wall and attack, single wall and attack, or triple shield. By processing these actions, while keeping in mind that Yokoya will eventually have to reduce his own LP, Akiyama is able to determine whether the status quo can prevail throughout the remainder of the game so that he can later exploit it. Akiyama must calculate his own actions, as he needs to create a possible winning strategy to misdirect Yokoya and the Liar Game Corporation, while also acknowledging that he has to reduce his LP to accelerate the game in order to prevent his enemies from discovering the stalemate plan. Akiyama finally creates the action to logically manipulate the last kingdoms into inputting the actions that will be able to sustain the stalemate until the last round, and the logical support behind them must be undeniable. Akiyama calculated an astonishing total of 377 future actions, distributed as follows: 99 actions from Wu, 99 actions from Shu, 100 actions from Wei, and 79 actions from his own kingdom. These actions encompassed all possible combinations of attack, defense, and strategic maneuvers, such as deploying 3-wall, sword, or shield formations, while also accounting rushed LP waste and Yokoya's suicidal actions, while also accounting the constant target strategy and the anti-spy strategy inputs that allowed him to control the game. For logical tier, Akiyama takes the logical tier because his mental calculations involve hyper-layered predictive modeling across 377 distinct future actions, each with multiple strategic branches such as LP reduction gambits, pack dynamics, attack-defense formations, and player psychology. He simulates not just deterministic outcomes, but dynamic, conditional behavior from multiple independent agents, including Yokoya's irrational but manipulable tendencies, while maintaining a false winning narrative to deceive both the Liar Game Corporation and his enemies. His logic is not reactive but proactive and systemic, creating a closed equilibrium that only he fully understands, making it a feat of pure strategic logic at the highest level. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it as he controls 377 total actions from 4 kingdoms with variable decision sets, triple wall, shield, LP loss, pacts, betrayals. He maintains logical continuity while misdirecting a manipulator like Yokoya and the Liar Game organizers. Baku's complexity lies in game comprehension. Recognizing deadlock from 196 hands is brilliant, but not that complex given the simpler back and forth system of the game. For resources management, Akiyama takes it. He had no power of choice, unlike Baku, who could set the time limit to 5 minutes, and also Akiyama had no resources to achieve his goal. But by his huge mental power, he was able to create all the necessary inputs to accomplish his stalemate. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it by playing Record of the 4 Kingdoms. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it no doubt by executing it against Yokoya. For situation hostility, Baku worked with the mental pressure that losing there would result in being expelled from the island, which will result into his death, while Akiyama worked with the mental pressure of gambling his life and Nao's into a suicidal plan where the two of them will have to lose her just to achieve a stalemate. If anything goes wrong, since their defeat was secured, they are fucked up, so Akiyama takes this for working with more mental pressure. On screen, the results of feat consistency. Countering Biku's feat would require something extreme, like cutting your own finger, to break the deadlock he set up, meaning it was very difficult, but not entirely impossible. In contrast, Akiyama's feat was meticulously pre-calculated, covering up to 60 rounds ahead of time. While it couldn't realistically be countered due to his exact control, a chaotic or irrational move from a player could theoretically disrupt it. However, this never occurred. Since Baku's strategy left no realistic room for interference without severe cost, and Akiyama's plan, while flawless, had hypothetical failure points, the point goes to Baku. So, Akiyama takes CPI from Baku with very high difficulty. Right in the rehearsal round, Akiyama tells Nao to load the bullets in the rooms, 18, 20, and 23. During this moment, he already visualizes in his head the cylinder of the revolver, predicting that the cylinder will deviate downwards. After the rehearsal game, Akiyama knows the rooms that were loaded during this game were 1, 10, 13, 15, 16, and 19. He completely visualizes this in his mind, making it obvious the bullets he asked Nao to load ended up in the 10, 13, and 15 spots. Specifically, Akiyama knows the 18 bullet ended up in the 15 spot, the 20 in the 13 spot, and the 23 in the 10 spot, which means the revolver spins counterclockwise, but fires clockwise. However, the most intriguing fact was that the majority of these bullets were located in the lower part of the cylinder. Akiyama now knows the cylinder spins counterclockwise, but the bullets were fired in a clockwise way. Also, the dealer spins the cylinder while holding it lengthwise. This way, the players won't see the locations of the bullets. Here, Akiyama realizes that, although this method makes things seem fair, it is indirectly making the game unfair. since it is held lengthwise, and considering the weight of the bullets, which should be heavy enough as they contain enough gunpowder to generate the explosion, the revolver's center of gravity is shifted downwards. This explains the results of the rehearsal round. When the rehearsal ends, Akiyama takes the revolver and places the bullets in the same positions he previously visualized in his mind. The result was almost identical, since the cylinder stopped at just one chamber short of the original setup. This gave Akiyama clear evidence that the cylinder's revolver can be manipulated. After proving his hypothesis to be real, Akiyama has an idea to manipulate the revolver to make sure the first 6 rooms are empty. Akiyama previously deduced that the best way to avoid shooting yourself with your own bullets is by placing the 3 bullets next to each other. In case the gun is fired, you will try to skip the next shot. If this next shot is also a gun, you can be sure the upcoming one contains a bullet. Doing this, you can save yourself from shooting and provoke the enemy to shoot the revolver. However, here, Akiyama visualizes 3 rounds loaded twice in the cylinder, the other 3 bullets of the enemy team, and Akiyama concludes that if he can make the enemy somehow place the 3 rounds in a row, and he places 3 bullets in a row as well, this will totally exploit the center of gravity of the cylinder downwards. With this, we can conclude Akiyama visualized in his mind the cylinder of the revolver, the spin effect generated by the weight of the gunpowder, the location of the first 6 bullets during the rehearsal, and the location of the bullets considering the 3 rounds twice method. While Yeku tells Baku the story of the first gamble he held, Baku visually created the scenario of the gamble and all the elements that surround it. In the 3rd round of that game, Marukobayashi accumulated a weight of 100 kilograms, which makes his survival impossible. However, even before Yaku tells him what happened, Baku knew Marukobayashi wasn't actually resisting that weight. Baku explains that he's still unsure if Marukobayashi planned it or if it was a coincidence. When Marukobayashi dropped the diamond under the fish tank and asked Yaku for help to move it, he placed the fish tank close to the rotation mechanism of the room. In the 2nd game, when Hiraguchi used the remote control to spin the room, Marukobayashi stopped the spinning to prevent the fish tank from being placed behind him. Here, Baku has the hypothesis that Marukobayashi planned it, since he wanted to prevent the referee from realizing that the fish tank would pass beneath the net, which explains how he survived 100 kilograms attached to his neck, since the cash was actually floating in the fish tank. With this, we can conclude that Baku visualized the spinning mechanism and the elements of the scene. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because he performs deductive analysis grounded in physics, gravity, weight shift, spin direction, etc. He builds a predictive model of the revolver's behavior and then confirms it through experimental repetition. His reasoning is systematic, deeply predictive, and strategic. Baku's feat, while insightful, is mostly reconstructive tests, pieces together past actions based on observational clues. It's a strong situational solve, but doesn't involve the same multi-layered anticipation. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because he visualizes an unseen, rotating 3D object, deduces spin direction from result displacement, and builds a plan exploiting the natural bias of the system. This is hyper-layered mechanical reasoning. Baku's feat, while complex, only layers a few mechanical variables and fish tank, net, spin, without controlling or manipulating multiple outcomes. For resources management, Akiyama takes it because he works from total informational obscurity with zero physical access to the gun's internal mechanisms and still manages to determine its spin and center of gravity through mental simulation and one test. Baku is reconstructing past events after hearing the story. Complexity of the situation. Akiyama takes it by executing this feat in Russian roulette. Adversity force. Akiyama takes it. He executed this feat against the enemy team, while Baku was facing no adversity at that time. Situation hostility. Akiyama takes it. Losers of the revival round will be out of the safe zone of the tournament, which presents a huge danger to their integrity. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. Baku's feat can't be countered due to the lack of direct opposition he faced, while Akiyama's visual spatial index can't be either since it was performed all within his head. So let's give this point to Baku just because the lack of adversity. After this, we can say Akiyama takes visual spatial index with high difficulty against Baku. Baku is able to recognize that Amako and Minowa are communicating via Morse code. When he listens to the recording from his phone, which was left in the pipes, he deciphers their communication and learns the current positions of the players and their total MP. Baku knows that Minowa's route might intersect with his own again, so he later sends a Morse code message to Minowa, instructing him to move to C4. Minowa, believing the message came from Amako, follows the instructions. Baku's intention in doing this was to avoid encountering Minowa again. Akiyama learns the code Mitsumasa always entered into the lock of the drawer that contains important information, such as exam files, had been altered. He suspects the entrance exams were specifically targeted, as Mitsumasa always placed them in the 17th slot, but this time they were found in the 15th. However, the lock wasn't opened. Instead, the digits were found in an unusual state. Mitsumasa always sets the 4-digit combination back to 0000 right after unlocking the drawer, but this time the combination was set to 3105. Akiyama begins theorizing about the incident, especially because a close friend of his is the main suspect, having been seen in the teacher's office on that same day. Akiyama believes this is unlikely to be a theft. As the professor explained, he always resets the lock to 4 zeros, 0000, after locking it. So, if someone intended to commit a crime and saw a code like 8473, they would assume the owner sets random combinations after use. But if they see 0000, they'd think the owner consistently resets the lock to that default state. In this case, since the lock was found set to 3105, it would make no sense from a thief's perspective to deliberately leave a different combination unless it had meaning. Thus, Akiyama deduces the digits were most likely intended as a message, not a careless mistake. Akiyama decodes the digits individually. 3 is pronounced san, 1 is ichi, 0 is 0, 5 is go. At first, the 0 breaks the flow of any meaningful word, but Akiyama considers that 1 and 0 could be read together as 10, pronounced 2. This transforms the sequence into santogo, or santogo. However, this still doesn't make much sense. Then Akiyama realizes the 5 go could be a stand-in for the consonant ko, which is common in Japanese name formations. Replacing go with ko gives santoko, which sounds remarkably similar to a name he heard before. He remembers the professor had mentioned in a conversation that the drawer originally belonged to his wife Sakoto. Akiyama now fully understands the message. By eliminating the third letter of the number sequence, the zero, and reinterpreting go as ko, the code spells Sakoto. From this, Akiyama deduces that the wife knew the combination and was probably searching for an important file in the drawer. In doing so, she accidentally switched the folder positions, so she left the combination 3105 as a message to let her husband know it was her. Akiyama's feat is clearly superior compared to Baku's, also when you consider that Akiyama studied psychology in the most prestigious university in Japan, which means mastering different languages such English, German, and French, so he takes verbal comprehension index with high difficulty over Baku. Based in the previous subcategories, Akiyama takes full-scale intellectual quotient with very high difficulty against Baku. Akiyama joined the Liar Game tournament despite not being an invited participant, a total mysterious tournament run by a dark, multi-millionaire organization who themselves claim they will recover their money, no matter what means they must use, which is a direct threat. Even despite this total danger it represents to him, he willingly puts himself in extreme danger. Not enough with that, Akiyama aimed to become the winner, yet the only one with tremendous debt, which could have resulted in triggering the important people he frustrated their plan, which could have resulted in his own death. Despite this catastrophic outcome for him, Akiyama gave a damn and played all the liar game, only worrying about saving others and protecting now. Baku's composure at the time of taking the lethal drug during the drop handkerchief game is a ridiculous composure feat. At first glance, taking 1 minute of the drug to understand the pacing seems like the best option, considering his leap-second plan. What makes this feat impressive is that Baku's heart was so weak that the chance of not resurrecting even after the penalization minute was ridiculously high. Despite this, Baku willingly took the drug, not showing the slightest glimpse of fear. For comparing adversity capacity, using the metrics seems off, since these are not strategical feats by any means but a cognitive ability to endure despite the circumstances, so we are going to compare these by doing a brief analysis. Both composure feats are great. Akiyama's composure for willingly becoming part of the liar game and designing a plan where he would willingly sacrifice his life speaks tons of his composure, giving genuinely a damn about his life if that would save others. However, Baku's composure seems more impressive due to the immediate consequences of his action. The composure needed to take the drug to willingly understand the pacing seems better at composure since he had to willingly control his heart, which was sick by the way. For that reason, I think Baku has slightly better composure, so he takes this with very high difficulty. Akiyama's determination is ridiculous. Let's remember his mother took her life after being tricked and acquiring a colossal debt. After this, something changed in Akiyama. His mother, an honest woman who did nothing but work hard her whole life honestly, was tricked by people who only think about themselves. Akiyama started considering these people as scum and despised them. That's the reason he investigated the organization that killed his mother, which was nothing but Japan's largest multi-level marketing scheme. Despite having to take down, single-handedly, Japan's biggest MLM, Akiyama didn't care and took it down by himself, destroying the lives of those who were part of this organization. 3 years after these events, Akiyama meets Kanzaki Nao, an honest girl who reminded him of his mom, a girl who was being victimized by a powerful organization that organized games to make people deceive each other. Later, in the Minority Rule game, Akiyama found the Liar game was a mass tournament which was being played by several people. Akiyama, in order to atone for his previous sins after being consumed by hatred towards these dishonest individuals, reframed his hatred towards them and saw the participants of the Liar game as victims of this organization. Even though these people playing the Liar game are the same kind of people that killed his mom, dishonest, greedy individuals he perceived as scum, Akiyama started willingly playing the games in order to save as many players as he could, paying their debts and getting them out of this tournament, all while protecting Nao. Akiyama psychologically reframed the Liar game tournament as the greatest evil, an evil he must defeat. With this unparalleled determination, Akiyama designed hyper-layered schemes, strategies, manipulation tactics, and deceptive activities, all for the greater purpose of saving everyone, even if it costs him his own life. Baku's determination, used in his decade plan, is ridiculous as well. He planned for years, willingly putting his life on the tightrope, after willingly losing the first surpassing the leader. After that, all he had was taken away. Despite that, he planned carefully a scheme that will eventually build influence and power to replay the surpassing the leader, as well a method to be unbanned from the challenge, putting his life in constant danger when necessary. He had a ridiculous determination to achieve his objectives, playing the most formidable gamble of his life while achieving control of Keikaru. Determination is the ability to have a firm resolution to achieve a goal, even in the face of adversity. Both characters faced adversity, that is for sure, but let's consider Akiyama's determination, since he had to build a mentality enough to save the same people he considered scum, the same people his mother died for. Not only he built the resolution to save them despite his inner hatred for them, but also faced ridiculous adversity, constant betrayals from the ones he wanted to save. Yokoya, who designed his plans to make Nao and Akiyama lose to suffer, and the Harimoto group trying to make as many players to lose in order to win more money. Sure, Baku had enough determination to achieve his goals, but was he constantly being stopped by others to achieve his goals? Did he ever deal with betrayals? Did he ever had to save others besides himself? Absolutely not. Akiyama, on the other hand, faced constant adversity in each and every single one of his goals. For that reason, he takes determination with extreme difficulty over Baku. Let's remember Akiyama's goal was to save everyone, while protecting Nao, while accumulating a debt himself. Even despite his pure intentions, Akiyama suffered many drawbacks during the Liar game rounds. Let's recall some of the occasions his perseverance was put to the test. In Majority Rule, despite wanting to save everyone on his team, Fukunaga betrayed him and tried to deceive him to become the final winner. This reflects to Akiyama something he'll have to go through a lot in this tournament. Even though his intentions are good, people will always try to find a way to win the most, even if it means crushing others. In the first revival round, Akiyama saw how Nao was deceived by those same people she wanted to save, seeing again with his own eyes that people won't ever repay good intentions. In the contraband game, he was betrayed by Kikuzawa, and also by 3 members of his own team, who deposited a large amount of money into their ATM thinking this money would go to them. A total trap. Despite this, Akiyama says one quote that defines his philosophy: "As long as people regret, they are worth to be saved." In the pandemic game, despite his efforts to save everyone, they turned their backs on him after they found he was lying about the circuit detection, despite his intention of getting everyone back to a normal state. These same people Akiyama returned to normal refused to have contact with Nao, even though she begged them, which shows the constant disappointment Akiyama has to deal with. In musical chairs, he is betrayed by Baldi, by Shima. When it comes to saving Nao, Akiyama saved her tons of times during the tournament. He saved her by stealing Fujisawa's money, paid her debt in the Minority Rule game despite telling her not to go, went to save her in the downsizing game, where again she had no need to go since Akiyama paid her debt, promised to keep her safe in the revival round, found a way to save her in the pandemic game despite Yokoya's vendetta. With the money his team won in musical chairs, they paid their total debt, and despite this, now won again and put herself in danger during the next game. In the final round, despite having no debts, she decided to go, totally ignoring Akiyama's efforts to protect her. Through the liar game, Akiyama dealt with people not paying his good intentions as corresponded, dealt with now getting in danger multiple times despite Akiyama paying her debts and asking her to stop. Despite these constant drawbacks, Akiyama's perseverance never disappeared, and his will to do what's correct only intensified. This also shows the great mental fortitude he had, dealing with complex games where he designed layered schemes of strategy and manipulation, while also facing incredibly smart enemies and handling people that constantly turned their backs on him, despite his desire to save them. This denotes an ability to never give up, no matter the enemy, the circumstances, the betrayals, or the hopeless resolution he was planning for himself. For perseverance in Baku's case, we are going to use the previous determination feat, since it also showcased in his decade plan. With no further comment, let's compare these two. The definition of perseverance is the continuous effort to achieve our goals. Both Baku and Akiyama have ridiculous perseverance. However, I think Baku's perseverance is slightly superior. Due to the span of his decade plan, he engaged himself for a decade in order to achieve his goals, waiting years and years to make his moves. While Akiyama's perseverance is also insane, he did not showcase the constant perseverance Baku presented for years and years, so Baku takes this with very high difficulty. While everyone was panicking because the losers would be sold to the black market and used for weapon testing in such a critical situation, where the impulse of an average person would be to find a way to win the game to prevent a catastrophe, which was beneficial to Akiyama as well, since with the prize money he could have paid her debts too. However, Akiyama controlled this safe decision and instead went for a dangerous, altruistic goal, losing himself, indirectly manipulating Yokoya to lose as well, which meant now losing the game too, and betting all his efforts into creating a final stalemate between the remaining kingdoms. This shows that in a situation where his life and the life of his lost beloved one were in danger, Akiyama controlled his most protective instincts and designed a 1 in a million plan to save absolutely everyone. After the second round of air poker finished, Baku experienced several signals of death. Despite this, he recovered his consciousness just in time before losing by standing up. At this point, Baku had already discovered the meaning behind the law. So in this situation, where he experienced the first stages of drowning, and not only his body but his mind was clearly exhausted after experiencing several death symptoms, he controlled the huge stress of these variables and visualized the hands behind every card he possessed. This resulted in Baku willingly deciding to leave the 25 number card as his ace and final trap to win the game. Regardless of the chance of this card weakening due to the cards that would later be consumed by both players, Baku controlled his primary impulses of using such a strong card at that time, which could have made him win the round and secure some air bios. Despite this, Baku managed this impulse and willingly decided to leave this card for the final round, despite the huge risk of not being able to use the hand that would make the card unbeatable. It is this action that later solidified Baku's victory, since his 25 number card could resist and win the final clash. For stress tolerance, Akiyama's stress was astronomical. He was working with the mental pressure that every life was in his hands, that it was his responsibility to save everyone, and designed a suicidal plan where the minimum misstep will lead to Nao, all the other players and him to face a fate worse than death, slavery, prostitution, organs traffic, and subjects of weapon testing. The stress he was dealing with was superb. Baku on the side was dealing only with his life stress. However, he was facing physical stress as well. His brain was signaling imminent death, and still he was able to recover from that. He showcases clarity even after extreme mental and physical exhaustion. For that reason, Baku takes stress tolerance with extreme difficulty. For impulse management, no doubts this goes to Akiyama. In a game designed exclusively to make sure he can't save everyone due the tremendous debt penalization and collection, and being told this is the final round of the tournament, Akiyama, who was sure the liar game had black market connections, could have immediately created a plan to make him win, protecting him, Nao, and few others. That is what the most common impulse in that situation, to seek to protect yourself and your loved one. Despite this, Akiyama had the ridiculous impulse management to elaborate a more complex plan, where he and Nao will have to lose to eventually set the game into a stalemate, which guaranteed the safety of all the players. While Baku in his situation lacked the impulse management to hide the law and work with it to win, he instead told Lalo the rule in an attempt to make him waste oxygen and creating a mind game. However, it was more counterproductive in the end, since it was what ultimately made air poker more complicated for him, since by Baku telling Lalo the rule, he acknowledged his hand superiority and the cause of the calamity. So Akiyama takes this with very high difficulty. For cognitive discipline, which is the ability to remain mentally focused at the time of making decisions regardless of the pressure, this goes to Akiyama as well. He had the pressure to save everybody and had to execute perfect tactics in order to achieve the stalemate. The ability to carry the weight of not only every participant, but now his most beloved one, showcases his insane cognitive discipline. He takes this with very high difficulty. Based in the previous distribution, Baku takes adversity capacity against Akiyama with very high to extreme difficulty. That being said, I'm aware a document is being prepared that explores the immense adversity Akiyama endured throughout the Liar Game tournament. Once it's released, Akiyama may very well surpass Baku in terms of adversity capacity. For now, though, Baku takes the edge. Shinichi evaluates Baldi and concludes he is the best person they can recruit as a teammate. Earlier on, Baldi stole the chair that belonged to Four Eyes, which means he isn't part of another group, since if that was the case, he would have had a backup chair. Therefore, he would have had no need to steal one. Akiyama offers Baldi to join his crew, but Baldi thinks he has no need since he has 2 chairs. He can win the game alone, so he declines Akiyama's offer. Akiyama reads his mind and tells him what he's thinking. I'm not asking you, I'm commanding you. Because if he declines the offer, Akiyama's team, which currently has the numerical advantage, will win the next elections and eliminate Baldi's chair, since they already know its number from when it belonged to Four Eyes. Baldi gets dominated with fear and anxiety about this outcome, and has no other choice but joining Akiyama's team. Madarame indirectly contacts Oshima, the host of a famous program that exposes hit-and-run crimes. He filters information that the car of a perpetrator is in a certain location. Oshima and his team go to the place and witness another hit-and-run episode. They immediately catch and expose the perpetrator. However, this is all an act Baku designed to blackmail Oshima. He tells him he has evidence this entire episode was staged, which could destroy his reputation as a host and the TV show. But Baku's manipulation has deeper roots. He knows Oshima is convinced he committed a real hit-and-run crime years ago that killed someone. Baku uses this to intimidate and frighten him even more. Later, Baku goes to Kaneko, the manager of the program. Kaneko sets a trap beforehand, filling the room with bugs and cameras to get evidence of Baku blackmailing him. However, Baku sees through him and tells Marco to search for the cameras and bugs. This after Kaneko himself admitted they've arranged fake stories for the TV show before. Baku, who now has this evidence, can expose everything to the public. So Kaneko and Oshima have no other option but to obey Baku, since he's terrified them with the damaging information he possesses. So, for a logical tier, Baku takes it. His manipulation of Oshima Kaneko demonstrates strategic thinker capabilities by creating logical paradoxes like using their own show's format against them and evading the camera trap. Akiyama's Baldi manipulation is effective, created with enough logic, but Baku still takes it. For complexity tier, Baku takes it. His manipulation involved a staged hit-and-run episode, manipulating Oshima with his past, anticipating the cameras and bugs just to finally win control over his victims. For resource management, Akiyama takes it. In a situation where he had almost no resources to get another teammate, he abuses one piece of information to execute his tactic, while Baku had way larger resources due to the L file access. For complexity of situation, Akiyama takes it since he was in musical chairs. For adversity force, Baku takes it. Kaneko and Oshima are slightly smarter than Baldi. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it since he is facing a situation where he and Nao can end up with a tremendous debt and almost eliminated from the tournament. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, we have countering. Both feats cannot be countered, I think due to their life-damaging effects. Baku could ruin the life and reputation of Kaneko and Oshima, while Akiyama could have ruined Baldi since by eliminating him, he would acquire a 100,000 million yen debt, which can definitely ruin anybody's life. However, while Akiyama's tactic has no direct way of being countered, Baldi could have misread the situation, opposed Akiyama, and tried to steal another chair. However, he did not do it because finding chairs during the game is extremely hard, so this is just a secondary low possible option. Because this illogical low possible option, Baku takes countering. After the previous distribution, we can say Baku takes emotional manipulation over Akiyama with very high difficulty. Right before the first round of air poker, Baku notices Lalo standing to get oxygen. In that moment, he shatters his belt's glass. Baku makes sure Lalo can realize about the trick since he allows the broken glass of his belt to reach the floor. since this can work as a manipulation tactic later on. Later on, Baku had prepared the 25 number card as his win condition. He couldn't risk Lalo folding in the final round. That would turn the game into an oxygen endurance battle where Lalo might have hidden reserves. When Lalo bids 1 air bios to test him, Baku sees his opportunity. Instead of calling, Baku raises by 6 air bios, a move that seems reckless. This makes Lalo recalculate. If Baku called now and won, he'd lead by 2 air bios. But raising instead? That suggests Baku wants him to fold. Then Lalo notices the broken glass, the final clue. He pieces together what seems logical. Baku must be hoarding oxygen and used air bios for an endurance match. Lalo takes the bait. He rejects the fold, choosing a final card clash. Exactly what Baku wanted. The genius? Baku wasn't saving oxygen. He let Lalo's own logic lead him to the losing move. That broken glass wasn't evidence, it was misdirection. With this, Usoge secured a final card clash, which eventually led to his victory. After Akiyama successfully spread the lie about the rich heir and the spy, the kingdoms of Wu and Shu reached him and asked what they should do in such a critical situation. Akiyama knew his manipulation had to be executed within logical parameters. He needed both kingdoms to believe they were choosing the best option. So he provided them with a table calculating LP loss and gain for every possible move combination. At first glance, the data clearly showed that defending was the optimal strategy. However, Akiyama warned them, if you only defend, the enemy will recognize this pattern and input no action. Over time, this will cause you to lose. So, to ensure fairness and mitigate the spy threat, he established strict rules, rotating generals. Leadership would shift each round so no single person could control the game. Isolated decisions. The general couldn't discuss strategy before entering the control tower, preventing spy interference. Accountability. If an LP loss occurred due to the general's choice, they'd be forced to cover their entire team's debt. SP Akiyama calculated that the most effective approach mixed was attacks, forcing enemies to defend, blocking no-action exploits, defense, limiting losses to just 1 LP if enemies did nothing. He also included scare tactics. By occasional unpredictable attacks, kept enemies from feeling safe taking no action. Created psychological pressure, since the constant threat of LP loss made opponents play predictably. While Wu and Shu believed they were playing optimally, Akiyama's real goal was an unbreakable deadlock. His system guaranteed. Enemies couldn't gain an advantage. The spy had no incentive to betray them because the personal debt risk outweighed bribes. Even if given extra LP later, the kingdoms would keep following his logic, extending the stalemate indefinitely. Akiyama knows that in the final rounds, the kingdoms might be aware of the stalemate the game is going. However, they totally discard the idea of a permanent stalemate because of the notion that the spy sooner or later will have to betray the rich heir. This is why, even in the last round when they have 2 LP, they are confident, thinking that the spy has waited to do his move in this round, while in reality, Akiyama's logical manipulation was just achieved. So, when the liar game office realized the game couldn't progress, no matter how many extra LP they added because of the action table Akiyama gave to the kingdoms, they had no choice but to cancel the game, since they will never be able to determine a winner. That is how good Akiyama's logical manipulation was, since it was simply made to maintain the game in an infinite loop. That is the reason the liar game office had no other option but to cancel the game, which was Akiyama's goal. So, for logical tier, Akiyama takes it because his manipulation involves strategic thinker traits, using logical paradoxes, risk manipulation, and uncertainty to force opponents into lose-lose scenarios. He reframes the entire game's decision-making dynamics, predicts multiple reactions, and ensures long-term control. Baku's feat is strong, manipulating Lalo's perception, but it's more limited to immediate psychological traps rather than systematic control. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because his plan involves mastermind thinker traits, hyper-layered deception, instant adaptation, and controlling the final outcome of the game. While the two groups think they're executing the anti-spy strategy, they are in reality being used by Akiyama to ensure his stalemate. While Baku's manipulation is complex, the foundation of it is a bluff, while Akiyama camouflaged a logical manipulation trap within a strategy. For resource management, close, since Akiyama at this point already lost in the game. He is able to execute his manipulation because he planned inserting the rich heir and the spy into the minds of the players. But I think Baku used better his resources. In a situation where Lalo could have folded and won the game, he logically manipulated him using 6 air bios and the broken glass to reach a fake, logical conclusion. So Baku takes this for complexity of the situation. Baku takes it since air poker is more complex. For adversary force, Baku takes it because he manipulated Lalo, a great rival, For situation hostility, Baku takes it. He was literally in water with the pressure of dying drowned, while Akiyama was still facing a critical situation. If his manipulation failed, the losers would be sold to the black market. Still, I think Baku faced more hostility. Depends how you see it, because Akiyama was definitely holding the weight of the life of every player. Feel free to poise your screen for the results of consistency. For countering. To counter Baku's manipulation, Lalo could have done a double read and interpret that this is the conclusion Usogi wanted him to reach. Countering Akiyama in this feat is almost impossible, since it would be necessary to understand the rich air does not exist, and considering how complicated it is to unravel the truth of this existence, countering Akiyama's logical manipulation is impossible. Also, take in consideration, once the players knew about the table of logic, the stalemate was literally unbreakable. So, Aki takes this. Based in the previous results, we can say that Akiyama takes logical manipulation with extreme difficulty over Baku. After winning air poker, Baku aims to use the leap second for his next game, so he asks Ryusei a favor. He needs Ryusei to make a call because he needs to avoid any sort of suspicion before the game starts, and they agree on the code, "My mom told me I could go home." As an affirmation, the island uses the leap second phone line. Baku knows he can't ask Yaku to directly host a game that requires time since it would make Hal suspicious about the leap second trick. So, after checking up the list of games, he rather asks him he wants a game that requires skill. This subtly manipulates Yaku into choosing a game opportune for the occasion. Since some of the games in the list were either normal games or games Baku played before, Drop the Handkerchief was the best option for this event, which was exactly the game Baku wanted since he could associate it as a time game. Baku tells Kaji he wants to be there for his last game, which will be hosted in the obelisk. Kaji has no problem with this and goes there before Baku or anyone to wait for the match. Once Baku, Hal, and Yaku enter to the obelisk, Kaji and Gakuto are there. Yaku asks if they have been together all this time inside, which Gakuto denies, saying Kaji was there even before he arrived. So when Yaku says they are going to use the clock that was inside the obelisk as part of the game, Baku says that makes sense, since they need to keep an eye on the time since Yaku will be busy accumulating the drug and observing their actions. This makes Yaku realize Usogi probably wants the clock to be used, and links the fact Kaji was there before anyone, so he could do any trick to the clock to give the advantage to Baku. To prevent this, Yaku discards the clock and rather asks Fukuroku to connect the speaker to a speaking clock, and with this they will count the time. By doing these actions, Baku confirmed the chance of using the leap second via a speaking clock, also got the game he wanted and the time counter he desired. Akiyama manipulates Shima into creating the Gaia Alliance. This ultimately helps him a lot, since he can directly manipulate the game. Since Shima is the leader of them and Akiyama gave him 2 medals of each member of his team, Shima can tell the Gaias to do certain things in order to favor Akiyama in the long run. Akiyama tells Shima that in exchange for the medals he gave him, Shima is going to bring him all the trash medals the Gaia have. However, Shima will distribute the trash medals in a way each Gaia has 1 medal per person. This way, all the Gaia end up owning 1 medal of each type. After the game developed as Akiyama predicted, he reaches the Gaias, telling them is not over yet since they can still win money in this game. Akiyama tells them right now, some of them have medals of Fatso, the other finalist, which means all they need to do is prevent Yokoya from sitting down. Akiyama tells the Gaia they will surround Yokoya. This way they will be only blocking his way, which is totally allowed by the rules. The Gaias block Yokoya's path, and this way, Fatso becomes the winner. Needless to say that Akiyama was the one that made the most profit in this operation, since he kept the most medals of Fatso for himself and his team. For logical tier, Akiyama uses hyper-layered reasoning, anticipating moves several steps ahead, and manipulating the Gaia Alliance to indirectly control the game. His ability to reframe the situation and create a human wall to block Yokoya demonstrates strategic foresight and the exploit of logical paradoxes. On the other hand, Baku employs hyper-layered reasoning, manipulating multiple variables such as Yaku, Kaji, Ryusei, and the clock to achieve his goal. His ability to directly manipulate Yaku into choosing the game he wanted just with the premise he wants a very skillful game, while also sending Kaji to the obelisk as a trap to manipulate the game later on, demonstrates the advanced logic he employed to create this tactic. So, Baku takes logical tier. For complexity tier, I think it goes to Akiyama. His direct manipulation feat is more complex. His ability to create a direct manipulation by distributing the metals, manipulating Shima and the Gaias, is more complex to me, as in way of creating layers to exploit later on with his final human wall tactic, so Akiyama takes this. For resources management, Akiyama leverages the Gaia Alliance's existing structure and Shima's leadership to his advantage. While resourceful, he still had resources to execute it. Baku's clock manipulation would not be possible if he didn't select the date before the ban. He also had the chance of expressing Yaku the game he wanted to play, exploited the chance of Ryusei using the phone, while also using Kaji's presence. Using all of this in a situation where he primarily had not many resources nor power into creating a direct manipulation tactic to assure the game, and time counter he wanted seems superior to me. So Baku takes this due to overcoming tighter constraints with an optimized use of resources. For complexity of the situation, it goes to Akiyama due to executing this tactic in musical chairs, whereas Baku was in preparation to play surpassing the leader, which makes Akiyama's situation more rule complex. For adversity force, Baku takes it due to exploiting part of this in front of Hal. For situation hostility, Baku takes it due to the higher mental strain and stakes involved in this future gamble. It was key Baku executed this tactic flawlessly in order to win the game later on to keep his life. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. I think Baku's feat could have been countered in an easier way. Since Yaku could have asked anyone to bring another regular clock, or Hal himself could have asked this, while Akiyama's manipulation is impossible to counter since the moment he gained access to the metals and distributed them among the Gaias, his success was ensured, so Akiyama takes countering. After the analysis, we can see Baku's clock manipulation slightly outperforms the direct manipulation of the Gaia. They are very close, to be honest. The result can go either way. That being said, Baku takes direct manipulation with extreme difficulty over Akiyama. After Baku successfully avoided the trap in C2, he moves to D2. Amako is very aware of his moves due to his condition, but when Baku opens D3, referee Katakura opens the opposite door to enter D3 casually at the same time. This makes the sound of the doors opening to overlap. So Amako, who previously gave a color to Baku, listens now another person opening the D3 room. This makes him believe Baku fell for his trap and had enough strength to move to D2 to finally collapse there, and this new sound are the referees looking up for his corpse. After this coincidence, Baku's goal is to use Katakura to keep overlapping the sounds while he opens doors simultaneously to make sure Amako can't be aware of his actual MP. Usogwe then asks Katakura to open the E3 door. Because he's not feeling good, he simultaneously then opens C3, making his MP 29. Then he asks Katakura to also open C2 because he wants to go from that route to his goal. Baku says he will tell him when to open it using intercom. This is because Usogwe is planning to open the D3 door again. Katakura opens C2, which ends Usogwe's turn, making Usogwe's total MP 30. Usogwe is aware of the route Amako is taking, so Baku willingly returned to D3 in order to meet him. Once they meet, they gotta present their Minotaur points. Both Usogwe and Amako are aware Marco is in D4, which is an obligatory room for Amako, so if he wastes all his MP with Baku and opens D4, both Marco and him will have the same MP, so they will fight equally. Amako sees this as trap Usogwe has set, and calculates Baku has 28 MP, so he only needs to use 29. To save 1 MP, move to D2, and then win with 2 MP the bid with Marco. This is a calculated move from Baku, who aims to make Amako bid less MP so he can win. Baku finally bids 30 MP, while Amako 29, which makes Baku the winner of the Minotaur time. Akiyama is aware of the superiority Haramoto Group holds in bid poker due to their numerical advantage and their ability to make their deck stronger. Akiyama realizes 2 players got no cards, so if he set a trap to Haramoto, and Kimura using this as an excuse, he can set a layered manipulation trap to win later on. This is by getting 301 coins to create the majority rule plan and make clear to the other players the group of Haramoto is the enemy of the game. After Baldly and Muscles end up cardless, Akiyama, who got an extra deck, says he has no problem with discarding 5 of his cards. However, if Haramoto does not, one of them still can't be saved. Haramoto states he does not trust anybody there. He is sure the other 3 players will try to buy his deck if he discards it, which Akiyama says that is not a problem, because Muscles and Baldy can bid 231 coins. Since the wealthiest of the 3 players Haramoto accused have 230 coins, he can't get the cards if Muscles and Baldy bid 231 coins. Haramoto says still he can't trust Akiya now, since they have enough coins to surpass the 231 coins offer and get his cards. Now says she has no debts, and she can perfectly pay the loser penalization. So Akiyama proposes Haramoto a method. First, Akiyama will discard his deck while everyone verifies this. Then he will exchange his tablet with Nao. The tablet only works with the fingerprint of the person who owns the tablet. This way neither Aki nor Nao can use their tablets after being exchanged. Then he walks to the billiard room, which he will stay until the card exchanging pact is completed. Kimura says he still can exchange the tablets with Nao back there, but Akiyama says that is not possible because the billiard room has only 1 door and 3 of them will be securing this door is not open. After this, Haramoto agrees with the card trade pact. After this, Akiyama says he will go first discarding his deck, but Haramoto, still suspicious of a secret intention, says he will discard first. This was a calculated move from Akiyama, who wanted Haramoto to be first so his lot will appear in first place. After Haramoto discards, Akiyama does the same, then he exchanges his tablet with Nao. and finally goes to the billiard room. But before going to the billiard room, Akiyama contacts Baldi in secret and tells him there is the chance someone tries to get the lot, so he should add 2 coins to the agreed offer. Akiyama specifically told Baldi this and not Muscles. Why? Because he knows Baldi's cunning nature. Later, Muscles and Baldi will have to decide between them which lot they want. So Akiyama was sure Baldi will be the one pushing for Harimoto's lot, which is better than Akiyama's. Once Baldi gets the first lot with 2 extra coins, Harimoto now has the perfect excuse to break the card trade pact. Akiyama predicted after Muscles sees the 2 extra coin offer, impulsed by fear in case he can't get Akiyama's cards, he will bid all his coins to make sure he gets the deck. Akiyama anticipated this situation and knew Harimoto will realize Muscles will most likely bid all his 300 coins in order to get Akiyama's cards. So Harimoto tells Mikimoto to bid 301 coins because these people don't trust them, so they don't deserve their help. Akiyama was actually aware of Harimoto's fake mercy and knew under any excuse he will break the card trade pact since getting Akiyama's lot can boost his hand in the future. But Akiyama knew Harimoto needed a valid excuse in order to break the pact in front of his followers who worship him as a god. So Akiyama created this scenario. He also knew neither Harimoto nor Kimura will suspect this was part of his plan, since in bid poker, it is more convenient having extra cards than extra coins. However, they were clearly unaware how Akiyama will later use these coins and actions against them. In the end, Mikimoto buys Akiyama's deck for 301 coins, making him the wealthiest player in the game at that moment. After Harimoto interrupts the bid of Muscles and gets Akiyama's cards, Harimoto says to everyone they all crushed their trust. So since that moment forward, they won't cooperate with any of them in any way. This action was crucial for Akiyama's later plan, since he needed the cooperation of everyone. By this way, Akiyama manipulated people without even being present, and because of this tactic, he solidified his later victory. So, for logical tier, Akiyama takes it due to his layered reasoning, strategic foresight, and ability to manipulate opponents like Harimoto and Kimura into decisions that benefit him. Baku's feat, while clever, relies more on exploiting coincidences like the overlapping effect, making Akiyama's approach more logically grounded. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat is way more complex, since it goes from profiling Harimoto, creating a mind game with Harimoto to make him discard first. Then he reads the mind of the buyers and approaches to the one he predicts will buy the first lot. He then later causes a chain reaction, causing Muscles to get desperate in order to get the second lot. He predicts Harimoto and Kimura will notice of the 300 coins bid Muscles will do and will tell Mikimoto to bid 301 coins. He also predicted Harimoto will react negative towards all the players, which was key for his majority rule plan. Akiyama's feat is more complex since it is totally created and set by him, manipulating people without even being present, while Baku's feat goes from exploiting the door-opening coincidence, keep camouflaging his MP to a Miko, use Marco as a bait to win the Minotaur time against a Mako, which is complex, but still not as complex as Akiyama's feat. For resources management, Akiyama takes it because he overcomes significant disadvantages and low resources, turning fewer cards into coins to later a majority rule effect. Baku, while resourceful, faces the great help of another person to camouflage his MP, while Akiyama literally created a situation with not enough resources to save everyone into an indirect manipulation trap that allowed him to save 5 players later on. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it due to playing a more complex game for adversity force. Akiyama takes it because he was facing Kimura and Harimoto, way sharper individuals than Amako and Minowa. Situation hostility, Akiyama takes it since this was a revival. Those who lose would get out from the safe zone of the tournament, meaning a fate where the black market was inevitable. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. Both feats could be countered in a way. In Baku's case, if Katakura totally refused to open the doors for him, or if Amako associated the 3 times overlap as Usogui, some way opening the doors at the same time. While in Akiyama's case, if Harimoto did a double read and allowed him to discard first. However, I think Baku's feat could have failed easier since he literally asked Katakura 3 times for help. 1 or 2 times I would understand, but 3 times is impossible. He did not think Baku was using him to have an advantage, while double reading the situation of bid poker is more complicated since it is really hard to see a situation where discarding and losing his cards against an enemy could give you some sort of advantage. So Akiyama takes countering due to his feat being more solid and unpredictable. Based in the previous distribution, it's fair to say that the Liar King takes indirect manipulation with very high difficulty against the Lie Eater. Baku knows he needs a significant amount of bios to climb Protoporus' hierarchy quickly. Starting as a slave with few bios, he approaches Icon, a citizen with 1,000 bios, and convinces him to lend these bios if he enters a gamble. This ensures bios become the driving force in Baku's next gamble. Baku recognizes the vulnerability of Protoporus' slave population. After observing 3 slaves using magic tricks to deceive others, he confirms they'll use similar methods to gain bios, knowledge he'll exploit in his tactic. When Baku wins the Styx game despite not being part of their group, the slaves realize he's defeated them and taken all their bios. They see him as an invader stealing their money, breeding instant animosity. The furious slaves challenge Baku to another game. Baku suggests Icon as referee for a fair match, which they accept, not realizing this plays into his plans. After several rounds, Icon offers to lend 1,000 bios to continue playing. Baku publicly accepts, declaring, "Refusing this risk means accepting slavery forever." This subtle manipulation intensifies the slaves' desperation to win. Baku predicts the slaves will turn on each other, a natural reaction when facing major wins, losses, typical of high-stakes gambles. He knows once he takes the lead, they'll realize they can't beat him individually. However, they would have a chance if they all cooperate. Driven by inferiority, the slaves devise a last-ditch strategy, all looking the same direction. Champ, seeking gratitude, tells Baku the slaves will look either up or down, since they realize Baku avoided these directions in his first turns, but this was also planned by him. In exchange for this information, Champ begs Baku to not point to the left, since his small team will be looking to this direction in the first round. Baku recognizes this as deception. Their real plan is unanimous coordination. When they all bet everything in the same round, Baku is sure the cooperation exists, and they are betting on all looking to the same direction to pass and win. The reaction of the slaves working together and looking at the same direction is the result of Baku's psychological manipulation through the game, culminating with his victory once he defeats them all in that same round. Akiyama is sure the stalemate plan is totally viable. However, the last step is manipulating his rival into accepting the result, since Yokoya has enough resources to break it. Akiyama tells Nao if Yokoya says anything framing this player as inferior, respond by treating Yokoya like, even though he's smarter, at least the rich heir wants to escape his father's control. This calculated move begins working Yokoya's psyche. Later, when the stalemate happens, Yokoya dismisses it as dumb luck. This reaction is crucial. Akiyama will weaponize the idea that it was just chance. Akiyama shares with Yokoya Professor Okabe's lesson, doubting others is necessary to understand them. He adds how meeting Nao restored his ability to trust. These aren't heartfelt confessions, they're tactical tools to make Yokoya reflective and suggestible. Akiyama insists the stalemate wasn't his victory or Yokoya's failure, it was Nao's achievement. Her actions throughout the liar game made her the true winner. By downplaying his own role, Akiyama makes the stalemate seem like the natural outcome of Nao's persistence, not his master plan. Akiyama strikes at Yokoya's deepest wound, his father-induced insecurity. Framing ordinary Nao as the real victor devastates Yokoya's pride. The realization she outmaneuvered him confirms his subconscious fear of inadequacy. Akiyama implies the stalemate reflects Yokoya's personal failure, not Akiyama's brilliance. This psychological blow makes resistance feel pointless. Akiyama presents the stalemate as inevitable, as Nao's moral triumph, not his strategy. Later after this conversation, Yokoya speaks out his decision of not interfering with the stalemate. All of this thanks to Akiyama's psychological manipulation, where he manipulated his greatest rival. For logical tier, Baku takes it since he used logic to create frustration, anger, and later on unity, more logic-based, correlated emotions. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. He exploits more complex emotions than greed and competitiveness, since he psychologically abuses Yokoya's sense of failure and inferiority complex. For resource management, Akiyama takes it since he is powerless in a situation where his rival can easily break the stalemate, yet he is able to manipulate him. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it. The Court of the Four Kingdoms is way more complex than the encirclement of the Four Gods. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it, no doubt. Yokoya is a top-tier intellectual with deep psychological defenses. Baku's slaves are desperate but not geniuses, making them easier to exploit. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it since, if his manipulation failed and the game determines a winner, all the losers will be sold to the black market and weapon testing. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, for countering. Both feats are really hard to counter since they play with the mind of the enemies. One exploits greed and competitiveness, while the other exploits inferiority feelings and self-failure perception. But just because Yokoya is way smarter than the slaves, he had higher chances of realizing Akiyama was working with his mind, which could lead to Akiyama's manipulation to not work, yet that's the brilliance of it, that Akiyama was so good with his words and psyche control that everything he said made total sense to Yokoya, which demonstrates Akiyama's deep psychological knowledge, yet just because the victim's intellectual factor, Baku takes it. Based in the previous distribution, it's fair to say Akiyama takes psychological manipulation with very high difficulty against Baku. Baku, aware of the labyrinth game beneath the police building, realizes there's a way to lift his band from surpassing the leader by exploiting the alibi theft that occurs in this game. When Yukiri asks which date Baku wants to gamble, Baku chooses the day he killed someone. He then spins a fictional, goofy story about indirectly causing his friend's death. His goal? Make Yukida underestimate him, masking his true intentions behind absurdity. Before the game even starts, Baku bluffs, claiming Yukide might be using the photocopier's memory to cheat. This is just an excuse to get close to Yukide's seat. Under the pretense of checking for fairness, Baku steals some of Yukide's papers, uncovering his trick. When designing his labyrinth, Baku asks Yukide for a pencil, claiming he needs it to draw and erase walls. But when the first round begins, Yukide checks his paper, which copies the opponent's labyrinth upon contact, and sees no walls. This leaves Yukide with two theories. Baku forgot to use the pencil, or Baku drew no walls at all. To sell the illusion, Baku doesn't look at his labyrinth while Yukide moves, making Yukide certain the path is empty. But in reality, Baku did draw walls with the pencil. Yukide, overconfident, walks straight into one, falling right into Usogi's trap. After winning the first round, Baku pretends to quit. "I got the money I wanted," he says. "The date I gambled is too important to risk again, and I have no other dates to bet." But Yukide pressures him, and Baku remembers another date, April 9th, 2001. Yukide agrees, but demands 2 more rounds. Baku reluctantly accepts. Baku tells another ridiculous story, this time about yoga, but Yukide cuts him off, saying, "Focus on the game." Baku's stories aren't just misdirection. He wants Yukide to think he's trying to break his concentration. Yukide sees through this, or so he thinks, and smugly says, "You won't distract me?" Baku feigns sadness, prompting a half-hearted apology from Yukide. Then Baku bluffs again. "I can win these next 2 rounds effortlessly." This serves a critical purpose, eliminating any suspicion that Baku might lose on purpose. And sure enough, he lets Yukide win. By losing the alibi for that date, Baku ensures he never technically played surpassing the leader on April 9th, 2001. Since Yukide now owns that date, and he was the one who lost to Suichi, Baku's life is no longer forfeit. Even better, he regains the right to challenge surpassing the leader again. Yukide, furious, gambles the STL date in the final round, but to lure Baku back, he also wagers 1 billion yen, Kaji's stolen alibi, and the name of the Labyrinth Games mastermind. Baku accepts, and with his strategy perfected, he wins everything. Akiyama is in a huge disadvantage during 17 poker due to Kikuchi's insane visual power of following the cards. However, Aki has already formulated the perfect shuffle strategy. Now he needs to manipulate Kikuchi to accept a shuffle change and raise more chips in the later rounds. We're only going to discuss the tactics Akiyama used with Kikuchi, not the dealer. Before the 8th round starts, he accuses Kikuchi of cheating, saying he's been memorizing the cards' positions. "This is why you have the advantage," he claims. Kikuchi denies it, but Akiyama insists that's the only explanation for your unusual gameplay, always getting the joker. Akiyama then demands the dealer change the shuffling method to just a riffle, since this way, the cards can't be seen as easily. Kikuchi agrees, thinking it actually helps him, by making it easier to track the cards. Akiyama starts the round acting angry, declaring, "I'm gonna win no matter what." He does this to justify his upcoming illogical moves, making Kikuchi believe he's desperate and doesn't know what he's doing. To win, Akiyama needs to take most of Kikuchi's chips. He manipulates him indirectly by exchanging 5 cards every round. In the 8th round, calling for 15 chips, making Kikuchi sure he has a terrible hand. Kikuchi calls, and Akiyama wins with 4 of a kind. In the 9th round, Akiyama demands another shuffle, claiming Kikuchi saw the cards. The dealer asks Kikuchi if he's okay with it. Knowing Kikuchi's pride, Akiyama is certain he'll agree, and he does. This round, Akiyama exchanges his entire hand. Kikuchi now believes he's just gambling desperately. Kikuchi, holding the Joker, bids 8 chips, trying to keep Akiyama from folding. But Akiyama sees through it and raises 30 chips. Kikuchi thinks Akiyama fell for the bait, maybe even believes he doesn't have the Joker. He calls, and Akiyama wins again, this time with 4 queens. Now Akiyama is ahead in chips, partially winning. The final round. Akiyama's goal? Take everything. He knows Kikuchi is worried he might fold, but Akiyama reads his mind. That's not happening, he says. If I fold now, our teams still have a last game, and anyone could win there. Better to secure extra chips here, just in case. Then Akiyama plays his final trick. Since this is our last game, he says, I don't want this beef to continue. The referee should shuffle 3 more times, so I'm sure you're not cheating. Kikuchi agrees, wanting to clear his name. Akiyama bids 15 chips, pretending he just wants more money. Kikuchi calls. Then, Akiyama exchanges his whole hand again. Kikuchi assumes he's unaware of the Joker and acts like he has a weak hand. I'll take the risk, he says, but doesn't exchange cards, fearing Akiyama might fold. Akiyama raises another 30 chips. Kikuchi calls, and for the 3rd time, Akiyama wins with 4 queens. Through this manipulation tactic, Akiyama abused of Kikuchi's pride by accusing him to be cheating and then asking the dealer to shuffle some extra times. Akiyama could formulate the strongest hand to defeat Kikuchi in every round. Kikuchi obviously agreed with Akiyama's suggestion due to his pride and ego by Akiyama exchanging all his cards in every round. Kikuchi could see Akiyama was just desperate. This is why Kikuchi kept playing the game normally, since he saw no strong logic within Akiyama's actions, who were the typical actions of cornered gambler calling for luck, accusing the adversary of cheating, showing confidence despite being in disadvantage, etc. With this flawless individual manipulation, it allowed his perfect shuffle strategy to enact, making him the final winner of the game. For logical tier, Baku takes it. He employs advanced logic to create paradoxes, like the alibi erasure, while psychologically manipulating Yukide into falling for his trap. From start to finish, he dominates the game through sheer strategic brilliance. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His manipulation is slightly more intricate, reframing a severely disadvantageous situation into total control. By using unpredictable actions, exchanging all his cards, acting irrationally, and betting aggressively, he rewrites the game's flow in real time. For resource management, Akiyama wins again. He turns a near hopeless scenario into absolute dominance, showcasing masterful adaptation under constraints. Baku is resourceful, but Akiyama's ability to manipulate with limited options makes his feat more impressive. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama edges ahead. While both games aren't overly complex, 17 poker is far more rule-restricted, forcing Akiyama to navigate tighter boundaries. Baku's labyrinth game allows more creative freedom, making Akiyama's precision under pressure more demanding. For adversary strength, hot take, Akiyama takes this too. Kikuchi is smarter than Yukide, crafting a strong initial strategy and adapting quickly. Meanwhile, Yukide, well, he mostly just drooled through the match, so Akiyama outmaneuvered a sharper opponent. For situation hostility, Akiyama dominates. Losing the resurrection round meant drowning in debt and being sold to the black market. He also did not trust Nao could win the final game, so Akiyama played with the mental pressure of Nao, Fukunaga, and him, ending up in the black market in case of losing, so winning there was a must, at least to achieve a tie in the round. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering difficulty, Yukide could have denied Baku the pencil, collapsing his opening move. But Kikuchi accepted the shuffle change, believing it helped him, only for Akiyama to hijack control completely. Once Akiyama set the trap, escape was nearly impossible, so Akiyama's feat is harder to counter. After the previous results, I think it's fair to say that Akiyama takes individual manipulation with extreme difficulty over Baku. Akiyama recognizes the Yokoya and Harimoto alliance was just created with the purpose of defeating him. Instead of fighting them directly, Akiyama thinks in a way of tearing them apart. And that's by simply boycotting the elections by not being present. So when Akiyama's group stopped voting, that means there isn't any greater evil to fight against. This causes Harimoto and Yokoya's alliance to break. Later on, Akiyama contacts Shima, and he explains to him, extras have the power to control the flow of the game. He proposes Shima a deal. 2 medals of each member of his team in exchange. He collects and distributes 1 trash medal of each type among the Gaia members, and gives the remaining of these trash medals to him. with the excuse it would prove that Shima is actually the leader, therefore he deserves Akiyama's medals. Shima does what Akiyama asked, and from that moment, Akiyama ended up possessing and distributing the trash medals of the game, as well having all the Gaia in control via Shima. Later on in the game, Harimoto and Yokoya so far refused using their winning medals to buy Gaias. Akiyama sees an opportunity to create pressure and misdirect them from his medals conversion strategy. He tells Shima to tell the Gaias to boycott the elections by not being part of it. This as an obvious move that if neither Harimoto or Yokoya give away their medals, the game will be controlled by Akiyama's group. This will make Harimoto and Yokoya more susceptible to the idea of giving some of their winning medals to the Gaia. By doing this, Akiyama indirectly manipulates all the Gaia, wins the elections, and eliminates one chair from his rivals. During the nighttime, Akiyama tells Nao to go and negotiate with the other factions. This is a key move, since Akiyama doubted Nao could reach an agreement with any team. The intention behind this order was to keep Yokoya awake. Since Akiyama knows Yokoya's cautious nature, he was sure he will be the one making guard that night. This action of keeping Yokoya awake and tired will solidify he can't escape from his final strategy. For the second day of the game, Akiyama's goal is to manipulate the game to make Yokoya and one of his lackeys to be the finalists. The reason? Among all the trash medals Akiyama possessed, he had the most medals of both Fatso and Bangs, so his goal was to manipulate the game to make one of these the final winner, so his team, the Gaias and him, could win the most money. Akiyama betrays Baldi and turns him into a Gaia. This action causes an indirect mass manipulation effect, since by Akiyama betraying Baldi, Baldi goes to Yokoya and leaks Akiyama's numbers. Now that Yokoya has this information, Akiyama is manipulating Yokoya into betraying Harimoto. Since Baldi told him the chair numbers of Akiyama, this will push Yokoya to get rid of Harimoto as soon as possible, since he is the biggest threat in the moment. So Yokoya betrays Harimoto and eliminates one of his chairs. In the round 17th, the Gaia realized Yokoya broke the alliance with Harimoto since one of the members of the group became a Gaia. This makes the Gaias reevaluate the situation and conclude they no longer have reasons to keep boycotting the elections. But Akiyama anticipates and tells Shima to tell the Gaias that in fact Yokoya eliminated one of Akiyama's chairs. However, Akiyama's team acted fast and stole a chair from Harimoto. This calmed down the Gaias and allowed Akiyama to directly control the next round. In the later round, there is a tie in the elections between Kimura and Nao. This proves Yokoya is no longer working with Harimoto to the Gaias. However, they can't participate in the re-elections since Akiyama indirectly manipulated them to be absent of the last round. Therefore, they can't participate in these re-elections, which was key for Akiyama. Before the re-election starts, Harimoto and Yokoya send their lackeys to convince Nao they will vote for her. In favor, she will eliminate certain number. Akiyama's goal in that moment is to manipulate the game flow to the point Yokoya has to reinsert the Gaias in the elections by controlling most of them, so Akiyama tells Nao to use the number Harimoto gave her, therefore eliminating Yokoya's chair. This is made to force Yokoya in the later round to go all in on taking control of most of the Gaias and assure his finalists spots. In the 19th round, Yokoya reaches out Shima, offering him 4 medals of his own in exchange of doing what he says. And finally, Yokoya contacts Sakai, the unknown member of Harimoto's group, making him betray Harimoto, winning the elections and defeating Harimoto. In the next round, Akiyama acts and reaches out the Gaias, telling them they have the medals of Fatso, the other finalist, so all they need to do is to make Fatso the winner. Akiyama manipulates the Gaia into blocking Yokoya's path, which he can't escape due to Akiyama's induced tiredness, making Fatso the winner of the game, which was his goal. After Baku gets access to the L file, he gets information of the crimes influent people in Japan have committed, crimes they hid by paying the police to frame innocent individuals. So Baku sends an email to each one of these people, telling them he knows about their crimes. They better hop on the Kai show the next day, because they will see something of interest. Baku indirectly contacts Oshima, the host of a famous program that exposes hit-and-run crimes. Baku stages a fake hit-and-run to blackmail Oshima, threatening to expose the TV show's fabricated stories. He also exploits Oshima's guilt over a real fatal hit-and-run he committed. When Kaneko tries to trap him with hidden cameras, Baku turns the tables, seizing the recordings and gaining full control of the show. Now he plans to use it to expose powerful figures' crimes. Before the show starts, Baku sends Marco and Carl to make the old Empire Tower work, since he knows one of the alibis he's going to reveal has been taken by Kakeru, so they will try to stop the transmission. If they succeed, he has the Empire Tower to keep the transmission going. Baku buys Shui News, the TV corp that owns KY Declaration. This way, he can later sell it for an absurd price when someone tries to stop the TV show by all means. Baku calls Madara to assist this TV show as a Kakaru match. That means the TV show must go on until it is over. Baku also invites 4 guests. He threatened them with revealing their crimes if they don't attend, so they have no other option. Baku designs a game where they will hear a description of their crimes and play to expose others' crimes instead of their own. Baku knows the transmission will be stopped by any means, including buying Shui News. Baku is smart and moves the shares out of Shui News. Matsuyama later buys Shui News to stop the show. However, the Shui News he got for 50 billion had no shares, meaning no power to stop the transmission. This way, Baku wins 50 billion. When the transmission is shut down, Carl redirects the show to the old Empire Tower. Since this tower uses old tech, the transmission will last only 2 hours. Still, since Baku threatened very powerful people, they will try to storm the tower to stop it by force. Once the program ends, a voice says the darkest secrets are yet to be revealed. An alphabet appears, hinting that more crimes will be exposed. By doing this, Baku gives time for the people he emailed to accept his conditions. Otherwise, he will expose their crimes. This leads them to agree, which essentially allows the Karamide to infiltrate their corporations. Baku knows the Empire Tower will be invaded, so he arrives first. Once there, he initiates a Kakaru gamble. During this time, he ensures the transmission continues, so the Karamite can complete their mission. I think both Akiyama and Baku mass manipulation feats are great. However, this time I think there's no need to get in detail with the feat distribution. If we are talking about mass manipulation and mass refers to people, Baku and his feat manipulates several important people, organizations, and millions of viewers, which makes it a better mass manipulation feat due to its larger scale. However, Akiyama's feat is still amazing. Anyways, Baku takes mass manipulation with medium to high difficulty over Akiyama. Based on the subcategories of manipulation, Shinichi takes manipulation with extreme difficulty over Baku. Akiyama's goal is to disguise himself in Fujisawa's house and then steal the 200 million. The problem is that Fujisawa already knows him, and even if Akiyama gets inside the house, he can't steal the money because it is inside a safe box. So Akiyama's goal is to make Fujisawa open the safe for him. With this in mind, he fabricates a liar game letter, which is identical to the one Nao showed him before. In the letter, he specifies the game will end at 5 p.m., delivered by a regular mailman. This letter arrives at Fujisawa's house. He reads the card and is totally sure the game will end at 5 p.m. To steal the money, Akiyama creates a practical costume to pass as a liar game employee. He knocks on the door and introduces himself as the collector sent by the Liar Game Corporation. Take into consideration that Akiyama and Fujisawa previously talked, so Akiyama modifies his voice to avoid any suspicion. Fujisawa, who is totally sure the game just finished, allows him to enter the house and opens the safe for him. To buy time, Akiyama says he will count the money to verify it is the same amount they gave them. This continues until the real collectors arrive, so he can give the money immediately to Nao. Once Baku finds out the location where Kaji is playing his gamble, Baku needs to go there so he can get Noah to owe him a favor. So he dresses up like a referee to infiltrate the building. Thanks to his Kakaru Club knowledge, he passes easily as a referee and gets close to Noah, which was his goal. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it. He uses more advanced logic to disguise the letter and himself. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat is slightly more complex than Baku's. For resource management, Akiyama takes it. He works with severe constraints, known identity, safe box, time limit, and still executes an efficient disguise feat. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it. For adversary force, Akiyama takes it. Fujisawa is smarter than these Kakaru guys Baku deceived. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it. Since losing the game would mean Nao drowning in debt. Also consider that Fujisawa could have called the police if he figured out it was Akiyama disguising to enter his house. Taking into consideration Akiyama's history as Japan's greatest con artist, he would likely end up in jail, while Baku was safe, and if he failed, nothing would have happened. You can pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering, Akiyama takes it. To counter his feat, you would need to see through all of his plan. To counter Baku's feat, considering he infiltrated among a group of people, just an identity check, which is normal in important clubs, would be enough. Based on the previous distribution, we can say Akiyama takes disguise with high difficulty over Baku. Aware of the fact it is not possible to save all the players in this game, Akiyama's only chance is to aim for a stalemate, so he creates a fake plan to save everyone, which now is sure to spread among the players. This plan centers around making Akiyama's kingdom win, since they're going to share the money to pay the debt of others. However, even with these 3.75 billion yen, there are 3 players they cannot save. Here is when Akiyama's second lie starts. Alongside Yokoya, there is a player who is absurdly rich, thanks to his father who's a very wealthy man. However, this player is in the liar game to escape from his father's control, since his father always looks down on him like he is a good for nothing. He wants to leave the liar game with some millions so his father will never mess with him again. However, in case they lose, he will have to talk to his father in order to cover their debts. The rich player will ask his dad for money to complete the amount required, while all players together can work slowly to return the money. This lie is brilliant because it has so many layers within. It forces Yokoya to cooperate with Wu and Shu. By having Nao say that the only way to save everyone was to ensure the victory of Akiyama's kingdom, Akiyama indirectly forced Yokoya into a difficult position. To thwart Akiyama's success, Yokoya had no option but to ally with Wu and Shu, creating a three-way alliance. This alliance was crucial to Akiyama's grand strategy, as it relied on the cooperation of all three kingdoms to maintain his stalemate plan. Understanding this dynamic, Akiyama manipulated Yokoya into offering more advantageous terms to Wu and Shu than Akiyama himself could have provided. This effectively pressured Yokoya to prioritize the alliance over his own chances of victory. It shatters the player's faith in Akiyama's ability to save them, since historically, Akiyama and Nao had been the key figures behind the efforts to rescue participants in the liar game. However, by introducing a plan that was clearly flawed, Akiyama intentionally eroded the player's trust in his ability to save them this time. The contradictions within the proposal. The identity of this rich player was not mentioned, but based on the fact Akiyama's kingdom will win, the rich player will be the loser. However, didn't they just mention the rich heir wants to win this game no matter what, so he will never return to his father again? Based on this contradiction, how is it even possible to count on the rich heir's cooperation? What if he strives to win? And even if he loses, why would he ask for all these extra millions to save the others when he can just ask for the money necessary to pay his debt? This way, reducing his shame in front of him? These contradictions and doubts were planted carefully by Akiyama, which further weakened his plan's credibility in the player's eyes. These inconsistencies hinted that the rich player was likely aligned with Yokoya's kingdom, as joining Akiyama's team would ensure their loss, which would conflict with their personal objectives. This realization made the players hesitant to trust Akiyama's plan and more open to considering other options, particularly Yokoya's eventual proposal of a three-way alliance. It worked to lulling Yokoya into complacency. The inherent flaws in the rich player lie made it seem as though it was the best plan Akiyama could devise to save everyone. Yokoya's reasoning was straightforward. If Akiyama had a genuine strategy, he would have revealed it immediately, especially since this particular game did not allow for partial or incremental victories like previous rounds. The stakes were all or nothing. Either Akiyama secured a complete victory, or everyone would lose. As a result, Yokoya dismissed the plan as insignificant, considering it unworthy of deeper analysis. He offered only a surface-level critique, highlighting the obvious inconsistencies without bothering to investigate whether the so-called rich player actually existed or who he might be. To further misdirect Yokoya, Akiyama deliberately instructed Nao to exploit Yokoya's father complex, deepening his distraction and preventing him from seeing through the deception. This strategic manipulation allowed Akiyama to carry out his true plan without interference, as Yokoya remained convinced that the rich player scheme was the full extent of Akiyama's capabilities at that critical moment. However, at this point, Akiyama's fabrication wasn't finished. After being eliminated, he goes to the remaining kingdoms and introduces his last fabrication, the spy. Akiyama asks them if they found out already who the rich player is, which they reply no. Akiyama says they are in danger since the rich player's goal is to abandon the liar game with no debts, which can only be achieved by becoming the sole winner. To do so, the rich player might exploit any means necessary, including bribing a teammate to act as a spy. If none of them actually identified to his team as the rich player, it means the rich heir is in the enemy kingdom, therefore, the spy is among them. Exploiting this complex lie, Akiyama is able to logically manipulate the actions of the remaining two kingdoms based on the narrative of the rich player and spy, which both are not real. Once Baku meets Yukide, he wants to avoid any suspicion, so when Yukide asks for the memory, he'll gamble. Baku tells a goofy, detailed story about the day he killed a man. That day, he planned to gamble big money. He couldn't sleep the night before, maybe from stress or eating eel with pickled plums. He played Puyan and reached stage 3, his first time, so he paused to take a walk. When he returned, his friend Hal was playing. Hal resumed stage 3 and lost, making Baku angry. Though he ate Hal's crunchy pickled plums, Yukide interrupts, guessing Baku fell asleep, maybe drugged, from these plums, letting Hal gamble with his money, after which Hal disappeared in some incident. Baku stays silent, implying this completes the lie. After winning the first game, they play a second round. Baku bets another date, when he lost against Suichi while surpassing the leader. He launches into another absurdly detailed story about practicing yoga that day, attempting a difficult new pose, finishing at nightfall. He claims this mental focus would have made him win at Puyan. Yukiri interrupts again, accusing Baku of trying to unsettle him with stories. Baku denies it, saying there was meaning behind his focus, but I guess my story is meaningless to you. Visibly sorry, Yukiri accepts the gambled date. After dissecting these two feats, I feel sorry for Baku, but Akiyama's feat is way better, not even close. There is no need of a detailed comparison this time. The verbal deception Akiyama employed is not only complex, is strategical, and reframed the whole game. So, it's fair to say the Liar King takes verbal deception with medium difficulty against the Lie Eater. Akiyama is aware that the game flow of Pandemic is stuck, and he comes up with a very useful trick to gain the upper hand and unblock the game. This consists of building an object with things he found in the warehouse, a stick with two strings of different lengths, each with small balls tied to them. This artifact is actually a pendulum resonance trick. While the manga refers to it as a magic trick, I investigated and found no magic tricks using the same device. However, it is used in physics as a demonstration of resonance, harmonic motion, and frequency. The trick works like this. The user holds the device, which appears motionless at first glance, but in reality the balls are swinging back and forth, though not visibly. The swinging cycle of the balls is determined by the length of the strings. The user can twist the stick at the same rate as the desired swinging cycle of the ball. Eventually, the swinging cycle of the ball synchronizes with the user's twisting, amplifying its magnitude. After building the resonance device, Akiyama first asks the players if they want to see something interesting. They agree, and he tells them that one of the strings will move without him doing anything, and it happens. Everyone wonders how, and Akiyama explains that it actually works as a way to identify normal and infected players. He elaborates that he once worked fixing circuit boards, where he also built electronics like the watches they are using in the game. Even though the watch looks different, Akiyama knows they share the same circuits. He explains that the electronics he made were intended for medical facilities, primarily as an emergency alert mechanism for patients in critical condition, since unconscious elderly patients often struggle to convey their status to doctors. This emergency watch monitors a patient's blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, and breathing. These readings are transformed into signals sent to the nurse. He explains there are 2 states and 7 signals. Signal A represents a normal condition. Signal B represents an abnormal condition. The numbered signals are specific indicators of different physiological parameters. Signal 1, high blood pressure. Signal 2, low blood pressure. Signal 3, tachycardia. Signal 4, bradycardia. Signal 5, fever. Signal 6, hypothermia. Signal 7, tachypnea. Akiyama says these are Oshirasuki circuits, designed by an MIT professor of the same name. To test his theory, he needs to confirm whether the watch signals are electromagnetic waves. It is widely known that patients with pacemakers are not allowed to use cell phones, but this circuit is designed not to interfere with any signals. These are highly complex circuits, but when certain conditions are met, they produce a mechanical effect. The ball on the long string swings once per second, while the short string's ball swings every 0.7 seconds. The lengths of the strings, the distance between them, and the balls at the tips are the necessary conditions, as the Ushirasuki signals are produced by combining the long-wave condition signal and the short-wave personal signal. These combined signals resonate with nearby vibrations, producing mechanical effects. Essentially, the 2 strings must move to confirm his theory. Akiyama tests it with his watch, causing the long string to move. Since his status is normal and the long string moved, it means signal A was sent, indicating a normal status. Therefore, signal B, which would move the short string, means infected. Akiyama states that among the players, they know 2 are infected and 7 are normal. If 3 players can move the long string, it will confirm signal A as the normal indicator. Akiyama already suspects Akagi is infected, so he tests the strings with him, and the short string moves. Then he tests Nao, causing the long string to move. He declares that if the long string moves one more time, they can be certain it signifies a normal signal, allowing them to identify all normal players and start producing vaccines. Notably, Akiyama deliberately avoids mentioning the infected players, wanting a normal player to volunteer first, which later happens with muscles, confirming the long string as the normal signal. In this way, Akiyama carefully fabricates a complex lie, blending mechanics, medicine, and tradition to deceive the players and unblock the game, crafting an entire narrative using nothing but physics. Once Baku sees Lalo stand up to breathe oxygen, He shatters the glass on his own belt to manipulate the needle and camouflage his air bios consumption. However, Baku deliberately doesn't pick up the broken glass, knowing it will later serve as an advantage for psychological manipulation, especially if Lalo notices the shards on the ground. Before the final round, Usogi prepares the 25 number card as his win condition, meaning he can't allow Lalo to fold. If Lalo folds, the game becomes a battle of endurance, heavily reliant on luck, a scenario Usogi wants to avoid at all costs. He isn't sure whether Lalo has been secretly conserving oxygen in his used air bios. Meanwhile, Lalo aims to eliminate any uncertainty in this final round, so he bets 1 air bios to gauge Usogi's reaction. Baku seizes this opportunity to create the mid-game he's been waiting for. Usogi responds by raising the bet with 6 air bios, a move designed to force Lalo to reassess the situation. If Usogi had simply called and later won by chance, he'd only be ahead by 2 air bios, likely enough to survive until the end. But his decision to raise instead has a hidden purpose. He wants Lalo to fold. Lalo pieces together the clues, including the broken glass on the ground, and concludes that Usogi must have been stockpiling oxygen in his used air bios. This leads him to believe Usogi's real goal with the 6 air bios bet is to pressure him into folding, forcing an endurance battle that Usogi would win due to his supposed oxygen reserves. Ultimately, Lalo takes the bait and engages in a final card clash with Usogi, exactly what Usogi intended. In reality, Usogi hadn't hidden any oxygen. He manipulated Lalo into reaching the most logical conclusion based on the staged events, ensuring a decisive card clash that would guarantee his victory and expose Lalo's true nature. After the game ends, Lalo appears to accept the outcome and stands up. At that moment, Usogi kicks his unused air bios away and places his used ones near Lalo. This is deliberate. He wants Lalo to notice and try to stop him from surfacing. Lalo does exactly that, grabbing Usogi's air bios in desperation, only to realize they're empty. This is Usogi's final move, ensuring Lalo suffers in his last moments, fully aware that his own flawed reasoning led to his defeat. For logical tier, Akiyama uses more advanced logic, mixing physics, medical devices, and mind games to get to know the state of the players with his device. Baku's feat is great, but it is 100% a mind game. For complexity tier, Akiyama fabricates a more complex lie and fabricates a more complex device, adding tons of layers to make others believe his lie. For resource management, Baku takes it. He did something awesome with 6 bios and a broken glass. For complexity of the situation, Baku takes it. Air poker is more rule restricted. For adversary force, Baku takes it since he executed his feat to Lalo. For situation hostility, Baku takes it. Air poker is just insane. You can pause your screen to read the results of consistency. Finally, for countering. This one is difficult. To counter Akiyama's lie, you need to have an idea of physics. To counter Baku's feat, you need to do a double read. However, it is difficult given the situation, so I think Baku takes countering. Based in the previous distribution, the Lie Eater takes fabrication with extreme difficulty against the Liar King. To make the 3 wealthiest players lose in the human auction game, Akiyama first needed to force 2 teams into buying upcoming players to complete their teams. When player number 17 gets on stage, Akiyama makes a critical move by bidding 10 million. This is an act of guts because he partially eliminates 11 players from the game by not allowing them to complete a team if his bid succeeds. The players ask Akiyama what he just did, and he claims this is a calculated move to make all 15 players lose, not just 11. He explains that if everyone loses, the only team formed will be Nao's, making them automatic winners without needing to play the final round. The players decide Akiyama is out of his mind, but realize they must surpass his bid or most will lose. At the last moment, they have no choice but to bid. When player number 18's bid starts, Akiyama bids again, declaring that even with another team formed, Nao's team has Yokoya and their victory is certain. Now he must eliminate the remaining 11 players to ensure Nao wins. His confident and contemptuous attitude convinces everyone he's lost his mind, practically committing suicide. Yet in the final second, a team buys player 18 to prevent total disaster. This masterful acting lets Akiyama execute his final strategy to eliminate the 3 wealthiest players. Baku knows Sadakuni is aware of the broken camera he's operating with, so he wants to avoid any suspicion that he's using this blind spot to win. Baku acts like he's about to lose, making exaggerated faces, showing fear, even acting anxious. This acting serves one purpose. Preventing Sadakuni from noticing Baku is actually timing the camera rotations with his hand during the tic-tac movements. The nervous performance masks his real intention. During the third round, Baku stretches his hesitation to 20 minutes without picking a card, forcing referees to impose a 1-minute limit, exactly what his act was designed to achieve. Also, a fun fact is that both Akiyama and Baku can mimic voices, Baku in the Labyrinth game, Akiyama in the Stealing game, and Pandemic. But Akiyama's imitation is superior since he deceived Fujisawa and Yokoya with it, while Baku was recognized by Amako. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat uses more advanced logic like group formation and reframes the game's entire decision-making by introducing paradoxes while giving a very logical explanation about his crazy actions. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. He orchestrates layered acting while accounting for bid consequences, forcing 2 resigned teams to bid on regular players just to avoid elimination. For resource management, Baku takes it. His feat was executed with fewer resources than Akiyama's. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it. Human auction is more complex than Hangman. For adversary force, Baku takes it. He deceived Sadakuni and his referee, sharper opponents than Akiyama's targets. For situation hostility, Baku takes it. Losing Hangman means death. You can pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering, Akiyama takes it. To counter Baku, Sadakuni could simply impose a shorter time limit, citing wasted time, and synchronize the start when his broken camera's blind spot is inactive. Based in the distribution, Akiyama takes acting skill against Baku with extreme difficulty. Akiyama devises a strategy to misdirect Yokoya from his true objective, the stalemate plan. Knowing it's impossible to save all players in the game, Akiyama's only viable option is to aim for a stalemate. To achieve this, he creates a fake plan designed to save everyone, fully aware that Nao will spread this plan among the players. The fake plan revolves around ensuring Akiyama's kingdom wins, as they intend to share the winnings to pay off the debts of the other players. However, even with the 3 billion yen, 750 million per player, there are still 3 players whose debts cannot be covered. So he creates an entity that can work to the feasibility of this plan, and later will work in his real plan. The rich heir, who can ask his dad the money necessary to save the rest. This obviously flawed plan, full of contradictions as the rich heir want to win, to prove his value to his father. Yet following Akiyama's plan, he will have to return to his father to ask him thousands of millions, proved Yokoya that was the best Akiyama could do at that moment, to follow an inherently flawed plan, hoping it to succeed. While the player's faith was totally shattered with this plan, since the obvious doubt the rich heir will follow this plan, and even if he ends up losing as a result of it, he will have no need to ask his father these extra millions to save the others, since it only increases his shame in front of his father. This fake plan totally misdirected everyone about Akiyama's true goal. Before the game begins, Akiyama confidently tells Yokoya, "Make no mistake, I will win this without question." This bold declaration works more for the misdirection Akiyama set. Akiyama knows this final liar game round is unprecedented in stakes. Making a stalemate could trigger organizer intervention. To prevent this, he cleverly misdirects the liar game office by publicly framing himself as disadvantaged. When Yokoya reduces his LP, Akiyama loudly claims surprise that Yokoya is betraying his team to secure cooperation. This serves 3 purposes. It diverts attention. It makes the dealers believe Akiyama is losing, reducing intervention risk. It feeds dealers' bias. It reinforces their view of Yokoya as dominant, masking Akiyama's strategy. It protects the plan. By appearing cornered, Akiyama minimizes the chance of the game being disrupted. When Akiyama's Woe Kingdom faced collapse from relentless attacks by Yokoya's alliance, he deployed a multifaceted strategy to stabilize his position, exploit rivalries, and distract enemies from his true goal, the stalemate. The strategy was simple. Akiyama will attack the kingdom of Wu nonstop. This will make Shu notice this prevalent attacks towards Wu, and in order to win a little of advantage for their final clash, they will put no wall in front of Akiyama's kingdom just to save 1 LP, which can be the difference that solidifies them as the final winner in the final battle. This would cause a reaction in the pact, and it will most likely break, giving Akiyama's kingdom a chance of flipping the tables. However, Akiyama anticipated this strategy won't work, since he was sure Yokoya will recognize these attacks immediately and call the 2 kingdoms to make them promise no walls will rise towards Akiyama's kingdom. With this, Akiyama ensured the life points of Woe and Shu remained equal before the final clash, which was crucial for the last part of his plan. By creating this strategy, indirectly manipulated his enemies into doing something he wanted, and further misdirected them from his real plan. Akiyama proposes a detailed strategy to Wu and Shu, presenting it as a foolproof method to ensure fairness and counter the threat of a spy. Ire consists in rotating the leadership, the role of general, decision maker, rotates each round, with the general isolated from team discussions to prevent spy interference. If an LP loss occurs due to the general's decision, they are assumed to be the spy and must cover the team's debt. For logical moves and action patterns, Akiyama advocates for a mix of attack-only and defend-only strategies. Attacking forces opponents to defend, preventing them from gaining an advantage through inaction. Defending minimizes LP loss to 1 if the opponent takes no action, maintaining game balance. To counter no-action strategies, Akiyama suggests occasional offensive moves. This works as scare tactics, since unexpected attacks keep opponents cautious and predictable. And worked on psychological pressure, since it reinforces vigilance, discouraging risky behaviors. And gave predictability and stalemate feasibility. By promoting logical and balanced gameplay, Akiyama ensures opponents' actions become predictable, making it easier to control the game's progression and steer it toward a stalemate. Akiyama provides Wu and Shu with customized tables, outlining optimal attack and defense strategies, ensuring they can counter no-action tactics while remaining wary of sabotage. Not enough with this MSI direction, Akiyama employed a psychological misdirection. If a spy exists, they are incentivized to betray the rich player, as the risk of being held accountable for LP losses outweighs any bribe. This creates a false sense of security. Wu and Shu believe the strategy is foolproof, blinding them on Akiyama's true plan and allowing him to manipulate the game. By doing this, the two kingdoms believe sooner or later the spy and their team will betray the rich heir. But in reality, this was just a misdirection Akiyama made to enable the stalemate. After the hand chopper game, he's aware Naranara will spread the word that Baku chopped his own finger just to become a king. He asks Yaku to spread this, that Baku was so desperate to become a king that he sacrificed his own finger, making Lalo aware that Usogui went that far just to become a king. Later, Lalo verified Baku went that far in the Three Kings meeting. Baku's intention is to push Lalo to attack and defeat him that day, since he already knew Hal will take down the Queen of Shudo and attribute it to Tipa. So he fabricates a series of events that will help in this task. He creates the Dynamite Protoporus event, where his goal is to make Champ and Ryusei, the strongest players of Tipa, level up. Baku is sure this information will leak. Lalo sees this as Baku recognizing his vulnerability, and that he is aiming to buff his strongest players, so he knows Champ and Ryusei will be busy leveling up that day, which makes for a great opportunity to take down Tipa. Baku also tells Kamio, a high-level player, to lose on purpose in the outside battle. This gives Lalo even more reasons to attack the castle and take down Tipa. So for this time there won't be a direct comparison, since the winner is clear. Akiyama takes misdirection with high difficulty over Baku. After the conversation with Akagi in the inspection room, Akiyama gets information that each member of the North Country possesses a tape recorder, which Yokoya previously gave them to record any sort of conspiracy going on between them. However, Akiyama saw another use in these. He took the tape recorder and explained his plan. Akiyama gave the order to Akagi to give this tape recorder to Hasegawa, who after listening to Akiyama's audio, agreed to work for him, without even knowing him. Akiyama later confessed to Hasegawa in the inspection room that, in reality, his team deposited the money they sent to them. However, that doesn't mean Akiyama's promise will be broken. Now all they need to do is transfer the 1.91 billion they deposited in the North's ATM to the South's ATM. However, Hasegawa says Yokoya won't probably let him into the inspection room after this meeting. But Akiyama says that is not a problem because his team will deposit the money, but they need his ATM card. Hasegawa refuses because Yokoya is handling all the cards of the team himself, and he will ask for his card once he returns. However, Akiyama offers a clever solution. Akiyama says he will duplicate Hasegawa's card and will give Yokoya a fake one. He will do this using a speaker. Akiyama explains that speakers have a magnet inside. He took this speaker from the room he was in, and now all they need to do is rub the card against the speaker. The electromagnetic force will corrupt the card's information, making the card useless. Now after this, when they get out of the room, Hasegawa tells a liar game dealer his card is no longer working. After they verify this, they give him a new card, which he gives to Akiyama, who now owns a functional card and sends a useless one to Yokoya. By concealing these important two pieces of information from Yokoya, he is able to execute his real smuggling plan. Before taking the lethal drug, Baku removes his coat, setting the stage for his next tactic. The aim of this is to create ambiguity about what he's holding, whether it's a handkerchief or a necktie, and forces Hal to question his assumptions while he accumulates his drug. Baku's turn as the dropper begins at 8:17 a.m. He immediately starts setting up a psychological trap for Hal. He steps in front of Hal, revealing only part of his necktie and his left hand, carefully angled to make it seem like he might be holding the handkerchief. By doing this, Baku creates confusion. Hal is left wondering whether Baku is holding the handkerchief, which would mean he's about to drop it, or the necktie, which would be a decoy. This subtle trick is designed to waste Hal's time and mental energy, forcing him to second-guess his observations. Hal starts to realize that Baku is hiding his front deliberately, which suggests he's setting up a mental trap. Hal begins to suspect that Baku isn't holding the handkerchief at all and is instead using the necktie as a decoy. However, just as Hal starts to feel confident in his deduction, Baku reveals a new piece of information. He is holding the necktie. This revelation forces Hal to reconsider his assumptions and delays his decision-making, which is exactly what Baku wants. While time passed and Baku had not revealed any new information, at the exact 26th second, Hal concludes this is a mind game designed to make him waste time. So he turns around, finding out the handkerchief has always been there. However, by concealing information with his moves, Baku was able to accumulate 24 seconds worth of Hal's drug, something he never would have done otherwise since Hal stated he would have turned around 2 seconds after the round started. For logical tier, Akiyama uses more advanced logic, turning the weapons of his enemy against him and using physics knowledge of electromagnetic waves to corrupt the card and get a new one. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. His feat is more layered. Using the tape recorder manipulation, concealing information in Yokoya's own country, turning Hasegawa into an ally, and then executing electromagnetic trickery to clone his card. Compared to Baku standing in front of Hal and later revealing the necktie, Akiyama's feat is more strategically complex, while Baku's is just a mind game. For resource management, Baku takes it. He only used his necktie to create this trap, while Akiyama had more resources: tape recorder, speaker, extra card. For complexity of situation, Baku takes it. Drop the handkerchief is more rule restricted than contraband. For adversary force, Baku takes it since he was facing Hal. For situation hostility, Baku takes it due to the game being lethal. You can pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, for countering. Akiyama's feat is harder to counter since he tricked Yokoya by concealing information with his own tape recorders and duplicated an ATM card, something Yokoya never suspected since considering the chance of an ATM card getting duplicated is almost unimaginable. To counter Baku's feat is easier. After time passes and you make a double read, the nature of the concealment becomes obvious, which was what happened in the manga. This concealment allows you to accumulate seconds, but after some of them pass, the nature of it screams. However, this doesn't make his feat less impressive. It's just easier to counter. After the previous distribution, we can say Baku takes concealment with extreme difficulty over Akiyama. After his team totally fell in the smuggling trap Yokoya set, the situation seems hopeless, since now Akiyama's team own more money than they can possibly smuggle, so at this point the game is over. However, Akiyama knows there's still a way to win the game, and it starts with a bluff. When Akiyama sees Akagi, the person that tricked one of his teammates into depositing the cash, gets into the inspector room, he decides to go as well. Akiyama starts acting confident, saying he knows his bag is completely empty, since his team tried to trick the 3 members of his team to, in reality, transfer the 1.9 billion yen from the ATM of their country. Akagi says that is true, but they looked so dumb they never thought they would have realized what they just did. But Akiyama says he thinks they're actually the fools, because since they gave the 1.9 billion yen to them, Akiyama's team already won the game. They assumed they deposited the money in the North's ATM, but the 1.9 billions were never deposited there. Akagi says that is not possible, because they verified if they took the money from the place they were told. But Akiyama says they in fact took the money, but instead of depositing it, they hid it. Akiyama says they already thought of making the same trick, but they were faster than them, and when they offered the money they realized that is the same trick. That's why they accepted it, to take the money away and hide it. Akiyama explains once the money is counted at the end of the game, the liar game staff will panic, since 1.9 billion will be missing. Akiyama in that moment will reveal where they hid the money, and when they find the money, now they have to figure out where the money came from originally. This can be easily done by checking the ATM data. With this information, they can know who was the last person to take out all the money. Since he and his other 2 teammates were the last ones in taking this amount, this money will have to return to the place it was before taken away, the South's ATM. This means it will be like if they never were taken out, the South ATM. Since they just gave them all their money, they have no chance of increasing their outside account for the rest of the game. Akiyama explains his team won't even bother trying to smuggle more money, since at the end of the 50th round, the result will be a victory of his team. After listening to this detailed bluff, Akagi realizes they are the ones who are going to lose the game, not them. So he asks Akiyama to have mercy and save him. By this layered bluff, Akiyama can start executing his secret plan to win the game. Later on in the game, Yokoya gets information of Akiyama's statement and tests it with sending Hasegawa. Akiyama, in his turn while meeting Hasegawa, realizes Yokoya captured his allies, and the plan Yokoya has to test if his statement is real or just a bluff. He knows Yokoya ordered Hasegawa to act and cooperate with Akiyama to then use his south card to withdraw and bring all the money to him, so Akiyama here executes his cloning card trick, cloning Hasegawa's card, and later when Yokoya told Hasegawa to follow Akiyama's plan, Akiyama left to Hasegawa the card he cloned, so Hasegawa withdraws all the cash from the southern ATM and brings it to Yokoya. And the moment he sees the money, he is totally confident Akiyama was not bluffing and they for real did not deposit the money they gave them before. This ultimately made Akiyama the winner in the ATM battle. Baku has the suspicion that Tsutaguma sent Hugo to put a wrong number in the first round of the game. However, he needs to be totally sure. So he instructs Marco to ask Ranko what the number Hugo first input was. When Marco arrives, he tells Baku the number was 8. Baku anticipated Marco getting to know the number and told him before of that. He will send him to input a number in front of Tsutaguma, but in reality, this is just a trick and he won't have to input the Baku tells him. So, once Baku hears this information, he tells Marco to climb up and put the number 13, while Baku inputs the same number in the Dottie room. Previously, Tsutaguma stabbed Baku's eyes, so Baku's decision of putting the number he thought was totally correct. Confirmed to Tsutaguma, Baku is sure 13 is the correct number, since he's also inputting the number in the room as an act of revenge for his eye. However, this number is not the right one, since by doing this, Baku gave enough information to Tsutaguma that his number of beads must be around 6 or 7. Tsutaguma inputs the number 15 in the Dottie room, narrowing his beads to 6. However, this number is incorrect, but it gives Tsutaguma enough confidence to climb up the tower and put 16, the result of 9 beads of him plus 7 from Baku. When Tsutaguma inputs 16 and is incorrect, Ranko reveals to him Marco never entered the number 13. This finally revealed Baku that Tsutaguma's number of beads is 9, and tells Marco to input 18, the winning number. For logical tier, Akiyama's bluff operates with game mechanics, blind spots of the game, organizational oversight, and player psychology. Baku's bluff is focused in Tsutaguma's deduction, exploiting his confidence based in the information he obtained. So Akiyama takes this for complexity tier. Akiyama takes it again. His bluff is a very systematic one, more layered than Baku's. For resource management, again, it goes to Akiyama. After the events that lead the enemy team almost victorious, Akiyama had no resources to create his bluff. He only had one card he could use, the blind spot, and the uncertainty that the 3 players really deposited the money. Just with this on mind, Akiyama created a hyper-layered bluff alone, while Baku's was mostly helped by Ranko in order to have the information to create it. For complexity of situation, Akiyama takes it. Contraband is way more complex than Blood Dottie. For adversary force, Akiyama takes it no doubt. Yokoya is a super genius. There is no comparison between him and Tsutaguma. For situation hostility, this goes to Baku due to the game being lethal. You can pause your screen right now to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. Both bluffs are really hard to counter. However, I think Akiyama's bluff is ultimately more difficult to counter. Both bluffs work with the fact of the enemy not knowing the total information. Both bluffs can be countered by doing a double read. However, Yokoya did in fact a double read thing Akiyama expected. Due to Yokoya's sharp nature, he anticipated Yokoya's double read and suspicion of the statement being just a bluff, and still adapted to Yokoya's bluff test and totally tricked him into believing he was not bluffing. On the other hand, Tsutaguma never questioned the possibility of Baku's statement being a bluff and completely fell for it, which shows Akiyama's bluff, even after being attested, totally prevailed and made him the ultimate winner, which shows how hard it is to counter him. After the previous distribution, Akiyama takes bluffing with high difficulty over Baku. Based on this, Akiyama takes overall deception with very high difficulty against Baku. Once Baku is able to deduce the Labyrinth Foundation, which is the black path, he constructs the route from where he started using T1 and T2. With this, he is able to predict that, using these 2 mechanisms and the premise that the labyrinth is made so the players can complete it based on the shortest route, Baku is able to predict his exit point as either A1 or A5. Baku is able to know the current location of the players, their MP, and where they started thanks to the Morse code between Minowa and Amako. With this, Baku predicted the roots of Minowa, whom we know started in F1 and might end in C4. Amako started as well in A6, and thanks to the information of his current position, he is able to know his route. His exit is A1, and finally, he is able to predict Marco's route as well. After Akiyama was cleverly tricked by Kimura, that allowed the enemy group to win the upper hand by stealing the chairs marked in the envelope. In such critical situation with no chairs, at the border of the elimination, Akiyama remains calm and observes the map, which he's able to notice something important. The chair that is pointed out in the middle is surrounded by the short path indicators, which means Harimoto probably gave the order to move the chair out of these 3 paths, so no other player with the envelope could have found it, which leaves the person who took the chair with one direction to move. Akiyama now knows the direction they moved the chair, and when he goes there, he finds the chair and mitigates a future elimination risk. So, for logical tier, Baku takes it because his labyrinth feat involves reframing spatial logic, decoding patterns, and predicting multiple outcomes in advance. For complexity tier, Baku takes it because his feat uses hyperlayered reasoning, simultaneously tracking positions, MP, and message transmission, creating a total map of possibilities in real time. For resource management, Akiyama takes it because he starts with 0 chairs, no confirmed map knowledge, and still outmaneuvers 2 top-tier opponents to prevent elimination. For complexity of the situation, it goes to Labyrinth for being more rule-restricted. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it because he tracked the location of the Kimura and Harimoto, 2 sharp rivals. For situation hostility, it goes to Baku due to the lethal nature. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, we have countering. Baku takes it because his feat is simply harder to counter. His prediction was top tier while choosing a different path could have countered Akiyama's prediction. So, Baku takes prediction with mid difficulty against the Liar King. When Baku got the time card during the ban, he knew he could pick the duration of the ban. According to the conditions, once the ban is over, the winner will automatically play, surpassing the leader, against Suichi. Baku is aware that during January 1st of that year, a leap second will occur. Baku knows this leap second can give him some advantage in STL, as long as the game is a time-related game. Confidentially, the 1st of January marks exactly 1 month since the events of the Tower of Karma, where Suichi experienced his memory loss. Years ago, Baku read in that email that Suichi's memory loss is a phenomenon that happens once a month, which means that on that day, Suichi will lose his memory. Baku finally decides the ban will last 24 days, which makes the deadline December 31st. This makes it possible to exploit both the leap second and the memory loss of January 1st, which in the end results in victory. After the first day of musical chairs concluded, Akiyama's group faced the decision of selecting a member to become a Gaia. Baldi refused and even threatened to defect to Yokoya's side, sharing critical chair information. Akiyama, foreseeing the consequences of Baldi's potential betrayal, predicted how the game would unfold if Baldi joined Yokoya and provided him with crucial information. Simultaneously, he sent Nao to negotiate with the other factions, but his hidden goal was to exhaust both Harimoto and Yokoya, using Nao's presence as an excuse, inducing tiredness so they couldn't escape from his strategy. For the round 16th prediction, Akiyama anticipated that he could deceive Baldi until the last moment, forcing him to become a Gaia. This would allow round 16 to proceed as usual, with Harimoto and Yokoya dominating the elections and eliminating one of Akiyama's chairs. Akiyama also predicted that Baldi, in response to this betrayal, would reach out to Yokoya by the end of the round. Akiyama foresaw that Yokoya would use the information Baldi provided to destabilize Harimoto and seize control of the game. He was confident in this prediction because of his understanding of the NG game. By exploiting a loophole, using a number that didn't belong to them, they could mislead their opponents. When Yokoya learned about Akiyama's chair, he could deduce Harimoto's chair count and realize Harimoto had been hiding information to gain an advantage later. Additionally, Akiyama considered the existing rivalry between Harimoto and Yokoya. With the new information, Yokoya would no longer need Harimoto and would instead focus on eliminating him, as Harimoto posed the greatest threat. In the 17th round, Akiyama predicted Yokoya would take control of the NG game with Harimoto and ensure Fatso won the elections. He also anticipated Yokoya would eliminate one of Harimoto's chairs. In the round 18th, Akiyama expected Yokoya to attempt to convince Harimoto to maintain their alliance. For Yokoya, this was advantageous because he could continue dominating the NG game with the information Baldy provided, along with Haramoto's team's votes. Yokoya might lie or claim the previous round's elimination was a mistake. Akiyama knew the elimination of Haramoto's chair would disrupt the Gaia's boycott, as they would interpret it as Yokoya betraying Haramoto. Before the elections began, the extra would be announced, revealing a member from Haramoto's team. This would prove their boycott ineffective, prompting the Gaias to rejoin the elections. However, Akiyama could counter this by telling Young Jump that a chair from Akiyama's team had been eliminated in the previous round, while secretly securing a chair from Haramoto's team. Akiyama also knew Haramoto would anticipate a future attack from Yokoya, and would prepare by voting for one of his own team members to win the elections. Akiyama predicted the game would result in a tie between Nao, his team's candidate, and Haramoto's team candidate. As both teams had 5 members, this would trigger re-elections with the top candidates. Akiyama foresaw that Yokoya and Haramoto might attempt to negotiate again, but he was certain their cooperation would fail. Both were driven by ego and would prioritize becoming the official winner, making it impossible for them to execute a foolproof winning strategy together. This would ignite a war between Yokoya and Haramoto. Since the Gaias had boycotted the elections, they couldn't vote in the re-election. Akiyama predicted both Haramoto and Yokoya would try to convince his team to eliminate one of the rivals' chairs in exchange for voting for Akiyama's team. This would allow Akiyama to control the outcome directly. Akiyama decided it was more beneficial to eliminate Yokoya's chair, even if it meant sacrificing one of Yokoya's teammates. This would force Yokoya to take drastic action to regain control of the game and defeat Haramoto once and for all. For the round 19th, Akiyama predicted that, in disadvantage, Yokoya would seek information about the Gaia team and its leader. Bribing the Gaia leader would be easy for Yokoya, as Baldy had already informed him about the medal distribution in Akiyama's team. Yokoya could use additional medals to persuade Young Jump to work for him. If Yokoya teamed up with Young Jump would find a way to make the Gaias rejoin the elections and vote for Yokoya. Yokoya would then eliminate a chair from Haramoto. With the Gaias back in the elections, Haramoto would do everything possible to win the 20th round. He would start bribing Gaias with his own medals to secure votes. Yokoya would deduce Haramoto's secret ally, Sakai, as he was the only player not affiliated with any group. Yokoya would approach Sakai. Akiyama had known from the beginning that Haramoto had an unknown ally working with him. Yokoya would destabilize Sakai by revealing that Haramoto had been using Sakai's medals to bribe Gaias. Yokoya would also disclose the exact number of medals Sakai currently held, information he obtained from the Gaia leader. Akiyama predicted Yokoya would offer some of his medals to Sakai and convince him to switch sides. This betrayal would lead to Yokoya winning the 20th round. Yokoya would eliminate Haramoto, as he was far more dangerous than Akiyama, especially with Gaias holding his medals. After this, it would be a matter of a couple of extra rounds that would leave Yokoya and one member of his team as the finalists. Right before the round that leaves these two as the last players, Akiyama could make his move. Since Yokoya and Fatso would sit in order to prevent reinserting the remaining player by tracking them down and stealing the chair, this made Akiyama confident that in this round, Yokoya wouldn't be the last man sitting. This outcome worked in Akiyama's favor, as he held all the trash medals for both Fatso and Bang, while having only a few of Haramoto's team members' medals. This meant Akiyama, his team, and the Gaias could maximize their winnings if this finalist won. Akiyama predicted the Gaias would cooperate in the human wall strategy, as 9 of them held the 9 medals of one of the finalists. This would block Yokoya from sitting down, though there was still a chance he might escape. Thanks to Akiyama's anticipation with the inducing tiredness tactic, the odds were reduced to 0. After this formulation, the next day, Akiyama executed his plan by betraying Baldy, setting off the chain reaction of events he had predicted the night before, causing a mass anticipation effect. Okay, so for logical tier, Akiyama takes it. No discussion, he used way more advanced logic to anticipate to all these events. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because he constructs a self-sustaining chain of predictions spanning 5 full rounds, managing unstable alliances, shifting chair counts, metal economy, and player psychology simultaneously through recursive planning. For resources management, Akiyama takes it because his only tools were Foresight. Baku had the chance to pick a date. Akiyama had dealt with many factions, enemies, and resources, yet found a way to make his strategy work with pure Foresight. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it by being in a more rule-restricted game. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it because his feat manipulates 3 masterclass opponents, Haramoto, Yokoya, and Kimura, each with distinct systems of logic and deception, and makes them unknowingly serve his plan. For situation hostility, goes to Baku since, depending on his choice, it can mean direct death for him. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering, Akiyama takes it because every move he made causes a fork in the enemy's mind. Each decision Haramoto or Yokoya takes furthers Akiyama's plan, meaning countering him would require breaking out of an unseen deterministic flow built round after round. So, Akiyama takes anticipation with very high difficulty against the Lie Eater. Akiyama figures out that Kikuchi is using visual tracking to follow the location of the Joker. This means the package of cards being opened each round follows a consistent order. Based on this pattern, Akiyama deduces that when Kikuchi cuts the deck last, the probability of him receiving the Joker is 100%. However, when Akiyama cuts last, there's a chance he can divert the Joker away from Kikuchi, either ending up with it himself or having it land among the remaining 7 cards. Akiyama can't simply rely on being the last cutter to obtain the Joker. The odds are low, and even if he does manage it, Kikuchi, knowing the Joker's exact location, can just fold the round. Akiyama needs to prevent Kikuchi from folding, especially since Akiyama is currently losing the game. Akiyama realizes Kikuchi's overwhelming advantage comes solely from knowing the location of a single card. So if Akiyama can determine the locations of the other cards, he can counter the trap. Akiyama observes that the dealer is extremely precise with the shuffling. He requests that the dealer change the shuffle to only riffle shuffling, arguing it's less visible and fairer. Kikuchi agrees, as this shuffle actually makes it easier for him to track cards. However, Akiyama's true intent is to reconstruct the initial deck order. He exchanges 5 cards, thus learning the location of 10 out of the 17. Akiyama uses this information to reconstruct the full deck. Now that Akiyama knows the post-shuffle card order, he mentally simulates all possible hand combinations Kikuchi might get. He calculates the optimal exchanges to always counter Kikuchi's Joker-based hand. No matter what Kikuchi draws, Akiyama can now counter it with precise card swaps. Akiyama also asks the dealer to shuffle the cards more times, using the excuse that Kikuchi saw them. This is a bluff. His real goal is to secure the strongest possible combinations when needed, while Kikuchi believes nothing has changed. With these layered tactics, Akiyama ultimately evades the Joker trap in the final rounds. When Baku enters the room, he immediately studies the scene to determine whether a trap has been set. He quickly intuits that the trap may be linked to Yukide's labyrinth paper. Baku puts on a show, accusing Yukide of possibly using the photocopier's memory to save and reprint his labyrinth. Under this pretense, he moves closer to Yukide's seat, pretending to verify the equipment. During this, he discreetly grabs some of Yukide's paper. Baku then realizes Yukide's paper differs from his own. It transfers oil to the backside. From this, Baku deduces the mechanism of the trap. Yukide will wait for Baku to mark his start and end points, then invert them and place his own paper underneath Baku's. Over time, the oil will transfer, giving Yukide the full layout of Baku's labyrinth. Baku now knows he must prevent this from happening. Baku asks Yukide for a pencil with an eraser, saying he wants to sketch his labyrinth before finalizing it. Yukide hands him a mechanical pencil. However, Baku is fully aware that mechanical pencil marks do not transfer oil, meaning they won't be copied onto Yukide's paper. So Baku draws the labyrinth using the mechanical pencil, avoiding any traceable ink, and also steals part of the eraser as a backup tool. After Baku intentionally loses the second round, Yukide destroys the mechanical pencil to prevent him from using the same trick again. However, Baku adapts. He draws a normal labyrinth, but places a crucial wall near the exit, then erases it using the eraser he saved earlier. To cover this trick, he places a fake wall on a different spot, on the back of the paper. As a result, the oil from the fake wall transfers to Yukide's sheet, deceiving him into thinking Baku's wall is somewhere else. In truth, Baku has erased the real wall and cleverly avoided the trap without using the mechanical pencil trick from the first round. So, for logical tier, I think it goes to Baku. Just right at the start of the game, he is able to detect the trap and totally avoid it, suing different methods to counter it, displaying a great logic association at first sight. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it. He reverse engineers shuffle logic, runs mental simulations of card positions, adapts dynamically based on probabilities, and exploits card visibility versus invisibility layers, which makes it more complex. For resources management, Akiyama takes it. He had no special tools, no backup, and still cracked a vision-based precision system through observation and math. Baku had more flexibility, like access to materials, erasers, movement, and used them brilliantly, but not under the same restraint level. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it. He's playing poker, super rule restricted. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it. You guys gonna say Yukide has ridiculous IQ, but I stand. Kikuchi has better feats, made a very solid strategy to defeat Akiyama, while we can't be even sure if Yukide was the one that came up with this trap. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it. Losing there meant getting eliminated from the tournament, getting out its safe zone, and soon be victim of the organization's connection with the black market. Plus, this nightmare wouldn't only apply only to him, but also Nao and Fukunaga. So Akiyama was playing this game with life and death mental pre-assure. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering, Akiyama takes it. His method of tracking card order and feigning randomness while disrupting Kikuchi's perfect vision advantage is nearly impossible to detect or reverse engineer without equal or superior reasoning. Baku's tricks are layered too, but can be understood and possibly blocked, like Yukide denying the pen and eraser would be enough to counter his feat. So, Akiyama takes trap evasion with extreme difficulty over Baku. The Kaiser bait trap is a mix of traps Baku used to bait Lalo into defeating him on the 23rd of December, so Lalo could become the Kaiser from that day until the 30th of December. Baku, following Hal's indications, sends Kaji to Shudo with the goal of meeting Hal and defeating Shudo's queen in the name of Tipa. Baku orchestrates an event for that same day, where his strongest players, Champ and Ryusei, will go to the Coliseum to level up. Baku is sure this information will leak to Lalo, giving him a good reason to attack Tipa that day since Tipa's strongest players will be busy. Baku also tells Kameo, a high-level player, to lose on purpose in the outside battle on the 23rd of December. This gives Lalo even more reasons to attack the castle and take down Tipa. Lalo finally ends up attacking Tipa and defeating Baku, but at this point he has already become the Kaiser since Kaji previously took down Shudo. This ensures Lalo will be the Kaiser until the 30th of December. After this, the three highest level players will automatically become the kings of the three kingdoms, and these players are Champ, Ryusei, and Baku. So, Baku can become the Kaiser in one day. The stalemate trap is a mix of traps Akiyama used during the game to camouflage his intentions and prevent his stalemate from deviating. It starts with the rich player trap. Akiyama devises a multi-layered strategy to save all participants from their debts if his team wins. He uses Nao to announce a plan involving a fictional rich heir whose father would cover everyone's debts, creating the illusion of a viable solution. Nao exploits Yokoya's father complex, making him dismiss the plan as irrelevant and ignore the possibility that the rich heir might be fabricated. Akiyama ensures Yokoya cannot debunk the lie by grounding Nao's explanation in deep emotional reasoning, making it seem credible. The purpose of this lie is to force Yokoya into a three-way pact. Yokoya, fearing Akiyama's victory, allies with Wu and Shu to counter him. Lull Yokoya into complacency. Yokoya dismisses the plan, believing it only shares the pain rather than saves everyone. Maintain the illusion. Everyone believes the rich heir is real, despite contradictions in the plan, such as the heir's supposed desire to lose to prove themselves to their father. These inconsistencies make players distrust Akiyama's plan and lean toward Yokoya's three-way pact. Akiyama also feigns weakness, knowing the room is bugged. He acts surprised that Yokoya is teaming with the other two kingdoms and claims the alliance is too powerful. He also mentions Yokoya promised his team would lose to achieve this pact. This diverts the corporation's attention, making them perceive Akiyama as struggling and reducing the likelihood of intervention, protecting his stalemate plan. He designs a non-stop attack trap. Akiyama directs his team to relentlessly attack one kingdom, Wu or Shu, making the other team overconfident and lowering their defenses. This strategy exploits rivalries within Yokoya's alliance and distracts Yokoya from Akiyama's true plan. Sets a spy trap. After being eliminated, Akiyama sows distrust within Wu and Shu by suggesting a spy might be bribed by the rich heir to sabotage their teams. He provides action tables to guide their decisions, ensuring predictability and control over the game's progression. Creates the anti-spy trap. He designs a system where the general changes each round, preventing the spy from knowing the next move. By following Akiyama's logical action list, Wu and Shu minimize LP losses. The general causing an LP deviation must pay all allies' debts, ensuring accountability and maintaining the game's stability. Although you can consider these traps individually, the truth is they were conceived from the very moment Akiyama decided to make the game a stalemate, which was in fact before the game started. So, although they are different tactics, they all contribute to the stalemate trap, which in the end succeeded thanks to Akiyama's brilliant planning. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because his stalemate trap operates at the strategic thinker level. Layered lies, deep emotional exploitation, multi-party manipulation, and outcome control regardless of surface results. Baku's trap, while highly pre-planned, It's brilliant in coordination and timing, but follows a rigid path and doesn't reshape the game logic or trap Lalo in paradoxical dilemmas. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because his approach reflects mastermind control. He manipulates both allies and enemies, controls dealers through bugs, creates a fake figurehead to redirect attention, and sustains full game balance even post-elimination. For resources management, Akiyama takes it because he pulls off an intricate illusion without any power or allies, relying solely on psychology, deception, and rule bending for complexity of the situation. It goes to Akiyama due to being in a rule-restricted scenario. For adversity force, Akiyama takes it. He was dealing with Yokoya, who's smarter than Lalo. For situation hostility, both Baku and Aki are working with the mental pressure that, by their trap failing, it can result in their finale. However, in Baku's case, even if Lalo didn't take the bait, he had some extra days to strategize a way of winning the war, while Akiyama's trap was so intricate because by it failing, it would mean the end for now, him and the other players. So, Akiyama takes it because of his ridiculous mental pressure. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. For countering, Akiyama takes it. His stalemate plan had so many layers and tactics, then countering all of them seems impossible. He controlled the whole game in his favor. While Baku was just guiding Lalo, Baku's plan could have failed by simply Lalo deciding to not attack Tipa. So, Akiyama takes trap setting with very high difficulty against Baku. In a different kind of game, Baku faced a pivotal moment where he had to set the duration of a ban, a critical restriction tied to when the final match would begin. At first glance, setting a deadline might seem procedural, but Baku, ever calculating, saw it as an opportunity to exploit time itself. Baku knew that Hal loses his memory once a month, with the last known instance on December 1st. He also knew that on January 1st, a leap second would be added, an anomaly in timekeeping that only occurs on specific days. Based on these facts, Baku predicted Hal's next memory loss would also occur on January 1st, and that the leap second would create a fragile temporal loophole. Baku chose December 31st as the ban's end date. This meant STL would begin right after the ban lifted, placing the match at the exact time where Hal would lose his memory, rendering him vulnerable. The leap second would throw off perceptions of time and action synchronization. This ingenious manipulation of temporal mechanics and opponent psychology allowed Baku to pull off a critical trap, ultimately securing victory in STL and defeating Hal. Akiyama's situation in the liar game escalated dramatically during the later rounds due to both external revelations and internal game constraints. Initially driven by the goal of helping all participants escape debt, Akiyama's motivations shifted when he learned, through Kaneko and later Yokoya, about the dark truth behind the liar game. Losers weren't just saddled with insurmountable debt, they were to be sold on the black market, subjected to inhumane experiments or weaponization, often resulting in death or permanent disability. These claims, supported by Yokoya's insider knowledge and his book, shared with Now, painted a grim reality. The game was not just a financial trap, but a human auction in disguise. By the time the Records of the Four Kingdoms game began, the situation became critical. With only one team able to win, 12 players were guaranteed to lose, making them targets of this black market trade. And with none of them even repaying 1% of their debts, Akiyama recognized that freedom was not an option unless something drastic changed. After analyzing the rules and payout structure, Akiyama quickly saw that conventional strategies could never save everyone. This game gave no money to the losers, only to the single winning team. Logically, the safest move would be for Akiyama to secure his own victory and escape. However, displaying immense self-control and ethical resolve, Akiyama rejected self-preservation. Instead, he took a 1% chance gamble, forced the game into a 1 life point versus 1 life point stalemate in the final round. If he could break the game's logic, make winning or losing irrelevant through a stalemate, the organizers would have no option but to cancel the tournament. Akiyama made the bold decision to create a deliberate stalemate, even if it required him to lose on purpose. He carefully distributed actions and life points in earlier rounds, such that even if the organizers tried to interfere, like giving the remaining 2 teams more LPs, the stalemate would persist due to the irreversible game state Akiyama had constructed. The trap was designed to outlast intervention, rooted in game logic rather than numbers. In the end, the plan succeeded. The liar game was cancelled and everyone was saved. Not just from debt, but from being trafficked or exploited. Akiyama didn't just beat the game's mechanics, he beat the entire system by making it impossible to continue. For logical tier, Akiyama takes it because by reframing the entire game structure into a paradoxical stalemate, manipulating system logic to force cancellation. Baku is also strategic, but operates within mechanics rather than breaking the system itself. For complexity tier, Akiyama takes it because he engineers a hyperlayered trap that remains intact even under interference extra LPs, predicting organizer behavior and long-term implications. Baku's plan is smart but rests on two external triggers, leap second and memory loss, making it simpler. For resources management, Akiyama takes it because he had zero material leverage, no reward, no power, and still created a logic-based win that saved everyone. Baku had decent info and no existential constraints, so less disadvantage. For complexity of the situation, Akiyama takes it he was playing Records of the Four Kingdoms. For adversity force, Baku takes it since his decision-making was done against Hal. For situation hostility, Akiyama takes it due to massive psychological pressure, real human lives at stake. Feel free to pause your screen to read the results of feat consistency. Finally, countering. Debatable who takes it, both's decision-making secured their success. The only way to possible counter their feats is by awareness of the reason behind their decisions, so I don't think there's a feat that is easier to counter than the other, so let's make it a tie. So, I think Akiyama takes decision-making with extreme difficulty against Baku. Finally, based on the Foresight subcategory's results, Akiyama Shinichi takes Foresight with very high difficulty against Madarame Baku. And now, the verdict. After dissecting their most brilliant moments, weighing the depth of their tactics, and pushing each category to its limits, the outcome is clear. Madarame Baku excels in adversity capacity, elite planning, and exceptional emotional intelligence. But Akiyama Shinichi?
そうだ、バク。俺は嘘つきだ。最大の嘘つき。嘘つきの王だ。
He dominates across the board. With razor-sharp deception, unmatched foresight, frighteningly high functional IQ, master-level manipulation, insane reasoning, thinking abilities, and peerless strategical power, he doesn't just compete, he conquers. After revising every category, Akiyama outsmarts Baku with very high difficulty. This isn't a blowout, but it's a clear win. And perhaps most importantly, this settles what many have overlooked for far too long. Akiyama Shinichi has been massively downplayed. The mastermind of Liar Game never fell. We simply stopped looking up. Crown in hand, seat reclaimed. The Lie Eater was great. He has devoured countless liars and stayed on top. But the Liar King returned. And this time, the Lie Eater couldn't devour his lies. Because these lies weren't meant to be exposed. They were crafted to control. The game has changed. And the king has taken back his throne. Thank you for watching this video.